Greetings, ladies and gents, and welcome to this latest narration of the web series The Nature of Predators. If you're new to the series, there is a playlist listed down below in the description. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 165. Memory Transcription Subject, Ambassador Tava of the Venal Republic. Date, Standardized Human Time, March 24th, 2137. The first meeting of the Sapien Coalition was in the past, but now more than ever, my sights were set on the future. Humanity's assortment of allies had been very receptive to the idea of fixing the Venal's hindrances, since, in our case, it had nothing to do with us not being herbivores. It was about us not being meek, deformed herbivores that followed the Federation's guidelines. Noah and I returned to Skulga with a new lease on life. A week from today's date, I was set to be the first Venal to have my gene tampering reversed. It would be televised through the press conference, which Governor Valn insisted on being part of for optics. My summons to the governor's mansion had mainly been to brief our leader on what happened during the convention, but Valn saved the topic of today's referendum for last. Valn flicked his ears placidly. "Thank you both for coming to fill me in. I made sure to expedite the planet-wide vote on the planet's name, as promised. I'll abide by the results, regardless of my distaste for Skulga. I'd also preferred not to keep Venal Prime around, so the options were Skulga versus other or stay the same. It'll be wonderful to shed another part of the Federation's influence. That was our point of mutual agreement," I replied. "I was planning on submitting my vote online as soon as we were done here." "Don't worry, I won't keep you long. Noah, I can see your feet blatantly pointing towards the door, a sign of where you wish to be?" The astronaut grimaced. Do I have to answer that?" "No. But may I remind you, I didn't ask you to come. When Tava brought you, I let you tag along as a sign of goodwill towards your people. I'd say that I'd prefer to talk to my SC ambassador without a foreign government's agent in the room. But I imagine she'll tell you everything anyway." "For your information, I can keep my work separate, especially when villainous interests are involved," I hissed. "Noah wouldn't say anything that wasn't meant for UN ears, though. He's honorable." A dark emotion flickered in Valn's pupils, and he hesitated. "I must ask, how in the stars did you keep the humans at bay, Tava? Insight would be accepted from Noah at this point. They have, ways of being persuasive, by coercing people to do what they want, trapping you with your own words, finding every loophole and technicality in the law. Is that why you went along with everything they said? Was I wrong about your motives?" "No, that doesn't sound anything like Terrence." "Oh, that sounds everything like us, love," Noah growled, a low chuckle rumbling in his throat. "Our diplomats are quite skilled at protecting our interests." "I understand what you're capable of and what you can do and threaten, but contrary to what Valn thinks, we disagreed on plenty. I never felt pressured to do anything I didn't want to." "Because you care about us, and we care about you. Everyone at the UN knew you had humanity's back, so we had yours. We knew you wanted what was best for us, for Venal, and for the entire galaxy. That was the one issue we had to agree on. It's really that simple. Valn, over there, wants to play hardball and trade favors, so he's asking for an entirely different relationship between us." The governor narrowed his eyes. "I'm trying not to ice humanity out. Venal are my top priority, but I don't mean any act of harm to you. If you watch out for Venal first, then the UN will elevate human interests above yours. Tava considered us as much as Venal, just as we considered you in the same level as us. It's up to you what relationship you want with Earth, Val. But the way you're operating now won't merit true brotherhood. We are fiercely loyal, but we are also give what we get. I think you know that's fair." "What I know is that I want us to be independent, and I don't want anything dictated to us from outside our borders. It's not personal, it's just business." I stood from my chair, grabbing Noah's hand. "It was always personal to me and them. Humans are sweet, but they're not pushovers. What you told them was what you didn't want your talks to be personal, so they've taken emotion out of their decisions. It is just business now. I don't see the issue." "The problem is that tactics are downright predatory. Tava, they're ruthless and manipulative." "Then you're perfect for each other. And Val, don't ask my advice unless you want to know how to start treating the Terrans as friends again. Like I said, their welfare is personal to me. Let's go, Noah." My human was trying not to laugh at the outraged look on the governor's face. I suppose it could be viewed as an audacity that I'd spoken to Vern in that manner. But ousting me as ambassador would sour his political points. There was some curiosity in my mind about what humanity had done that the shifty Venel found predatory. Still, there was enough to know that the United Nations was well equipped to handle his self-centered schemes. I had noticed some major modifications on the visa law released to the public. My mind also harkened back to how Elias Mayer had warned me about certain elements in his own government being snakes in the grass, which Noah agreed with. Governor Vallon invited out a side of humanity that's been keeping away from us, with legislation being targeted at their species. It's self-defense. Noah allowed himself to smirk once we reached our vehicle. It was funny, but I'd advise not antagonizing Vallon going forward. You're not going to be able to get any favors from him if you make an enemy of him. You haven't exactly welcomed Vallon with open arms, and you made sure that he knew that you can't stand him, I protested. I was never that forthright, Tava. You basically called him predatory. I'm pretty sure that's the worst insult in your culture. Only after Vallon used it against humanity. That Vallon should not think of himself about that. I know, but I know how important it is to you to have breathing room with your sapient coalition. You don't want Vallon to put you on a short leash. Forgive the predatory metaphor. I flicked my ears in acknowledgement, digesting his point. Governor Vallon had been willing to take some of my ideas under advisement, and he'd thrown his full support behind certain initiatives that mattered to me. The gene edit reversal and Skullguard referendum were genuine positives that had sprouted from his rule. Well, there was little to gain from turning my successor into an enemy. Noah watched with curious eyes as I pulled out my holopad, eager to see our voting process in action. I completed the double retinal scan, authenticated my conscious decision to vote through the code sent to my email, and scanned my ID card in front of the camera. The two options, Skullguard and Other/stayed the same, showed as buttons in large font. I tapped Skullguard, clicked the checkbox to confirm my choice, and submitted the ballot after pressing yes when asked if I intended to pass along the results. Noah smiled as I snuggled up to him before prying the holopad from my grasp. The Predator searched up the exit polls, and his teeth flashed vibrantly as he turned the screen around to face me. Overwhelming public sentiment was in favor of retaking our ancestral name, with over 75% of those surveyed being Skullguard supporters. Vallon's attempt to dissuade the populace from bringing back the name the Federation stole from us failed. Though it wasn't a certain guarantee, it gave me an assurance that one of my initiatives had been taken to heart. Our child is going to grow up in Skullguard, able to run, jump, and smell. They'll be free of the instincts that have held us back too, if I had my way. Noah's eyes fluttered over to me. What do you say before SE meeting next week? We finally take that vacation to Earth. We haven't been able to go through with it for so long. I'd love to see where you grew up, after all. I want to make sure our child is familiar with Earth. We'll be spending plenty of time on human soil as a family, I purred. You're really excited about that, step, aren't you? I've been thinking about it too. Settling down, having kids just wasn't ever in the cards for me. Exploring the universe was my calling, and that ruled out what might have been. The fact that we found extraterrestrials, it was like reaching the finish line of a race that I thought I'd just started. It was just a culmination of my dreams. If you're not excited about the idea of children, Noah, you don't have to pretend for me. It's okay. Your feelings are important, too, and I don't want you to be unhappy in silence out of kindness. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm just explaining that it is the first time that I thought about this, and I have no idea what to do raising a kid from a different species, no less. You, meanwhile, have experience with parenting and have ideas about how you want to raise the little fella. I'm not sure I could contribute or be as prepared for it as you. It's a huge responsibility, and the more I think about it, the more I know it. You're overwhelmed by the prospect? Well, yeah. I had an amazing dad, and I want to be just like him. I'm not worried that I have the wrong temperament or anything, but I don't want to undersell the work and commitment it'll take from both of us. The fact that it'll be a massive undertaking, as is, it's why I'm worried to suggest the idea that I can't get out of my head. Breathe. We're going to figure out what's best for us both, and it'll be okay. What's your idea? It might be too much to ask, and I don't want to spoil your vision. Noah, I sprung on you that I'm getting experimental gene mods and looking to have kids with zero warning. I think we've already crossed the too much to ask. The human's hands were trembling from nerves, and I gently coiled my tail around his wrist to calm him down. Our conversation back in the Sapling Coalition meeting had been harrowing from my side, so if Noah was addressing a topic of that magnitude for our personal lives, I could understand his apprehension. He was worried about putting our relationship on the rocks or scaring me off. I gently cupped his chin with my paw, giving him my best look of affection. Whatever change he felt compelled to suggest to our plans, I was willing to listen. Both of us were from different cultures and lives, so we could handle opinion schisms in a mature way. Maybe Noah's not ready for the responsibility quite yet. He sounds stressed. We're not getting younger, but I could wait a few years if it'll make it more palatable for him to ease into. I want to do this together. The astronaut drew a shaky breath. Obviously, I'm not capable of giving birth, but what if we adopted a human child? Oh, my voice came out flat as I tried to keep my emotions from spilling over. The thought of splitting up with Noah cut me like a knife, but a difference in interests that severe would be difficult to overcome. I understand if raising a Vendel is not right for you, but the entire reason I wanted this was about having a child that can live a life I will never have. I can't give that up, even for you. No, I'm not saying not to have a Vendel child at all. I'm sorry for being unclear. I'm talking about raising a human child alongside the little fluff ball. Raising them together. It's an added responsibility, I know, but I found the idea really beautiful. A family that bridges the species gap. It was my turn to be taken off guard by Noah's suggestion towards our plans. Though I didn't feel averse to the idea, I could imagine a little primate with tiny Vendel running around in the park, laughing as one big family. Of course, I had no idea what was needed to raise a human, but I suppose that put me in the same boat as my partner. He was clueless what went into rearing one of my species' younglings. Having helpless sapiens that were dependent on us to survive would mean that we could learn about the other's kind at a fundamental level. Calling a predator my own child, caring and loving for them just as my astronaut would love a Vendel, felt right. It was a daunting challenge for both of us, yet I couldn't agree with the heartwarming idea fast enough. That sounds like a wonderful idea, Noah, I replied. Raising a human and Vendel alongside each other as siblings. I'll love our little Earthborn. I don't think I can call them a goober. You can suggest an adorable nickname? The Terran's pearly fangs showed with a radiant smile. You can call them a goober, but why go for that when you can say our little vicious predator? Ah, yes. Humanity, the vicious species, whose first contact with the Xyrillians was the visiting ambassador curling up on a human diplomat's shoe. A human diplomat's vicious shoe. How can a shoe be vicious? I'm sure the Federation would drum up some evil intentions we have with our foot coverings. Obviously, we use it to harden our feet to kick prey animals, like this. Noah lightly batted his shoe against my ankle, amusement dancing in his eyes. Wait, I actually heard a story back at the embassy about someone throwing a shoe at a receptionist to distract security at the UN base. I don't know how true that was. You could have stopped the first part, but you just had to correct your words, don't you? Accuracy is important. Science doesn't mess around with truth, my love. I wouldn't want anyone to say I omit unflattering aspects of the truth. I value my integrity. I value your integrity and everything else about you, Noah Williams. You're the person who completes me, who gets me, and makes me feel like I'm free to be happy again. I'm so glad the universe crossed our paths. I love you with all my heart. The human's binocular eyes fixed on me with an intense focus. I love you too, now, forever and always. I'll love you to the heat death of the universe. I rested my head against the predator's sturdy chest, exhaling with contentment. All I'd hoped for in recent months was a peaceful future between us and humanity. While I couldn't work as fervently towards that on the political stage, events in my personal life could align towards that sincere goal. My passion could also be devoted to returning the Vendel to our roots and finding out what we were without the Federation. The referendum looked like a lock to return our name to Skulker, which meant the public was on the same page. Maybe after Noah and I paved the way for the post-gene reversal life, others would follow. For the first time since my daughter's death, I felt the best days of my personal life were ahead. Humanity's arrival was what gave me the chance to have a family again, freeing me from my ignorance and opening new doors into the future. I was grateful to have a partner who'd invested himself in my dreams and morphed them into a joint effort that could give us a unique, wonderful opportunity. There was no telling what came next for us, but I was excited to see where the journey would lead. End of chapter. Chapter 166. Memory transcription subject, Onzo, Yodel Technical Specialist. Date, Standardized Human Time, March 24th, 2137. After my wishing for the Colchians to face deep retribution for everything they'd done to Lian, it turned out that there was no need to prompt humanity to begin bombing. The Dirty and Shield had been eager to obliterate anything housing life on Carter's surface. Watching the settlement vanish beneath a fiery glow, visible from space, did nothing to temper my rage. It didn't give me back my 20 years of existence spent in a neurochemical haze. Because I had predator disease. The Terran seemed no more pleased than I was, and Sovlin's face showed a mixture of horror and concern. Chewing on his reaction for a few seconds, I believe the old Gojid was worried about how the humans would respond to the Dirtians' bombing endeavor. Tyler had spelled out the UN's intentions to end the cycle of violence, and not to become like other murderous factions in our neck of the galaxy. I respected the Terrans enough to heed their direction without the Earthlings' arrival. Lern would still be overrun by Federation colonizers today. In my heart, it felt like the Colchians needed to pay for the millions, billions of lives they genocided through their tenure. Yet the coldness gripped me as I realized how easy it was to kill an entire populace. This is what it means to wipe the Feds out once and for all. The reality I'd wished I could bring about. When Tyler said I think life means something, he wasn't wrong. This feels no better than watching them all they did to us. The Dirtian ships veered away from the surface, knowing the life-facilitating habitats weren't able to withstand a dose of antimatter. As if never gone astray, the birds rejoined the Terran and Sapien Coalition forces in cleaning up the lost Colchians in the system. I forwarded a final target for us to pick off in the fog, still reeling from the suddenness of the bombing. My concerns regarding the Dirtian had been about how effective they'd be in the thick of combat, but now I was worried about how much they'd lash out due to their cornered animal mentality. It wasn't out of the question that they'd turn their guns on us within their rage, not dissimilar to how the years of bottled anger led me to behave in explosive fashion at times. The humans needed to handle the situation delicately. I wasn't sure how the primates might go about getting us and the Dirtian on the same page. As the last active foes by Carter were picked off, the Terrans decided it was appropriate time to break our silence. I could see a brief discussion between our officers as the rest of the crew moved ahead with battle plans as though nothing was wrong. Navigation pulled us closer to the herd-like cluster of Shield and Coalition vessels and synced us with their vector towards Alpha itself, the prize of the system. Captain Monahan stewed by his station, scowling at the viewport. Hail the Dirty and Shield yesterday. They're not going to launch an orbital raid over Alpha, especially not with our boots on the ground. If I may, sir, I began, swiveling my ears towards Tyler. The Sapien Coalition doesn't seem to have any objections over what the Dirtian did to Kato. Your allies, won't challenge you, but they think that bombing was justified. The blonde human pursed his lips. We know they're angry about the entire lives and societies being a lie. I know that you're angry about them stomping out the Yodel spirit for decades, but those people had nothing to do with that, and that's the damn straight fact. I know, it kind of hit me, that everyone down there was just dead in an instant, even if the Colchians deserve it. It's terrifying to be the arbiters of which civilization live, and which ones die. Humans don't want to set that precedent of who you choose not to save. When you stop believing your enemies are people, that's what opens doors to monstrous acts, Carlos agreed. Humanity is making a conscious choice to care about all life, even when it feels impossible to do so. Samantha snorted. All life. I don't see how we ever fix this authoritarian clusterfuck. Besides, I have as much sympathy for Carter as they did for Melbourne, which is zero. But since we saved their asses, the Dirtian have no right to show up, circumvent our wishes, and give us the runaround. Well, they did, Sovlin grumbled. Hans, the activist is right. Your allies agreed with them, not you. And infighting would feck us over. Tread carefully with that rebuke. Tyler's heaved a weary sigh. Not my department. My job is to make sure whatever goes down, we keep an eye on it. We'll see what the captain says and provide support accordingly. Monahan's hail had gone unanswered for several minutes, a sign that the Dirtian weren't eager to give humanity an account for their actions. I tried not to fixate on the outstanding call. Even if tensions erupted within our own ranks, it would still be vital for me to have full picture of what was happening throughout the system. My gaze filtered down to the sensor screen, where I could gauge the success of our other group. Yodel technocracy ships and UN drones had kept pace with Ilthus, gunning into the asteroid belt. The Shadow Fleet had taken up positions there to utilize terrain to their advantage, and it seemed our Orcs allies had reenacted their reckless strategy from the gas giant. The chief hunter sacrificed thousands of his ships again, and a headlong charge. The particle beam-armed ships accompanying him were the ones who had the Commonwealth's number. The Orcs reinforcements were still afloat with about 15,000 ships, while the technocracy and UN top artillery were reigning supreme in this conflict. My team engaging the Kolshian second-rate ships here allowed our heavy hitters to demolish their secret arsenal without distractions. When our forces joined up to stop Alpha, we'd make it a grueling challenge for the Federation to defend their core world. The enemy hadn't whittled us down along the way as much as they'd hoped.
The only thing that could affect us up is if we get into it with the Dirtians, right before the final stage. We need unity, so I hope Monahan will be pragmatic. That's assuming the shield answer.
After several minutes of waiting, the same Dirtian commander from earlier appeared.
What is it you want, human? You said that we can choose our role, and we choose what we came here for. Do you have a problem?
Easy. I wish to coordinate our plans for taking Alpha, without using an intermediary. We're not enemies, so we need to be on the same page, Monahan said.
For a predator, you show zero appreciation for a display of violence. Your SE friends tell me we're not on the same page at all. And also, you let us take charge at Kato. Yes, to bypass when we get into the main event. Nice try.
Dirtian Commander, this isn't a contest. This is about the fate of both of our people. And for that matter, all intelligent life in a 1,000 light-year radius. I heard what you said about being angry and coming here to dish out violence. I assure you that humanity understands, appreciates, and empathizes with your feelings. We know you're hurting, but I know we both agree that we have to win this battle. Us being divided or miscommunicating could spell disaster for our chances.
We are not divided unless you try to stop us from finishing the job. If you truly grasped how we feel about the billions of our own lying dead, there would be nothing to talk about. Don't pretend that you aren't about to plead for us not to bomb those soulless bastards.
I am pleading for you to stay your explosives long enough for us to have a mutual discussion on what to do with Alpha. And, most importantly, for humanity to head to the surface and gather information to ensure the Kolshians become a non-factor in the galaxy. Please, listen to my next words. We know very little about the Shadow Caste. We want to know their motives for starting this entire cycle of hatred, so we can have a closure for Earth. If you're truly grateful for our help in saving Kalqua, you'll let us have that. The Dirtians speak parted in confusion.
You go to all the trouble of landing, risking human lives, and merely delaying what we plan to do for information on why they did it.
It is beyond the why. The practical reason is one I think you'll agree with. Our lack of information on the Shadow Caste means that we have no idea where they hid. It could be another planet far off, perhaps even in a system belonging to you or one of your allies. It could be under the very oceans of Alpha, like the archives were. If we don't find out the truth, those bombs could miss the people who are undeniably responsible for what was done to you. We succeed by doing this by the book, and without letting our emotions cloud our judgment. Trust us to be predators and hunt every Kolshian's conspirator down.
You will share your findings with us and not admit anything for your own purposes?
We are not the ones who hide our true intentions. I see no reason that we can't work in harmony to dig up any other dirty secrets the Kolshians might have that will threaten us all. What do you say? The grey avian was silent for a long, brooding seconds.
Assuming that you can get unequivocal command of Alpha, I'll have my fleet hold their fire. If things go astray or it looks like we might be losing the fight, we're glassing as many cities on that blighted rock as we can.
Then, let's make sure that we win, Monahan declared. Take care of yourself, Commander. I hope this is the start of a better relationship between our two species, and I hope that you can find peace someday.
I hope that you find closure for what you're looking for, human. Good luck.
The dirging commander vanished from the screen, and our captain's face lit up with visible relief. Persuading the shield to let us land brought us some time, without worrying about the first bombs landing as our soldiers touched down. On a personal level, it allowed Tyler and I to accomplish the mission that brought us away from our easy assignments in the first place, finding out what the Kolshians had done to Slanek. Perhaps that mystery would overlap with the broad answers the United Nations was seeking out. Even when I felt certain that office glassing was the optimal outcome, I'd wanted to help my best friend first. With a temporary solution to our internal disagreements that eliminated one hurdle to taking the Kolshian homeworld, I tried to wipe what happened to Kato out of my mind and focus on what was ahead of us. The entirety of the Terran's efforts since first contact led us to this moment. The Dirtian Shield and the Sapien Coalition fanned out, while we maneuvered to the heart of the formation. Meanwhile, Yodel Technocracy, Terran drones, and Orcs allies took up angles from opposite headings. Our collection of ships was forming a net that encircled Alpha, merging into a cohesive unit that would swallow the planet's defenses from all sides. I pivoted our viewpoint onto a luscious world, a series of faint violets and greens dotting the continents from native vegetation. City lights were more prolific on Alpha's form than the electric glimmers on Kato, while the oceans were unbroken swaths of blue. I couldn't rule out the possibility that the Shadow Fleet planted its cities beneath the waves, where no one would ever look. The Kolshians' Ictlan ancestors had aquatic origins, and, as the Thafki proved, species who were drawn to the water never truly lost that edge. Whatever secrets were hiding down there, we needed to steamroll the hundreds of thousands of Commonwealth ships above it to find them. Now was not the time for any missteps. Tyler cleared his throat. You see the planetary defenses on the lunar satellite. Those are going to prevent us from getting close enough to Alpha for a landing or an airdrop. Then they're going to be a massive problem for our ships. It'll be a bloodbath to get a clean angle to take them all out from above, 'cause they got a feck ton of outposts.
We understand from the crew briefing, I replied, Secretary General Zhao's drawn comparisons to Normandy on an amphibious assault where, according to my research, one coalition stormed the desired target's beaches to take them over. We want to overrun the Kolshian's planetary defenses and claim them for ourselves.
Yes, precisely. If we can turn their own powerful lasers and ground-based artillery on the Shadow Fleet, it'll give us a massive boost. As an officer of the ship, I have no intention of volunteering for this mission. Infantry and the security personnel have been assigned from our vessel, and many others. But if anyone does feel like their skill set fits the job like this, I'm giving you the opportunity to join the landing party in the hangar bay.
Feck no, sir. I'm staying with you.
Good. After the boarding incident, you're sticking with me whether you want it or not. That prompt was mainly directed at Harris and Romero.
Samantha narrowed her eyes. What, because we're foot soldiers who's got stuck being Baldy's watchdogs?
Pretty sure that's why Officer Cardona asked us. We stormed the archives and that Oxal cattle ship, and we're the most qualified ones at the station. Carlos sighed.
Qualified ones to pad the cannon fodder, also able to shoot a gun and clear a building, unlike the Feddies. You know what? Feck it, I'm in. Might be the only place in the damn UN lets me shoot those Kolshian dickwads.
You're truly eloquent, Sam. Away with words.
Now I'm going to get the job done. I don't hear you volunteering to leave this cozy ship.
I'm in if you are. You're absolute psycho. Let's grab our gear and head out to the hangar.
Sovlin swatted Carlos with the blunt side of his claws.
Wait for me. None of you even asked me, after the three of us have been through several gunfights together. Whoa, I'm not sure that's a good idea, Tyler protested. Are you sure? It involves a space drop, jumping out of the ship. Also a jump where you'll be far back enough to need to use jet thrusters till you're within lunar gravity range. What? You want to pull that crazy shit that you did on the Cradle, but from space? And while dropping military rovers too. I'm glad that you're getting the picture.
So let's skip to the part where Baldy wimps out and says a tearful goodbye, Samantha interjected.
Feck you. I don't like the idea at all, but if you can do it, so can I. The Gojit's remaining spines bristled, tipping off his fear. Who flew the shuttle down to Silas, pushing it hurriedly close to its breaking point?
Yeah, but you also freaked out when the aerosub started sinking on Tulsk.
That was water. I don't know if you know this, Sam, but that's different from land. There is no water on the stupid hunk of rock there. As long as you're not crashing this moon into a planet, we're good.
Tyler hesitated.
You are qualified infantry, but aliens just don't have the training for orbital drops. However, if you want to hurl yourself into a line of fire, I won't stand in your way. Tag along with Harris and Romero, if you're sure. Sure as can be. They're not getting rid of me.
Great. Still stuck babysitting a war criminal with spikes that could poke my eyes out, Sam lamented, though it caught a teasing lilt in her voice.
That's right. My remaining spikes could poke your ugly-ass eyes out, so you better be nicer. Let's move.
The trio vacated the bridge, leaving Tyler and I to man the sensor station during the crucial battle. When I proved myself more than capable of supplying tactical insight in Sovereign's absence, it would be difficult for the Goja to use racist pejoratives towards my capabilities. I centered the viewport on the Kolshian and Dominion ships between us and the lunar satellite, while also setting my filters to watch for any planetary defense lasers vectoring towards us. Our goal was to get the infantry that would be storming the enemy fortifications as close to the target as possible. It was also preferable that they didn't deploy right in the middle of a plasma beam contest. I ran a hasty analysis on the makeup of the first ships that we'd be facing. Pinpointing enemy weaknesses required knowledge of what we were up against. The Shadow Fleet had staked a massive claim within Offa's bounds, while the Dominion also had camped eye-popping numbers by the target. It was a little surprising that the Orcs or captains had been dissuaded from dropping their few bombs on the Kolshians, with their cruelty-centric culture. Furthermore, of the hundreds of thousands of craft here for the final stand, very few were manned Commonwealth vessels. Most of the public military appeared to have been sacrificed along the route. Among the other base ships marked as hostiles, very few appear to be manned, sir, I informed Tyler. I will just bring your attention to the contact's designated civilian, standard evac transports, out ahead of the front lines, and the only ones manned ships that I can see.
The human nodded. How many souls on board?
Hundreds. No sign of weapons on board or anything anomalous. They are flying straight towards us, but we're also blocking all the ways out of the system. Assuming you don't want them blown up, you might want to direct the Dirtian away from their flight path.
Understood. I do wonder why they didn't evacuate civilians sooner. They've known that we're coming for weeks. Sure, they're arrogant, but there had to have been some civvies who wanted to get out when they heard that the flesh-eating predators were coming.
I tilted my head in befuddlement. I do think some of the populace would have wanted to leave with advance warning. The only thing I can come up with is they didn't tell them ahead of time.
That's, a reason. The squids sure do like keeping their control and not giving people an option to leave. Could be a part of arrogance and part tyranny. I don't know, but we ain't gonna shoot at evac shuttles.
The Dirtian might want to. It was done to their civilians trying to leave Kalqua. They only agreed to spare Alpha so humanity could eradicate the Shadow Caste.
I heard you, Onzo. Plus, I get those feckers might want to send evac ships up now, so we have to fight around the civvies to get the military targets. I'll notify the captain, and we'll put our SC pals to quietly push the shield as far away from those transports as possible.
Okay, I'll keep an eye on their path so Weapons knows that they are.
The blonde officer strode off to confer with Captain Monahan while I mulled over the circumstances of the battlefield. Within the hour, we'd be squaring off our first engagement near Alpha. The civilian ships were an unwelcome variable, and the Terrans were too honorable to take them out of the equation. It was important to determine why the evac shuttles had been held back until now, before they complicated a testing battle even further. The humans hadn't expected the Kolshians to fight clean, so it was possible the hostiles meant to sacrifice their own non-combatants or use them as living shields. Solidifying our understanding of Alpha's motives for this launch timing could be necessary to stave off any dirty tricks that they had in mind. I hoped humanity wouldn't be forced to make the decision between innocence and victory, but I knew they were willing to do whatever it took to end the war. End of chapter. Chapter 167. Memory transcription subject, Onzo, Yodel Technical Specialist. Date, Standardized Human Time, March 24th, 2137. Our fleet crested towards the waiting enemies, with the greatest tools and allies mankind had been able to assemble. As impressive as Earth's wartime innovations had been, it was their relentless pursuit of friends that we'd reaped the most rewards from so far. Having others to back us up made it possible to challenge a multitude of foes. The road to reach Alpha's orbit hadn't been pretty, but war never was beautiful or clean. The Terrans hadn't escaped entirely free from compromising their beliefs or sacrificing lives that they wished they didn't have to. assuming that we gained orbital control. I wasn't sure what we would do about the Dirtians' determination to glass this world. My grim realization was that humanity might have to bend their values again, with the Kolshians sending up civilian ships amid the battle. The evacuation shuttles hadn't lowered their thrusters despite the oncoming onslaught. The United Nations hadn't fired on the transports, though we were in range to take first ones out. I could see weapons growing antsy the nearer they got. The Terran Allied fleet seeded a slight opening, altering our path enough to drift out of the way. With thousands of weaponless refugee vehicles coasting ahead, it was difficult to steer clear of all of them. I eyed the sensor readout and noticed them sending power to directional thrusters. The evac shuttles must be trying to sidestep us, sir. But if they are afraid enough of Terrans to leave, why would they trust them to not fire? My head snapped towards Tyler. Get weapons and fire on those shuttles. They're hostiles. Hang on. What evidence do you have of that, Onzo? The human asked, the wary voice. I know you think they deserve to be wiped out, but...
The evidence is they're not acting afraid of you. None of them are flinching. My gut instinct says that they're up to no good.
The Kolshians have been better understanding of what's the truth about us. They might know our code of ethics against shooting civilians.
The Shadow Caste knows, but the average citizen doesn't. That means that the secret fleet must be piloting those shuttles. It's the only thing that explains their behavior.
Sensors would know if they'd be hiding weapons, so that... No. My God!
Captain Monahan frowned, having overheard our exchange. That's a bold assumption, but it has a ring of truth to it. Weapons. Patch us in with our allies, advise them to hold their fire, but shoot any transports that draw too close. As comms fired off a hasty communique, I passed along the nearest shuttle for weapons to target. The speediest Kolshian transport swerved at a UN drone. The automated vessel was programmed not to shoot the civilian targets without authorization to clear hostile activity. When the evac ship rammed into the unpiloted vehicle at full speed, it smoked through its hull. Both spacecraft were shattered in the collision. Hundreds of life signatures from within the shuttle vanished in an instant, strewn to cosmic dust. On the thousands of ships carrying refugees, similar passenger counts showed on my readout. Given the lack of panic movement from within the interiors, I assumed that they had no idea what their fate was going to be. The civilian vessels turned on the first Terran ships they could encounter, with several hundred crashing before we'd reacted to the unthinkable. I could feel a knot of horror in my stomach as I realized how little the Commonwealth thought of the lives of their own people. While humanity chose to care about all life in the galaxy, the Kolshians cared for none. Those civilians had been loaded onto the shuttles without a clue of their fate, with the promise of escaping the system. The Shadow Fleet knew that we wouldn't shoot a genuine transport down, and conned hundreds of thousands of their citizens into climbing aboard to make it believable. They waited to start evacuations until the last minute because they intended to use innocent lives as weapons. How will they ever explain this to their people? How do military commanders, at least the ones from the Republic fleet, have no gripe with this strategy? Captain Monahan's teeth were bared with contempt. Shoot down every one of those transports and sensors from now on. Don't mark any Kolshian ships as non-combatants. Understood, ma'am, I replied. Filters to label anything with Kolshian warp signature as hostile. If there were any innocents, their government-arranged actions had revoked their right to protection. The transports are shown as hostiles now. I've left a new class indicator to reflect their unarmed status, so weapons can fully assess our priorities.
Good work, Onzo, Tyler grumbled, through a gaze that was far off, struggling to process such a senseless gambit of civilian lives. You were right. After what they've done to the entire planet, I guess this shouldn't surprise me.
This time, it's not just them letting it happen, like they did with the Thafki or the attacks on Nishtal and the Cradle. This is intentionally and knowingly sending civilians to their deaths. How did they sell this to the people outside the conspiracy?
If I know one thing about the Federation, it's that they love to blame predators for anything that they have to do. Better dead than cattle. Wants to sacrifice a few thousand ships if it saves the herd. Yet our empathy is what's under the microscope. That's a bad fecking punchline, huh?
It's not a punchline if it's not the least bit funny.
It ain't funny, but it sure is a joke. We could have had hundreds of friends if the Federation didn't exist. I'd sure like to see what kind of shake we would have gotten. Like, It's a Wonderful Life, except that it's a good thing they weren't around.
Once again, I don't understand a word you're saying.
That's how I feel with you and your science words. Forget my movie references, and put that big brain of yours to work. We gotta get Baldy and company within range of the moon.
I'm working on it. We're needing to pass through the Shadow Fleet well ahead, slated to mark contact in a few minutes, after we clear out the civilian transports.
The human nodded. Eyes on the Dominion's main activities?
They're on the offensive, gunning for the Shield and SC when they can, since they get off on hunting prey, but I don't think that's our primary concern.
It's not. Keep at it, buddy. The Terran warship sliced through the remaining transports like putty. The shuttle's lack of shields or armor allowed them to be downed with relative ease. The Kolshian's ghastly trick had taken out a few hundred ships before the first shots rang out. But I knew our true casualties would surface once we engaged an enormous armada. I angled the viewport towards the moon where the planetary defenses sat, which was doling out carnage with any lasers that landed. It was difficult to imagine Sovereign in a vac suit, traipsing around. The rovers dropping to the ground were the only way he'd keep up with the persistent Predator's track. Their mission could entail heavy resistance, so the more we could simplify the landing process, the better. While our manned ships were pigeonholed into closing in on the moon in order to unload infantry, other contests were being waged across the planet's breadth. Flashes of orange and white, signifying explosions and plasma, respectively, detonated above the world's entire circumference. Speedy UN drones on this side of Alpha were targeted by the planetary defenses from Alpha. Meanwhile, from the globe's opposite half, missiles blazed into space from the depths of the ocean. It lent credence to the theory that the Kolshians had constructions within abyssal waters. These warheads appeared to be nuclear armed, and their ability to escape the atmosphere and find targets was an impressive feat of engineering.
I'm sure they didn't stuff those missiles onto one side of the planet's oceans and not the other. I'll stay vigilant for anything at the atmospheric fringes on our side. We don't want to get blindsided by nukes.
The Terrans had a better capacity to thwart the ballistic missiles lobbed at singular ships, although such mighty munitions packed a forceful punch even if they stopped short of the target. The Yodel technocracy also possessed particle beams that could slice through the warhead's arming mechanisms. However, Chief Hunter Ilthus' craft got walloped by an influx of nuclear weapons. It was clear the Dominion ships had been ordered to pay no mind to defense. What was fortunate was that the Sapien Coalition and Dirtian Shield were kept on our side of the globe, or else they might have fallen victim just like Ilthus had. Our Dominion allies were reduced to a small remaining force, cutting off one source of manpower.
So, I know I said that it's not our primary concern, but I don't think that we want our herbivorous allies to take a shellacking like Ilthus, I remarked. Can't they handle Orcs or fighting them one-on-one or two-on-one?
Tyler bobbed his shoulders. I doubt it. But we can't worry about that until the planetary defenses are offline. Hopefully the Greys aren't ready for prey to actually fight back. The Dirtian are out for blood, so hopefully that compensates for their lack of tactics.
I suppose they're lucky they're fighting Orcs or not Shadow Fleet ships. We're the ones who are pitted up against the biggest threat, and the sole path to the moon is through them. The human tapped to mark radius of space.
I input the region that we need to get to for troop deployment, per the mission parameters. Worry about finding us the best route and keeping us appraised of any threats. Might be a bumpy ride, you know.
Understood. I also know that we want to be as close as possible, so I'll look for anything that helps us gain ground.
Our warships were joined by some UN drone support, since our manned vessels were at a disadvantage against Kolshian automatons. The laser on the moon amped up their firing speed, putting an exclusive focus on our newest and strongest craft. Our data-crewed vehicles were neglected altogether. The amount of power that could be funneled through the lunar installment was astounding, similar to how humans moved their nuclear arsenal to Luna. The Commonwealth had stationed some of their high-yield explosives on the natural satellite. That kept them closer to the action in the event of a raid, rather than buried in the ocean. Our flight path wasn't dissimilar to Calsum's en route to Earth. I wondered if the Kolshians had taken notes from that clash. It didn't seem that the Shadow Fleet had grasped our intentions, since they were regarding the UN drones as the greatest threat. Our highest concentrations of automatons found shield breakers deposited in their midst, and were tag-teamed by ship weapons and planetary defenses. Manned Terran vessels were able to cruise forward with minimal fire trained on us. Thousands of soldier-toting friendlies sailed towards the arbitrary boundary where our troops could deploy. It was only when we neared the skirmish line that our foes rounded on us, and plasma began zipping our way. I could see debris littering the edges of the viewport, a telltale sign of why thousands of our drones had vanished from sensors.
If our finest vessels are getting mowed down by these planetary defenses, I see why we need to capture and eliminate the infrastructure. Imagine how the Dirtian shield would fare against weapons of this kind. This must be why the Colchians thought Alpha was impenetrable.
Navigation yanked our ship to one side, turning our casual glide into a spiral to avoid plasma. Shields blinked out on my readout, with the Shadow Fleet having ample shield busters in reserve to handle us. I pinpointed a Colchian automaton for a weapon targeting, but its algorithms were one step ahead of our hastily deployed shot. The beam fell wide by a large margin. Charging ahead against the superior craft wasn't ideal, yet the threshold we needed to reach sat behind these vessels. Our own drones had to break free of the predicament and give us an assist, or we were going to end up in multiple pieces. I could see several man craft flanking us, reduced to tattered husks. I traced a vector towards a marginal opening in their ranks.
This is the best opening I can find, but it takes us within their direct line of fire. My suggested strategy would be to set up barriers and hunker down, except that time is of the essence.
The Colchians will close the gaps as soon as we make a run for it, won't they? Tyler sighed.
Obviously. They don't know our true plans, but they don't want anyone getting in range of the planetary defenses. Hell, even if we did get past them, we'll have lasers and nukes from that moon thrown in our face. Need to launch the troops and get out fast.
Why haven't they used the nukes?
Probably going to wait to launch them, in the event that we get past their line. They don't want the Shadow Fleet caught up in the blast radius, layers of defense.
So we need a distraction. We've got a few spacecraft carriers. Time for them to open up their bellies and pester the squids with some fighters. Back where it all began.
I twitched my ears. It's a start, but we need more. If we have any antimatter bombs left after the gas giant fight, I think it's time that we use them against the singular ships. It'll punch an opening and give us a moment to break through.
We do got some leftover warheads. Don't got any intention of dropping those in Alpha, especially after Monahan's little chat. So throwing them at the Colchian's face sounds fantabulous to me. I'll bring the captain in the loop. I locked in on the optimal vector for our navigations before offering a second set of targets that needed to be displaced. On the viewport, munitions was past us. Standard combat missiles were locked on Terran ships by the thousands. Weapons were working overtime to strike the explosions down before they reached us. Though one rammed straight into our nose. Without shields, it blew off the large chunk of our underbelly, though thankfully it was shy of the hangar where our troops were congregated. We were fortunate the hull integrity held together, and that the fissures in our armor plating were not spreading throughout the vessel.
Non-critical hit. Might lessen the power that we can route to the railgun, but it could be much worse. We don't want to get hit by anything else lobbed our way.
Tyler gave me a nod as he returned from the captain's station, signaling her approval of my plan. Com sent out the call for fighter support. It was rare to utilize such massive munitions in fleet confrontations, since their design was tailored to targeting sprawling regions from orbit. We prepared to divert all power to thrusters. There would be a single chance to make a break for it, assuming our plan worked. I watched as we bore down on the Colchians with some level of concern for our safety. Inertial dampeners were suffering the occasional lapse, pushed to the hardware's limits by our erratic maneuvers. The disadvantage of having biological life on board was that we couldn't take severe evasion action like drones without killing the occupants. I could see the bubble of space nearing on sensors, but despite the strategic advantage, I wasn't going to suggest that we push deeper to give our friends a better launch point. It would already be perilous to get their jetpacks in range at all. Fighters slingshotted out into space from our behemoth carriers, who lurched at the back of the pack. That was step one of the distraction, as nimble UN frames weaved up close and nipped at the Colchians' heels. Our bombing classes were preparing the deployment of antimatter weapons, ready to forcefully vacate the enemy from this patch of space. Humanity was too stubborn to turn back. We were pushing through to the target destination, here and now. Plasma clipped the already damaged part of our ship as our jerky movements failed to skirt a close-range beam entirely. I moved closer to Tyler on instinct, drawing strength from having my buddy at my side. We'd always known that deployment to Alpha was a risk, but standing by him was worth sacrificing the idyllic future that beckoned me on Lian. If those antimatter bombs didn't get out of the Allied base soon, we were going to be lit up like a sacrifice to Rulchi. Kinetics raked across the front of our ship, mauling us even further. Navigation was overloaded with new threats. desperately dipping down and throwing out interceptors. There was no time to get our bearings and counter the inbound munitions, as we felt the ship rattle from impact after impact.
Hey, Tyler, I hissed. If this is our last thing I say, I've got 3 words I picked out. Feck the Federation.
The blonde human ruffled my forehead fur, earning his hiss from him. Damn straight. But I don't plan on dying none. We gotta rescue Slanek, promise Marcel, onward and upward. My quizzical look intensified as I questioned whether that exclamation was in reference to the hot air balloons. There were worse things to die thinking about than Terran flight devices, and the technical chain of events that led them to the natural development of starships. A lot of people would have sought something more meaningful to dwell on, but I wanted to go out fantasizing about what I loved. The red dots on the screen indicating threats faded into the background. I waited for the inevitable, even as the primates fought tooth and nail to press ahead. Instead of getting bulldozed by 2 plasma beams, our warship managed to turn on its axis. We glided between 2 searing arcs that were meant to ensnare us. My optimism for our prospects lifted ever so slightly as the antimatter bombs began to unload from across our fleet. Hostile drones bulked with the city-leveling munitions incoming and tried to maneuver out of the way. Their plan was to let each missile sail past, where it would be locked onto nothing and could be disabled at their leisure. However, another wave of human warheads chased them along their evacuation route, forcing them to widen the gap further. A third volley kept them back so that we could pass unassailed, like wild beasts being fended off by a waving torch. The antimatter did connect with a handful of enemy targets, mainly those who lost mobility earlier in the battle. Massive levels of energy were thrown out from the epicenter, and I had to hurriedly account for the plane of shrapnel which was generated in our path. The edge of the launch point was a few seconds out, so Sovlin, Carlos, and Sam could leap to the moon if we got a little further. You had fighters and drones mobilized in a circle around us, standing between the manned vessels and the Shadow fleet. They were taking the brunt of the barrage, buying precious seconds, which must have tipped the cautions to our importance. However, it was too late for the Shadow fleet to stop us from executing our plans. The region where we were cleared to space drop troops flashed green as the sensor dot of our warship poked its nose across the boundary. Without an instant's hesitation, the hangar bay was flung open, and human soldiers left from the safety of our vessel to get boots on their lunar ground. End of chapter. Chapter 168. Memory transcription subject, Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, March 24th, 2137. The humans had really done it. The deranged predators strapped themselves into multi-layered spacesuits and leapt straight into space. I wasn't sure what compelled my stout legs to follow their lead, but here I was, coasting alongside Carlos and Sam with no way back. The jetpack alongside my oxygen gave me a small push towards the lunar surface, with its flight computer having been programmed with my mass and height differential in mind. My claws wrapped around my rifle, which was tethered to my chest. The last thing I needed was for my weapon to float away. I wasn't fully convinced that we'd survive the stunt. Assuming we did, a single bullet which made it through or around the suit's armor plates would expose us to vacuum. It was absolute lunacy, though it was made worse by the fact that they'd slingshotted military rovers of massive size and with gigantic guns towards the moon atop thruster stages. It didn't seem possible for it to not break apart when it struck the ground, without a true engine tacked onto it. That was our likeliest fate, too. It seemed idyllic floating through space now, but hurtling towards that cratered slate-colored surface would be terrifying. Did humans lack cognizance of falling or of heights? Why had I agreed to go with them, just to prove myself to these should-be predator disease inmates? The good news was the ship sniping lifeforms in the breadth of space was almost as difficult as nailing a nanodrone. We were microbes to a Shadow Fleet weapon station that rendered the odds of us getting cooked by plasma low, though not zero. I cast a glimpse back at our warship, in time to see it making a hurried retreat from the planetary defenses. UN drones were fighting the Kolshians tooth and claw, but the enemies were easily stealing the temporary gap formed by our bombs. There was no telling whether our friends would survive the battle that raged overhead as we careened towards the satellite's pool. The planetary defenses had to be disabled if we wanted the rest of the crew to have a fighting chance.
Sam, are you sure this is safe?
I asked over the comms link. The human's irate expression was something I could imagine beneath her helmet.
Need a diaper change, Sovereign?
Thank you. I'd like a realistic idea of our chances.
Well, even if you pass out like a scaredy cat, the pack's automated. It calculated the best route with the fuel reserves. We did a small-scale test of the tech on Luna, but it's pretty new. Even if it does orient us in the right direction on an alien world, when our measurements rely on trustworthy as facts-fed science, it's up to you to land on your feet and haul ass. Carlos patched over our helmet link. Thankfully, you'll only have to poof it to the nearest rover. If the trajectory is on point, our ride will be a few hundred feet away. From there, we can get some big guns and a little more padding between us and the stray bullet. You have armed ground vehicles specifically for moons? And for the harsh Terran planets like Cato and Mars. UN has had these bad boys out on Mars, mostly for search and rescue, but also in case of security action was needed. Don't know why they don't use tank treads. You can ask Onza if you wanted to know. I bet that primitive read all the answers in a book somewhere. I could do that too, Sam snorted. Then why don't you?
I'm busy, currently dropping onto a moon with just a jetpack, for example. But I'm not establishing contact with that joke of an engineer until we need to patch ourselves back into the ship. All they need to know is when the planetary defenses are under our control and we need to ride out.
UN Command will be in touch with our ground leaders the whole way through. We only need to phone home once we're off this barren rock.
How will the fleet know if we fail?
The installation will blow up, Carlos answered in a voice that had too much levity. Giant fireball, base gone, quite visible. I flailed in my spacesuit.
What?
Yep. Thought you'd listen to the briefing. Each installation across the lunar surface, including the one we're raiding, has a self-destruct function so that it doesn't fall out of their control. However, it requires authorization keys from 2 individuals. They'll want the planetary defenses in the space fight as long as possible, so they'll be standing by the receptacle until their base is about to fall.
The part I did listen to was the part where we still plan to storm their safe house. Do you warmongering apes like complexes blowing up in your face?
We prefer not getting immolated in giant explosions. Thanks for asking, Sam chirped.
The lunar surface was enhancing in detail, and I could feel gravity playing a hand in my acceleration. The uptick in apparent velocity caused my stomach to churn, which made me desperate for the humans to keep talking as a distraction. My claws wanted to uncurl from the gun. Instinctive panic told me that I was about to die. The predators crossed their arms in front of their chests as they hurtled towards the solid ground. Unfortunately, the more I heard about this plan, the less comforting I found their growling voices. The fact that they knew that the base was prepped to detonate as soon as we got close suggested that this was a suicide mission. What if the humans are sacrificing us to get planetary defenses destroyed, the way the Kolshians send civilians to their deaths on the evac shuttles? How can clever predators like my guards not see the scissor death sentence? I'm willing to die for what I've done, but I would have liked to have been told up front. I'd still do it so Earth can survive. For that debt, I'll always owe you. But I don't love the idea of getting blown to bits, I hissed. Carlos' sigh was audible within his helmet. As I was saying, the 2 authorized Kolshians will need to stand by to initiate the self-destruct. Makes them the sitting target. Snipers take out one of them and make sure no one else grabs the key. Our job will be to clear the facility and assume control of the command center. You left out the part of the job where we compete for the highest kill count of Kolshian arsewipes, Samantha interjected. Oh, and Carlos, Baldy's definitely thinking he should have stayed with Onzo. The Yodel was a smart one, sitting in front of the bloody screen. I do hope that nothing happens to that Trishana, I remarked mischievously, checking whether the humans knew that word. That didn't translate. What's Transhana mean? It's a loving term of affection. Onzo asked to be called that instead of primitive. I don't fucking trust you. I'm being serious. If anything happens to me, tell him Solon was proud to work alongside a bright-eyed Dalshana. That almost sounds nice. It is nice, I promise. Dalshana holds a special place in the Yodel language, especially in Rinsa. Onzo and you battle bonded, so it'll mean a lot from you, Sam. I'll consider it. I do respect that wise-ass firecracker. He's all right, for. The rest of Samantha's slaughter's compliment eluded my comprehension. My focus was ripped back to my trajectory. Once retro thrusters kicked in to slow my fall. With conversation fading to distract me, I noticed why boost power was kicking in. We were close enough to the ground that it was time to tap the brakes. My personal propulsion warred with gravity, yet gravity seemed to be winning. What spikes I had struggled against their bindings underneath the back of my suit. The free-falling sensation wasn't anything that Gojits evolved to withstand, and my head was spinning from the rapidity of it all. Fear throttled my heart without any reprieve, threatening to strip me of my faculties. The lunar surface expanded within my periphery like it was being magnified across a viewport. Craters that looked like tiny divots from afar were becoming gaping basins. A few miles from our landing site, the planetary defense complex was taking on a three-dimensional appearance at last. My brain weighed the cumulative stimuli and proclaimed my death was imminent. I couldn't imagine how the Terran troopers who had dropped onto the cradle felt. On a planet with full gravity that well exceeded the moon's attraction, predators were built differently from us, but humans were a fearless breed even amongst hunters. I was certain the Orcs wouldn't tackle such a daunting heights. Does that make me braver than the Greys? That thought almost gives me the willpower to keep my wits. Besides, it's not like I can undo the fact I jumped out of a spacecraft with suicidal primates at this point. Back! I screamed into the comms. Where is the fabric overhang you'd had from the cradle? Did you crazy, insufferable predators forget that? Carlos' chuckle sounded too carefree. Oh, this is better than normal skydiving, so gentle and tranquil. I'll do this for fun. The adrenaline, Sovereign. Don't you feel alive? I feel like I want to know where the gliding trough is. We need to slow the effect down. Well, a parachute would be useless. There's no air in space for it to catch on.
And, you don't have to be Onzo to understand basic facts,
Sam jabbed. I gulped down the oxygen circulating within my suit, leaving myself a mental reminder to purposely have Sam run into my spines if I ever had the option again. Those mind-warped humans had no right to poke fun at how petrifying this was. My body careened through hundreds of feet of altitude in a short span, while the boost pack's vibrations chipped in with more insistence. It was only when the ground was a skyscraper's length away that it slowed me to a leaf's glide. I floated on a bubble of air, placed down with a gentle touch. My feet pressed onto the lunar surface with less force than if I'd hopped out of bed. The predators touched down without issue as well, slowly lowering to the ground in tiny increments. The perfect calculation of the jetpack's computer was remarkable. I was beyond grateful to have my legs on solid ground. Now, it was time to get moving towards the complex that would be detonated in our face at any moment. Across the surface of the moon, other groups would be storming similar installations without pausing for respite. Carlos checked the HUD within his helmet, before pointing towards a rover that had plopped down to the moon with elegance. It was awkward to run in my spacesuit under low gravity, especially since the predators could maintain their pace with a light skip. I found extra energy for my legs as a rocket landed just shy of our position. The Colchians had spotted us. It's going to be a long few minutes driving towards the base. Thankfully, I don't think they have a large supply of missiles on hand, but they will be shooting at us the whole way. My lungs and core burned as we neared the rover, though I forced myself to press onward. Samantha ducked behind the wheel of the vehicle, while Carlos ushered me into the back compartment. As soon as we were inside, I collapsed from exhaustion. It would take a few minutes to catch my breath. The male guard took a brief look at me before popping open a hatch on the vehicle. The human hoisted himself up behind a machine gun fixed to the top, just enough that his head poked out of the rover. His gloved hands turned the turret in all directions and searched for targets. Samantha finished plugging in the coordinates before turning to face me. Sutherland, you're going to be the loader. You see those ammo boxes? Load them onto the main gun and don't feck it up. I pushed myself to my feet and studied the task at paw. Yeah, I can do that. We don't use ground vehicles too often, Federation. Nothing like these. But I've seen a few during Orcs raids. It won't be a problem. Better not be, or you're walking to the base. The rover was rolling ahead towards the Colchian installation, and without sound in space, it was impossible to gauge when we were being fired at. I could see Carlos firing off rounds at targets, but I decided to keep to my lane and help him reload. It was the human's role to survey the battlefield and assess hostile activities. Hopefully, the vehicle's armor could absorb kinetics sent off by Colchians who saw us coming. An army of military space rovers dropped from the sky, plowing across the cratered surface. We were impossible to miss. Perhaps it was better that I wasn't relegated to the stressful role of gunner, requiring myself to be exposed to anything sailing through the area. Samantha, as the driver, wasn't content without a view of the action. The rover lacked a windshield like I'd expect from exploration vehicles, but it seemed to have a periscope that she could peer out of. I kept to my dutiful task, refraining from asking questions about our progress. Minutes of sightless transit had me uncertain of how much further we had to press on to our destination. From the way Carlos's legs had tensed up, we were receiving heavier amounts of fire. I knew that meant that we had to be getting close, though none of us would exit the vessel until we were at the doorstep. There was no telling whether UN snipers had been successful in eliminating the self-destruct keyholders. I guess we'll find out by whether the base goes boom as we bust into the command center. Let's not think about that. I'll assume we have control of these stupid lasers, and then my knowledge from defending the cradle might come in handy for how to use them. Carlos continued to dish out bursts of fire, while helping Samantha keep an eye out for traps. The two humans communicated information only when it was necessary, otherwise preferring to fixate on our life or death circumstances. I was impressed as always by their efficiency and composure under extreme peril. The Terran's confidence rubbed off on me a little, despite how insane this mission was. There weren't enough Kolshian's foot soldiers defending the base to hold us back, as long as we could absorb the influx of fire a little longer. The rover appeared to have built-in systems that could mess with missiles' homing systems or destroy them in flight. Explosives were the greatest threat to us in transit, and they could be neutralized. The incredible machinations crafted by these predators might be enough to get us to our destination in one piece. I couldn't help but give a satisfied grunt knowing how the tide of space battle might turn if we gained control of the planetary defenses. Such powerful weapons were a nightmare for the UN Armada to deal with, something that could smite our most advanced spacecraft in one hit. Without these installations, the Shadow Fleet would be ill-equipped against our particle beams, nanodrones, and other superior munitions. I decided to break my silence for a quick word of encouragement to Carlos. I wanted to share the triumphant feeling coursing through my veins with a guard who'd always given me moral guidance in the highest integrity, the one who believed in a brighter future and tried to understand what drove me from the beginning. However, as my gaze turned to the predator to weigh his demeanor, I saw a sudden spasm pass through his form. His head made a quiet snap backwards in the hatch, and his hand slipped off the turret. The human's legs crumpled underneath his bulky form, as if a rug was yanked from under him. Panic raced through my heart, realizing what had happened. I rushed to his side and kneeled over his downed form. Samantha also whipped around in the driver's seat, yelling Carlos's name through the comms link. To no response. My eyes peered at the bullet hole through the front of the spacesuit helmet, exposing the human to the vacuum, and the crimson blood that cracked the edges. Horror took over my conscience as I scrambled for a way to keep the kind-hearted predator alive. End of chapter. Chapter 169. Memory transcription subject, Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, March 24th, 2137. I desperately shoved my paw over the bullet hole in Carlos's helmet, trying to seal the gap that exposed him to vacuum. Viscous blood adhered to my suit, slathering over my smooth exterior. How was I supposed to give the human medical attention when removing his mask would freeze him and strip him of all oxygen? Samantha knelt by my side, her body language distraught. I could see her checking the wrist readout of the male predator's vitals, while I desperately shook his unmoving shoulder. Despite my best efforts at revival, his form was limp against my touch. Whatever happens to me, I'll be enduring as a tree and as fierce as a bear. Our past doesn't define us, Carlos had told me, while describing the green markings on his arm. When all of this first began, I couldn't have imagined how much grief I'd feel, huddling over a predator's corpse. I could feel the rover trundling along towards the base, autopilot still in gear, even as Sam had crawled away from the driver's seat. Carlos needed to get back up and man the turret. It was a single bullet, an apex hunter, the most powerful creature on untamed Earth, shouldn't be downed by one lump of metal. Terrans were supposed to be enduring as a tree and as fierce as a bear. I punched his chest through the thick spacesuit, frustrated that it wasn't moving. "Whoa, wake up!" I screamed. Sam winced for my volume alone as the comlink was still open. There's going to be a humanitarian mission after this war, the chance to do good in the galaxy like you loved doing on Earth. You can't just fucking quit. Carlos's form didn't budge or react an inch, offering no signs of life. I could see the female guard shaking her head and trying to collect herself. Samantha wasn't doing anything to help patch our friend up, though I could hear her sniffling. How could you give up on him like an oxel, not doing a single thing to mend a wounded friend? These were predators with empathy, not callous monsters like the Greys and the Cautions who left their weaklings behind. And you are not going to refer to me as a predator again. I could hear his stern voice chastising me with impatience for my antics towards the oxel. What Carlos told me a little while ago served as a reminder of how he was my first friend, the one who sought to understand my motives, in spite of what I'd done. I listened to your spiel on torturing an innocent human and tried to empathize with you. Every word the human had said to me was rushing back, burying me with an emotional avalanche. I remember the time I'd saved his life on the cattle ship, the first realized that I cared for my guards, an alarming thought back then. I reminisced when he visited me in my prison cell in Skulka, and had been the only one who could restrain his anger enough to speak to me. When I was at my lowest, thinking Gojits were monsters after the omnivore revelations. It had been Carlos who asked other humans not to bring that up to me. He'd known how I felt about being a meat-eater, and how my entire life had collapsed in on itself.
There's a tillfish right there. They're going to give you a hug, I blubbered,
with tears streaming down my face. The guard's fear of the insectoids had been on display on several occasions, to my prior amusement. You've got to move!
It's very creepy, right?
I turned Carlos's helmet from side to side, like I was rolling a ball back and forth on the carpet. There was no resistance. The stupid human wasn't answering. How hard was it to give any form of response when he was freaking me out like this? The predator had known the risks, but I couldn't accept that he was just gone. Snot bubbled in my nose as I imagined what he would say about catching a bullet in the wrong place. He'd always been too calm about potential dangers, while I'd been the panicky one in our sticky predicaments. We always hope for the best, but no combat situation is a guarantee. Just breathe, buddy, the guard had said on the submarine, when we were trying to last-ditch strategy to evade a torpedo.
I won't breathe. I won't listen to you,
I screeched as I sank to my knees in despair. If I were being honest with myself, I realized the truth the second I saw his wound.
Carlos.
Samantha's hand sank deep into my arm, and the human yanked me to my feet with force. I shrieked, swinging my claws towards her in a clumsy gesture. Despite the bulky suit, the predator's reflexes made it easy for her to duck. Her chest was shaking, betraying her own emotions, but I could feel her binocular eyes leveling me with a pointed stare. She prevented me from returning to my attempts to resuscitate Carlos, and stood between me and the fallen soldier.
Listen!
Carlos stared softened. He's gone! Her growling voice had taken on a form of commanding yell. I checked his vitals. There's no heartbeat or brain activity. There's nothing. Back all that we can do. We need to keep moving. I stumbled back in denial. No, you're wrong. I'm not leaving. Samantha forcefully jostled my shoulders and lowered her voice to a sympathetic growl. Carlos was killed instantly. If someone doesn't get back on that gun, so we can defend ourselves moving forward. He died for nothing. Everyone who's died in this war died for nothing if we fail here. Plus, we need to make the fuckers who shot him pay. I'd get on the gun myself, but I'm the only one who knows how to run the vehicle's OS. The gun. Yeah. Nobody's shooting it.
Snap out of it.
I'll watch our navigations, but keep back here to help you reload, but quicker than you doing it yourself. You make some Colshian's head explodes, and we take that fucking base for Carlos and for humanity. You just need to stand there, head low, pull the trigger, bullets spray. Nice and simple. Can you handle that? Yes, I miss him already, Sam. I always hated losing a soldier. The predator's shoulders slumped. I miss him too. He was more than just a soldier. He was my friend, our moral compass. When we get his body back to our ship, I'll see that he gets the burial and the honors he deserves. I imitated the human nod in a daze and tried to move through the grief suffocating me. None of what just happened felt real. It was all so sudden. How Carlos's life was snapped out of existence. Bitterness hardened within my heart as I thought about the Colchians in the base who'd shot my friend. I was going to make them pay with their own lives, returning the favor. There was plenty of anger to grant me courage, despite how I'd seen the human sniped out from behind the turret. I moved his gunner's tether to my suit. It should have been me gunned down in the first place, bringing it full circle with how I'd wished to sacrifice myself for my crimes. I used to think that I don't deserve happiness, but it's not about that anymore. Carlos doesn't have the checkered past that I do. It's a basic equation that I deserve to bite the dust, more than him. My head poked out through the hatch, and my claws didn't feel like my own as they hooked around the firing mechanism. Colchian defenders had taken up positions with machine guns along the balconies of their installation, which looked like a glorified tower wedged between expansive weapons. Bullets assailed our rover, though their flight and collision with our armor was inaudible. The blurs of motion blinked across my vision. I could see one make a close shave of my position, while dust ahead of us was churned up by the Voltage missile. Another explosive appeared to be on target for our position, but was snapped off for the vehicle's automated interceptors. It was chaos on the lunar surface. Hundreds of rovers rolled over the bumpy terrain to our destination, just as I knew was happening to the other outposts. There were a few hundred Colchians in sight to defend the complexes, but they would be overrun if we reached them with these numbers. We needed to keep our vehicle intact for a few more minutes to reach our target. I was thirsting for blood in a predatory fashion, embroiled in pain from the loss of Carlos. The fresh wounds drove me to sort out the kinks in the technology quickly. The gun was able to pump out multiple rounds a minute, and the bullets could clear the miles-long gap without wavering. I set to gouging holes in the balcony, hoping to obliterate those bastards with lead.
When it's time to hop out, we'll join up the rovers onto our left and right, Sam explained over the comlink. Your rifle is still strapped to you, right? While I'd shifted my gun out of my way to operate the turret, I could feel it tucked against my side.
Yes, I have a visual on the base. I'll know when we're there.
It'll be obvious because the rover will stop. Assuming the squids don't have the good sense to duck and cover inside, we can shoot the outdoor campers from the rover, but I imagine they're retreating.
Through my heads-up magnification, I could see Colchians making a break for the entrances. Scowling with unadulterated rage, I swiveled the turret towards their destination to choke it with fire. Bullets nailed several soldiers back, liberating them from the violet blood, just as they'd spilled Carlos's crimson life force. The smarter ones were able to crawl inside using corpses as cover, but a few defenders were trapped outside as our tanks rolled closer. They were being peppered by hundreds of turrets, with the balcony wall looking more like paper ribbons. Unable to find an easily available target, I pumped extra lead into the corpses for good measure. If any of those arseholes were playing dead, they weren't going to be playing much longer. Minutes whizzed by in an adrenaline-fueled blur as the rover rolled towards its destination. I eviscerated a Colchian as stood for the briefest second, before they could fire a shot at me or one of my allies. Samantha, meanwhile, was keeping an eye out for any mines through her periscope. She pointed out one metal circle hidden deceptively on the ground for my HUD, which I then set off prematurely. It seemed that the enemy's missile supply was depleted, but running into a barrier of landmines could upturn a rover and maim its inhabitants. I was grateful the Predator's eyes were keen, because my focus was single-mindedly on revenge. I can't wait to get into solid ground and execute these fuckers up close and personal. How many humans, how many innocent people have to die before their bloodlust is slaked? Anyone still serving the Colchian army is a true predator and deserves to suffer for everything that they've taken from me. Once we were within half a kilometer, the Terran snipers were able to set up shop. Their work was quiet and efficient, detectable only through the appearance of tiny holes in the windows. Anyone visible, including the Colchians with a self-destruct key, was picked off with the masterfulness of a hunter focusing on their prey. Terrans, with perfect accuracy, kept watch on the door, blowing one foe's head off as soon as he set foot into the command center. No one was going to be retrieving those arming authorizations. Our enemies were going to face real justice. The damned primates better not take prisoners this time. Beyond my steaming anger, we couldn't afford to tote more bodies back to our ships. I kept my head low as the rover slowed, parking itself by the decimated complex. "Hey Sam, something just occurred to me." The human offered. "What's to stop the Colchians from blowing the planetary defenses off the map with us inside?" "The same reason humanity sent us here, instead of picking them off from orbit. Too dangerous to take a direct flight at the lasers. It would cost a fat ton of ships. You gotta have precision bombing to ensure to take out something this small. But I imagine when they realize it's turned against them, they'll try. They weren't expecting us to thwart their self-destruct orders. So we could still blow up with us inside. Only a small number of humans are sticking around to operate the controls. After we clear the place, we're going to get back to the rover and catch the drone shuttle back to our ship at the evac point under friendly controlled skies. Damned if I'm going to leave Carlos to decay at the arse end of this moon. He should be brought home, even if he wasn't tied with his family. There's many people who grieve his passing and celebrate his life." A life that should have been longer, but that's a tired story I could say about my dead as a doornail husband too. Fucking hell. Now's not the time to get all teary-eyed. Get out of the vehicle, now. I ducked back through the rover's hatch and bounced out after Sam towards the exit. The human fell into a pack with the other soldiers before we ascended the balcony stairs in a purposeful formation. Colchian bodies littered the upper deck, with a handful having been picked off back on the ground. The rover's onslaught had shredded any living enemies, especially as UN vehicles armed with grenades got close. As always, the Predators' killing technology from their pre-FTL days exceeded anything seen in the galaxy. The extremity of the wars they fought amongst themselves, brutal and bloody, showed in their advancement of their technology. With how quickly the Yodel were catching up without shackles, it raised the question of whether Lian had a similar history. What will Onzo and Tyler say, assuming we make it back? But with Carlos in a body bag, it's like every thought brings me back to the fact that he's gone forever. No more advice, shared meals, or adventures together. Irrevocably gone. I knew I needed to keep my composure, unless I wanted to bear responsibility for Sam garnering the same fate. The Colchian Command Center was kept locked down by snipers, but we needed to flush out any stragglers taking refuge inside the obfuscating walls. As much as I longed to be the one to end this miserable bastard's lives, the humans were taking charge. A soldier clicked open a door, lobbing a grenade with ease through the lax gravity. Our helmet HUD switched over to night vision, which allowed us to see in the darkened kitchen. A Colchian was trying to hide behind a trash can, but I fired a shot into his leg. While he jerked to the ground, I stomped on him and placed a bullet straight through his helmet from point-blank range. The Terrans were shooting on sight as well, already poking gun barrels into closets and adjacent hallways. There wasn't time for any unwanted surrenders, to my relief. With how willing the Colchians were to fight dirty and utilize the UN's morality against them, it was impossible to trust any attempts to turn themselves in. I fell back in at Samantha's side as she kept an eye for any ambushes from behind. We followed a snaking corridor into the mess hall, where a few petrified hostiles shot at us from under tables. One bullet connected with the Terran's leg, but thankfully, the foe's low positioning made it difficult for them to fire on vital areas in close combat. I ducked enough to pump several bullets in quick succession, as the Predators dispatched the other enemies with breathtaking ease. In ground combat, you guys have far outshined them, just like you showed you're not the same bracket during the shipboardings, I remarked. Samantha finished patching the bullet hole in her wounded suit's leg, securing her air supply. We're trained properly and keep our wits. Federation fear and Colchian complacency don't make for a good standing army. That's if they weren't outnumbered and blown the feck out by rovers. I'm glad that they were outclassed, because it means that we can get to the control of planetary defenses. That'll turn the tide of battle and distract the Shadow Fleet. I hope, Carlos's sacrifice has to mean something. Let's actually get those lasers in our possession. Then we'll think about winning this shit show. Just keep your head on a swivel. We don't need any traps or tricks catching us off guard. I don't need my head on a swivel. I don't have binocular vision. We still need to look behind you, Baldy, I chuckled before quieting myself with guilt. What? Sam huffed. Carlos wouldn't expect me to stop taking swipes at you for anyone's funeral. The UN soldiers finished sweeping the hall before progressing down the final stretch to the command center. The complex was hardly spacious for its occupants, with few luxuries present. The premises were reserved for packing weapons to fend off raiders and invasions. If that fact allowed us to reach the command center and bring the planetary defenses under our control quicker, then it was a blessing. The Terran who'd taken a bullet in the leg was able to bounce after that, having gotten a tight patch secured around his perforation. Given that the command center was under lockdown by human snipers, there weren't likely to be many more enemies to clean up. Samantha found a single caution crouching outside a final entry and gunned him down without remorse. The Terrans didn't relax their guard, despite the high likelihood that the vicinity was clear of hostiles. I was grateful that most defenders fell against the rovers, saving me from watching more humans perish at my feet. The senseless losses of our side had incurred throughout this battle was staggering enough, just from the overhead skirmish. I waited as we communicated to our snipers that we were entering the command center, so watchful allies wouldn't pick us off at the first sign of movement. There was no time to waste in redirecting planetary defenses for the sake of our fleet. "All right, let's go," Samantha barked. I followed the Predator's soldiers into the command center and watched the tech specialists work on switching the defense's directives. Turning my gaze stalwart, I wished that Carlos was here to see our mission reach its successful end. There was still a herd load of enemies running amok above us, and we had no update on how our Armada had fared in our absence. Nonetheless, I was certain that these seized assets could give the United Nations the chance to put the Shadow Fleet down. Because of our actions on lunar soil, humanity might be able to level the playing field around Alpha's orbit. End of chapter. Please note that with this chapter we are caught up with the author, so we'll wait for 20 to 30 chapters before we make a return to this series, depending on scheduling of other series at the time. Anyways, onto the story. Chapter 170. Memory transcription subject Chief Hunter Isif, Orcs Rebellion Command. Date Standardized Human Time March 25th, 2137. Landing on Liberty's Bastion, I could see the fruits of humanity's venture into the universe. The colonists who had been evacuated under the threat of Malu's Shadow Fleet curing them had returned to the frontier. Secretary General Zhao was making his first in-person visit to the colony and agreed to meet me here, a shorter journey than traveling to Earth. The dignitary knew that I'd have to pay a visit to Farah, who was now a permanent resident of the settlement. Her last message had been an irritating remark about how she thought that I'd look cute in a sequined hat, so she'd bought one for the next time we met. Dreadful. I thought I'd have to face that insufferable idea. However, the purpose of my visit was to brief Zhao on the rebellion's progress and inquire about the status of the battle for Alpha. The reality was that we didn't have ships to lose to contribute to a direct assault on the Kolshian homeworld. Our tactics had always been guerrilla warfare through and through. There was nothing glamorous in breaking up supply lines and utilizing hit-and-run tactics against ship contingents, but it was the surest way for our purpose. If our rebellion broke apart, that would mean the Orcs had no optimistic future in the galaxy. Neither Gisnel or Ilthus would detach themselves from cruelty. I couldn't believe what the UN intelligence had told me about the Dominion fighting alongside the Shadow Fleet. I never imagined that they'd be so openly show their mutual interest in continuing the war. Gisnel must be desperate to stop humanity from coming to risk now, regardless of how Earth has refrained from openly waging war against them. The majority of the Dominion ships being at the Kolshian homeworld meant that each sector was left sparse defense. We couldn't resist targeting ship counts in the meager thousands, depriving Betterment of much-needed numbers, assuming the band at Alpha fell. The copious spacecraft were kept in Riss's central sector was halved. My rebellion hadn't gone for them first, since my next plan was to trumpet a certain video through the channels. Command vessels at Alpha were jamming comms to prevent the footage of Gisnel and Nikonus' collusion from being passed along. But the brass weren't back babysitting the leftovers. That strategy had flipped several Orcs vessels that I'd been able to contact in the external sectors. Lisa breathed in the fresh air, smiling. This is a lovely planet. Regardless of what happens to Alpha, maybe more so if we win, I bet humanity is going to spread out. Like them, I think this colony has a lot of potential to be the start of something new.
It would also be the perfect world to hide secret experiments,
Oleg challenged, with dramatic arm motions.
much farther away from Earth than the 3 colonies that popped up in our territory. We could work on bioweapons and no one would ever know.
Oleg, I've never met anyone as paranoid as you. You need medication.
I do not. I am not paranoid when I'm right. It would be easier if I were wrong, but other people just miss these things.
Though our posse of 3, with Kaisel staying behind to avoid offending local leadership, was standing just in front of the landing ramp, the settlement looked ramshackle and unimpressive. There were 2 large buildings that I could scan with my visual translators, with one labeled a communal dormitory and the other as a town hall. The sole independent constructions were hab modules in front of the farming fields, where earth crops had been planted. There was little in the way of shops, apart from market stalls for food and general goods. The Maziks were constructing an embassy with proper elegance, but that was still a work in progress. I thought I recalled some tidbit from Falra about the Terrans opening a new seat vault on Liberty's bastion. That was the closest thing to a government mission on this world. There was likely a lab-grown meat factory tucked away somewhere, far from any Mazik eyes. I guess that was hidden, since it might qualify as a bioweapon by the Federation standards. Oleg needed a reality check on his fantastical conspiracies, especially after the jaw-dropping revelations of late had encouraged his outlandish theories. The glasses-wearing human was talking about mind-reading technology just last week. It couldn't get more detached from the realm of probability. I flared my nostrils. Silence! The likeliest secret on this colony is the fact that the Orcs are landing within Mazik territory, yes. I recall they weren't pleased to see me at the summit, so it's bold to invite me here.
It's our colony,
Lisa shrugged, bringing her arms closer to her chest as the chilly breeze nipped at her.
We can do what we want, though I don't imagine Zhao wants to step on any toes. This planet is perfect for habitation, and we wouldn't want the Maziks rethinking their gift. I wouldn't mind settling down at a place like this.
I thought you wanted to open a coffee shop and bring people together.
That's why there's opportunity here. Earth will pour tons of time and resources into building this place up. There's no conveniences or entertainment spots here yet, so the market isn't saturated like it is at home. Places like this could become something more than rushed attempts to get humans out of Sol.
I agree, Zhao chimed in, having approached quietly from the side. There were limitations from my target date of having residence here and the United Nations' 3 other Bastion colonies by 2136's end. In peacetime, we'll have higher standards for new construction. If all goes well, we'll be the de facto power in the galaxy, and we need to look the part. It's wonderful that you can make it out here, Isif. I turned my maw to face the human. Secretary General, I eagerly anticipate an update on the Battle of Alpha, but first, might I inquire how you're hiding my visit from the Maziks? I am not. We don't plan to build our alliances on lies and secrecy, and foster mistrust within Sapient Coalition. President Kupo knows that you are here, and I've told him that we are coordinating our war efforts with a rebellion leader in the area. He doesn't approve, but won't interfere. Very well. I assume that you wish to speak of the war effort. I'd like to discuss further where the Orcs will stand after this is over, because I believe my recent efforts make Gisnel's capitulation likely. All I need is an update on Alpha. I'll let you begin with a summary of what the rebellion has been up to, and then I'll bring you up to speed on the battle. Don't worry, I'll point you at the Starship docking port to find Falra. We don't get much traffic here, but she fits in well as an inspector. Falra is a strange doser, but I am grateful for that annoying rodent safety. Mingza, how much do you already know about our plans from Jones and her informant? Lisa huffed as I pointed at her with my tail.
I'm not Jones's informant.
You are always in touch with her, and promise to handle her like you have some inside road. She's always seems to know my plans. Doesn't take a genius to figure out how that might occur. I'm not the Federation.
Oleg narrowed his eyes. You know, that makes a lot of sense. No wonder you shoot down my conspiracies. You're one of them. Coming from a guy who instantly believed Isif was a UN spy,
Lisa Reynolds shot back. And he was a spy for us. Secretary General Zhao's eyebrows shot upwards, as though he were conceding to point to Oleski. I have no idea if Reynolds works for Jones, though I wouldn't put it past her. And I know that she wouldn't tell me. Old habits die hard. Still, I'm grateful that you three seem to have bonded. Now, forgive my impatience, but I would like to get back to keeping tabs on Offer as soon as we're done. Can you fill me in on your recent whereabouts? The entire goal of my actions had been to bring as many Orcs to my side as possible. I wanted to have enough people left to cobble together a society. Turning Chief Hunter Ilthus had hopefully been an asset to humanity's cause. But with nothing left to lose, I'd been determined to convert more Dominion personnel. From the second-hand information Jones had given me, I knew that command ships at Offer were blocking the Terrans from passing along Betterman's treason. It was my belief that we'd achieved a workaround, though the fallout remained to be seen. I have no idea how humanity is holding up against two galactic powers. Any chaos or doubt within Orcs ranks could aid their mission. My people approached the vessels left behind in each sector and forwarded the video of Gisnell and Iconus colluding. After the viewing of this footage, they were asked to join my side. A large percentage have committed forces to the rebellion, which take Riss's ship's count down a notch further. We also have deigned to launch attacks against any who didn't join our side. This should help humanity to gather Dominion surrender, yes? I asked. The Secretary General grimaced. I gave you my word that we'll help your cause once Alpha is dealt with, and I'll follow through. The less ships they have, the better. I don't imagine you find fault in having more ships at your disposal either. However, I confess it would be more of an immediate use to connect with the Orcs fighting us at this moment. You're in luck. The Dominion does not have a command ships to jam signals out here, since they are at Alpha. However, any fleet needs to communicate amongst itself. Specific channels are open so Chief Hunters can stay in touch with their sector and be appraised of the attacks back here. If it comes from an approved vessel and is framed as a status report, leadership has no reason not to pass it along. I've given pointers that should help some Orcs abetting the Kolshians see the truth very soon. Oleg flashed his teeth. Yusuf is saying that the video will be playing mid-battle. We should have at least some Dominion assets turning to our side and throwing the wrench in the Kolshians' alliance. I thought that it was wise to pass along the message to each sector in person, so there was no chance the Dominion could catch wind of our intent and block the video. It's important that they're blindsided, Lisa said. Zhao jabbed his chin. I agree that we don't want them to get their heads up. I'll brief you in command, and we'll fill the fleet in once we receive visual confirmation of hijinks. Might I say, excellent work, Isif. Without ever needing to send a warship of your own, you are responsible for all the extra help we've gotten, from saving Earth to swaying your people. Don't think that we don't know that you've done more than anyone for humanity's cause. Your cause is my cause, ending the Federation, a better future, no more sapient cattle, I responded. Might I ask what you mean by all the help? This means Ilthus has been useful, perhaps, yet your reference seems to be corresponding multiple parties. The Dirty and Shield have come to our aid, too. That's in no small part thanks to you, risking your people to stop the Kolshians from eradicating Quelqua, when you had nothing to gain. It's telling that our chances ride on the friends and allies that we have struggled so hard to get. We did what was right by ourselves and by the laws of decency, even when it was taxing. Our decisions haven't been perfect, and there seems to be things that we had to do that was unpleasant. But we opened enough eyes to the truth for it to make a difference. You say we, as if I were a part of this outreach to the leaf lickers. You were, Isif. I'm proud to call you a friend of the United Nations. While I cannot guarantee what the Sapien Coalition will think about the Oxor after this is all said and done, I promise to try and do right by you. I'll try to build a path to reconciliation.
Lisa chuckled. That won't be easy, sir.
Believe me, I know. There are so many broken relationships, from centuries of cyclical hatred that need mending. There are trillions of traumatized people, freed cattle, those grieving worlds that are bombed out husks, brainwashed citizens with lives rooted in fear, and victims from the literal past. Trying to set the galaxy back on track will take a battle of its own. You've come a long way from protecting humanity's interests above all others, I remarked. We gain nothing from the suffering of other races. Peace, equality, and community are humanity's interests. It's the only way Earth would ever be safe, prosperous member of the Orion neighborhood. You say that, like they who believe they can truly accept predators. I do, with time. I think they could even accept the Orcs. My nostrils flared, considering whether that would be a possibility. Before everything that happened in recent months, I wouldn't have believed that it was possible for the prey to forgive what we'd done, and for us to forgive the long-ago curse of starvation. That was before I learned that the Federation wasn't the sole party responsible for our plight. Betterment had been an agent that wiped out our cattle and encouraged us to seek out sapient food sources. Likewise, the herbivores had learned that the Colchians were complicit in everything the Orcs did, with the power to stop it at any time. Chief Nikonus wouldn't have allowed a predator race to be peaceful and used us as a tool to justify their control. There were so many things I'd seen on a personal level that gave me hope for the future. Valra had been willing to accept me, even after learning that I was an Orcsaur. That deranged doser tried to get a rise out of me often, and once dabbled in eating Oleg's beef jerky. Governor Tarver had been willing to work with me during the cattle exchange. She'd argued in my favor when the humans imprisoned me, and again at the summit. There was the fact that the majority of 38 herbivore species voted to let me speak at that summit, and that the vote to join human-led venture was still unanimous after Zhao admitted to working with me. There was even the Yodel reaching out after the event and being pleasant to work with during the battle. I liked and respected the feisty marsupials I spoke with during the fight for Kalqua. There's even that the Mazics didn't throw a fit with the word of Orcsaur Chief Hunter was landing in a predatory enclave within their territory. Things have changed. I hope so. It seems that we'll be on the outside looking in for some time, I replied. Zhao tilted his head. That's why I am personally making an effort to keep you in the loop. You're as much a friend of humanity as anyone in the Sapien Coalition. Just to drive my point home, the risks you've taken for us haven't gone unnoticed. Now, I'm sure that you've been waiting to hear about the Battle of Alpha. That would be appreciated. In short, we've pushed through to Alpha, and the planetary defenses are under the control of our ground troops. It's my expectation that we'll know who wins or loses this fight by the end of the day. It's not like that's the last leg of the journey. But with the new information you gave us about turning Dominion forces, I'm hopeful that humanity won't be searching for a new home as of tomorrow. Once the result is locked, I'll make sure intelligence passes that along to you. The fate of my people is in humanity's hands. I hope that you will succeed. I hope so too. But there's nothing else either of us can do. You have achieved more than I could have hoped for, so take comfort in that and save the worrying for another day. Go enjoy your time with Valra, Siffy. Ask for her at the docking port over there. She'll be on a call now. I will. Good luck, Zhao. Whatever happens, it's been an honor to work with you and all of humanity. The Terran leader smiled. Likewise. Oleg and Lisa tailed behind me as I pedaled off in the direction Zhao was pointing. It was a strange world where I could express my feelings and meet up with a herbivore friend who cared about me against the odds. There was nothing else I could do at this point to aid the rebellion or the UN fleet's chances. I hoped that my final contribution, ensuring that Dominion forces by Alpha got wind of Gisnell and Iconus' scheming, paid dividends. It had to work. How could Orcs not turn on Betterment, hearing how suffering was their intent, in conjunction with the Federation? For all intents and purposes, I was assuming the news would cause a significant schism in Orcs ranks. Ilthus couldn't be the only one to react to the truth with outrage. With the numbers a bit more in their favor, humanity might be able to eliminate the Shadow Fleet from Alpha's orbit. This would be a defining moment, where a verdict would be passed down about whether sapient predators had the right to exist in this galaxy. End of chapter. Chapter 171. Memory transcription subject, Onzo, Yodel Technical Specialist. Date, Standardized Human Time, March 25th, 2137. After the human troops leapt from our ship towards the lunar surface, survival up in the stars proved to be a harrowing task. There were several factors that left our warship in a precarious spot. On a grander scale, the gap we'd cleared with 3 rounds of antimatter bombs had sealed. The UN drones had borrowed seconds for us against hopeless numbers, falling by the thousands. Half of our allies were situated on the other side of the Shadow Fleet, but were unable to help us retreat due to their own problems. Turning back wasn't an option, and that door closed. It was a matter of avoiding immediate death. The nuclear weapons tucked away upon the moon were launched as soon as we got past the fleet, leaving us quite the radioactive payload to evade. Drones scrambled to cut them down, despite having Kolshians spitting plasma at their heels. While our drones on this side of the globe had suffered heavy casualties, manned ships hadn't gone unscathed either. Our vessels had taken a beating, with several direct hits to our underbelly, and we lacked any shields once those were taken down. Honestly, if someone didn't engineer a way to facilitate shield current despite magneto-resistance, they would be all useless in the future battles. The United Nations hadn't scrounged up any alternative innovations on that front yet. While I had my eyes on any missile launches, we couldn't afford to take many more hits from conventional weapons as well. Our craft was hanging together by a thread, with a single love tap able to cause structural integrity to unravel. Even if Sovlin, Carlos, and Samantha are able to gain control of the ground stations, that'll take time. I'm not sure how we're supposed to hold out against nukes, free shots from planetary defense lasers, and Shadow Fleet ships. The Terran fighters were mere nuisances to the drones, and were getting their asses handed to them. Though it was difficult to discern through the sea of sensor blips, the Dirtian Shield and Sapien Coalition seemed to be struggling against the Dominion assault. The Arxel had brought tons of spacecraft into the fray, while the Avian Alliance was showing novel aggression. The Greys were the seasoned veterans in that department. The Carnivals hadn't been expecting such a fight from the homogeneity, but they adapted their strategies swiftly. Concurrently, on the far side of Uffa, Chief Hunters Ilthus and Usla fleet had been reduced to stray remnants. The UN drones and the technocracy craft there were left outnumbered, on their own, and unable to join our engagement by the moon.
This is not how we wanted the battle to go. Particle beams alone won't win this fight, I hissed.
Tyler scratched his blond scalp. Let's hope taking the planetary defenses is enough. We don't have many tricks left in the bag, lest you got a big something in mind, Onzo.
My suggestion is to get somewhere those lasers can't have free rein to shoot us, except that we can't go back the way we came, and we've suffered enormous losses. The way I see it, we just need more ships. The Shield and Ilthus just don't cut it.
This goes to show why we ain't provoked the Dominion. We didn't want to fight them and the Shadow Fleet at the same time. As for betterment to know how much we had their number, guess that ship has sailed, huh?
I think if things get much worse, the Dirtian will follow through on their promise to bomb Alpha. Since we're on the brink of defeat, maybe you should tell them to.
My friend's straw muscles tightened. I don't want to authorize that.
I know, neither do I. After seeing how senseless the glassing of Kauta was, but even if we flip the planetary defenses, it'll be too late to bring back our losses. We might have lost 50,000 ships across all our allies, which is a large chunk of our fleet. Enemy casualties are maybe 20,000 so far, and that's almost solely from particle weapons, which most of our fleet doesn't have. I don't see a scenario where we can win here.
The census officer's scowl deepened, displeased with my suggestions. His blue eyes seemed to be counting the minutes that had passed since Sovlin and his team leapt into space. They could be barging into the complexes by now, given how close their landing sites were. It was a miracle we'd managed to keep out of range and alive that long. What would happen to the troops if we fell, and they were left stranded on the moon with limited oxygen? What would become of humanity and Yodel if our all-out attack came up short? I suppose before drastic scorched earth action would be authorized, we should see if the planetary defenses could be impactful enough. A laser from the moon was identified as aiming at us, leaving us mere seconds to swerve its vector. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest as my brain came up empty for any last-ditch strategies. We would have won this battle if it was just the Kolshians. We'd done admirably to make it this far, with the Dominion joining in. But now, I could see 2 Shadow Fleet vessels tearing after us, lining us up for when their plasma weapons recharged. I desperately passed along the nearest drone's coordinates to weapons, but thanks to the foe's dramatic twirl, our shot didn't cripple it like I'd hoped. It merely made a dent in its armor, so meaningless that the hostiles didn't slow in its pursuit. There had been a momentary pause in the planetary defense firing, but I could see the entire complex lighting up for us now. It was a shame that we were out of bombing range and that we'd committed to foot soldiers taking the installation regardless. I fumbled with sensor readouts, searching to map the laser's path. How were we meant to dodge 2 plasma beams that would tear off any second, and a laser? We still had physical barrier to deploy to impede one incoming munition, but we couldn't shield both sides. I made a split-second decision and relayed the suggestion to drop it in front of the Shadow fleet. While the lasers were stronger, the chances of evading synchronized plasma arcs were slim without some fortress. Captain Monahan's weary eyes turned to the bridge crew. "We've received word from our unit leaders on the ground. All planetary defenses are under our control, except for a single module that was able to initiate self-destruct." I could see an explosion near the shadow border of the moon, where sunlight wasn't illuminating its cratered surface. The sensor readout had switched the defense complexes to friendly indicators. After that new information was fed into the database, I tilted my head in confusion, wondering why the nearest lasers were powering up and pointing at us. My befuddlement turned into a laugh, perhaps a sign that I was delirious from the stress of battle. We might not be on the track to win the battle, but it was amusing that the Shadow fleet had no idea what was coming. A bluish flash radiated from the powerful weapons, and I tracked its lightning-quick path across the viewport. The complex's computer had charted the optimal angle to sizzle through both Kolshian drones, splicing them clean in half before the algorithms realized what had changed. Planetary defenses revved to life on our side, finally granting us breathing room to our battered fleet. Without having to worry about flying straight into a stream of hostile lasers, I relayed a suggested course to sensors. It would take us close to the lunar surface as possible. Further, that locale was in the blind spot of the complexes, so we didn't have to worry about friendly fire. It would also aid us in getting the shuttles, evacuating our soldiers back onto the ship. As insensitive as Sovereign could be, it felt weird standing on the bridge without his jabs. With our former pursuer dead in the water, our warship beelined towards the moon with a new lease on life. I highlighted the marker of the UN shuttle assigned to our vessel, seeing that it was circling over the evac point. The soldiers would need a few minutes to travel by foot to the pickup site. To my knowledge, the rovers had been left behind and jury-rigged with explosives in case any Kolshians thought to retake the facilities. Sovereign, Samantha, and Carlos wouldn't return for a little while longer. I tried to focus on picking out long-range targets, knowing that we needed to tilt casualties in our favor. The lasers had struck down thousands of enemies in a brief span that we had them online, but the Kolshians were mobilizing a bombing rout. We had to push the Shadow fleet back, despite how ill-equipped we were. It would be nice if we could rally the technocracy and UN vessels from the other side of the globe, but they were in hot water. The Shadow fleet was pelting them with missiles and plasma, and if the hostiles burned through their munition stores, they would ram themselves into Terran ships. We couldn't replicate that crash-and-burn strategy, given that we were outnumbered. Back on our side, it would be a sacrificial play, summoning the Dirtian Shield and the Sapien Coalition to hound the Kolshians from behind. Still, even though the Dominion had them on their heels, I thought that we had to bring them to us. If the planetary defenses are bombed out, with hardly a chance to rack up casualties, it's over. We got mowed down just like flies taking the complex, so we need an equalizer. I pinned my ears back against my head. Tyler, sir, have comms reach out to the Dirtian. I know they won't like orders from us, but persuade them to abandon their position against the Orcs. We need something to hound the Shadow fleet from behind. The shield will be massacred, and the Dominion will come at us too, Officer Katana ejected. I know, but it'll keep them at bay for a few extra minutes. We've invested too much in the planetary defenses. The UN drones took too many losses on our side to get us to the drop point, and we can't handle the Shadow fleet alone. The lasers are all we have. It's a simple calculation of what the greatest asset is. Back! We can't have gone through all of this to lose the lasers, and the shields are going to fall one-on-one with the Orcs anyway. I'll have Monahan pass along the message. She'll tell them the truth. That's the only way, and hope they go for it. If you remind them that this is all to stop the Shadow fleet from marching on to Kalqua, I believe the Dirtian will make that sacrifice. They want to bring the Kolshians down, at all costs. My human friend shuffled off, and I snuck a glimpse at the shuttle sensor's dot near the lunar surface. It was lifting off with our crewmates in tow, assuming all had gone well. Sovlin was a brave Gonjid. to pull that death-defying stunt alongside the primates. I couldn't wait to hear some versions of how the primitive like me wouldn't have been able to handle the jetpack, ignoring the fact that I used them during maintenance spacewalks. Regardless of our fleet's dire straits in the battle for the galaxy, some things never change. If there wasn't some kind of comment about my intellectual capacity, I would be concerned. My attention returned to the present circumstances on the bridge, where Monaghan huddled over her comms. I didn't envy that conversation, but whatever she was saying seemed to be working. The shield was trying to sidestep the Orcs vessels, who'd moved in for an up-close and personal kill. The Sapient Coalition was running interference. As the weakest links, their prey crew still proved selfless, standing in a way of blistering guns. Our plasma weapons could land a few long-range shots, but between drone invasion capabilities and distance, our accuracy was lacking. Watching our side's desperate actions now, I wished I hadn't got my hopes up back when our early reinforcements entered the systems. "Hey, don't go doom and gloom on me," Tyler tapped his palm against the workstation for my attention. "Your spirits look in the toilets, my man, and I won't be having that in my station. Give me one piece of good news, Onzo."
We're not dead yet?"
My tail drooped further between my legs as I struggled to find a bright side. Reading the shuttle's passenger data, which showed 3 KIAs listed amongst the dozens of soldiers returning to our ship, meant that I couldn't attest to our friend's safety.
"Oh, I got one positive. Sovlin, Sam, and Carlos are heading back on the shuttle now. Assuming they're alive, we'll see them soon."
"That's fantastic. You know, I was worried about sending that Gojit out on something extreme like that. He's really come a long way since we first met him, and I'm glad that we got a chance to make everything right between us."
"By making things right, you mean that you punched him in the face?"
"Well, I was angry. You gotta know what that's like, Onzo. My knuckles may have grazed his jaw, but it all worked out. This fight will work out too. So keep your head in the game. I need you to keep watch for the Dominion ships, in case they turn on us. We gotta fight to our last and be ready if the whole Tiam fleet comes at us."
"Yes, sir. I'll have the Oxal's vectors mapped pronto. It might help to forward any assessments to the SC and the shield."
Tyler gave me a hearty clap on the back as I tried not to watch the shield and coalition bleed numbers. The Dirtian were hurling munitions towards the Shadow Fleet with fury, forcing some to turn their attention away from the encampment by the moon. The Oxal hadn't relented for a moment, and I could see their ships burning full thrusters ahead in our direction. However, in between my last visual and present one, it seemed like something had discombobulated them. Their movements looked uncertain and disoriented, like they'd been thrown out of subspace by a disruptive pulse. My inquisitiveness prompted me to solve the puzzle, seeking out what had caused the sudden hesitation. The majority of the Dominion ships seemed to reach a decision, forging ahead with shaky focus. However, before my watching eyes, an inexplicable breakdown occurred. Some Orcs vessels began firing on their own remnants. Others, agitated huntercraft, turned their sights away from the Dirtian and peppered the Shadow Fleet from behind. A handful were shooting at both the Shield and Coalition and their own side, blurring their allegiance even further. Any semblance of cohesion broke down with the infighting, as no party had a clue where to turn their guns. The Colchians were taken off guard by the Grey's betrayal, and after a moment of consideration, began shooting all Orcs vessels with blanket condemnation.
"Sir, the Orcs and the Colchians started shooting at each other. Why? I have no clue. Ilthus said that he couldn't get through the comms embargo," I explained. "What can I say is the same chaos is unfolding on the planet's flip side. Our drones seem to be having a resurgency in efficacy."
Tyler's frosty eyes widens. "This changes everything. We have to seize this opportunity while they're reeling."
"How do you say it? Damn straight. We need to kick their ass before Sovlin shows up, so that he can know that we did it all without him."
"I don't know about that. There's still hundreds of thousands of ships to clear out. Even if a shit ton of the ones here were Dominion, how many are on our side? We could have numbers in our favor now."
"It's not so simple, sir. But the Colchians are treating the Orcs all as hostiles, so I venture that the ones who hadn't turned on their mission will now. My opinion is that we should target the Shadow Fleet with everything that we have."
"Damn straight. Whatever we have left, we'll have it flying at them ASAP." True to my conjecture, the Colchians targeting all of the Orcs vessels resulted in Betterment's entire fleet rounding on them. As the eye-popping number of ships on both sides traded blows, it was clear that the Shadow Fleet was annihilating the Dominion. While the Greys landed thousands of kills through ship volume, their ranks were being ravaged much quicker. The Dirtian shield rallied amongst the confusion, eagerly shoving antimatter bombs meant for Alpha down the Shadow Fleet's throat. Any nanodrones and cluster bombs the UN had left assailed the enemy, capitalizing on the confusion. Planetary defenses had never been contested, thanks to the diversion, and were still cranking out ship-ending lasers without refrain. I eagerly passed along a target for our plasma railgun and noted that the indicator denoting Sovereign's transport had crossed into our ship. With the Gojin likely on his way to the bridge, I spared a glance back towards the other side of the globe. There wouldn't be any gaps in my knowledge for him to question. The Yodel technocracy was being aggressive in hounding the Shadow Fleet. But the Orcs saw to distract our foes. Particle beams were surgically dissecting them. The Kolshians on that side were floundering enough that the UN could finally divert some drones to help our weaker flank here. We were on the cusp of winning the far half's engagement altogether, which should tilt the lunar fray heavily in our favor. My mind was reading after, out of nowhere, it seemed that we could end the Federation within the hour. What had changed inside the Orcs fleet, enough to sow that much division? Had humanity found a way through the cybersecurity, or was something else going on? Dominion vessels were falling in with Ilthus and Uslif remnants on the far side, though on the south their numbers were rapidly sinking towards zero. We needed to keep the pressure up, while the Shadow Fleet's focus was still on the Arksar. The Kolshians had lost not just their ally, but tens of thousands of their own vessels to the betrayal.
Even with our losses earlier, we have the advantage after this change. We have particle beams and planetary defenses still in play to aid our reinvigorated fleet.
I watched with bated breath as I wondered if the sudden infusion of chaos would be a deciding factor in the Battle of Alpha. Victory was within humanity's grasp, and now it was up to us not to let this opportunity slip away. End of chapter. Chapter 172. Memory transcription subject Onzo, Yodel Technical Specialist. Date Standardized Human Time, March 25th, 2137. The lasers from the planetary defenses gave the Kolshians no quarter, as humanity ramped up its efforts against the Shadow Fleet. While the Arksal were getting eviscerated by higher quality drones, we took it upon ourselves to direct our allies. The Sapien Coalition, who'd been distracting the Dominion so the Dirtian could go after the Commonwealth, joined the Avians in a wailing on the enemy with everything they had. The UN automatons mobilized from beside the moon, while the Federation was preoccupied with the frenzied Greys. More of our drones swooped in to reinforce them, coming from the far side of the planet, where our foe's fleet was capsizing. Dominion ships had fallen in with Ilthus, and were meandering towards our half of the globe. Yodel technocracy vessels stationed over there took charge of hunting down the last stragglers. Our warships, meanwhile, fired off plasma shots and every mini-missile we had left, enjoying our cozy spot out of the firing lines. Even as isolated Arksal near our engagement floundered, they were hellbent on issuing parting gifts that meant every missile or close-range kinetic they could throw against Kolshian metal. No algorithm could escape the quantity of weapons firing all around our enemy. The Shadow Fleet numbers were trickling down like sand in an hourglass. I was transfixed by the viewport, as far-reaching particle beams cut through Kolshian vessels with an invisible paw. The Dominion had comprised close to half the enemy contingent here, so flipping the ship count alone put us in even numerical odds. The planetary defenses were built to tear any invading foes to shreds, which meant that they could smite thousands of Alpha defenders until they were removed from play. The enemy had no chance to take the complexes offline. We were really doing it. I wasn't sure the Shadow Fleet could fend off the assault even if the UN, the SE, the Technocracy, and the Dirtian shield ships were taken out of the equation. The Arksar are a miracle reinforcements we needed, here all along. It wasn't worth the risk of provoking betterment before, but now was the opportune moment to flip the Greys. However, humanity achieved that. It was a Relchi send. I perked my ears up. Sir, I'm sure you know, but we should take up precautions with our manned vessels. We need as many ships like ours intact as possible to occupy Alpha. It's ideal if this doesn't turn into a two-way bloodbath. Right on. I'm going to the ground when we end this fight to find out what happened to Slanek. I don't know if you want to come with me, but you ain't got to. There's no telling what we're walking into, Tyler replied.
I wouldn't let you bumble off on your own. After their ordeal, we'll have to see if Sovlin and company are up for another ground excursion. They could be worn out, might need some shut-eye.
Well, this battle's been ongoing for a lot of fecking hours. We're all tired, but we can rest when the Federation no longer exists as an entity. Any ideas for how we help kill the ones up here, quick and easy? I gestured towards the sea of explosions as the Kolshians were bombarded by thousands of munitions.
I say we sit back and watch the show. Is this what fireworks are like on Earth? I see why you said it's beautiful.
This is a fine light show, but spectating ain't really seizing the opportunity, Onzo. I thought you wanted to make them pay.
Well, I also want to make it back to Leon, and see you and all the others on a return flight to Earth. We can still kick their ass from here. It just takes a little imagination.
I'll bite. What's your play?
Remember the submarine with the torpedoes? How they went past the enemy and looped back? Why don't we try that with our missiles? With the abundance of stimuli right now, the Kolshian drones might see them as off-target. Less warheads would be deflected.
Tyler tapped my screen. Forward your suggestion to passing to weapons. I'll loop everyone into the picture. Proud of myself for improvising that idea mid-conversation, I began passing along targeting vectors to weapons. The missiles could have new instructions transmitted to them mid-flight. Coordinates I had standing by for the humans to send them doubling back. There were still 60,000 active Shadow Fleet ships, despite their enormous losses. While that count was much lower than our combined forces, we had to take them down before they could land a counterpunch. The flipped Dominion ships were going to be a memory in the next few minutes. That meant that we'd bear the enemy's full attention soon, if we couldn't dial up the pressure.
Plus, the racist old Gojid will be back any minute. I don't want him to get a word in, questioning my skills in the situation.
It was as if the thought of the former Federation captain summoned him. I could hear the clicking of claws on the floor behind me, the methodical plodding of Sovlin's fleet. However, the light strikes of boots belonged to a single pair, and it wasn't the commanding thuds of Carlos's bulky form. Samantha looked unusually dispirited, the standard sneer wiped from her face. The Gojid's haughty air was also missing, replaced by his claws curling into a ball with rage. I drew in a sharp breath as I put two and two together about what happened on the moon. While I hadn't known Carlos well, he had always been a kind-hearted presence on the bridge. Tyler's mouth parted with sorrow as his bushy eyebrows slanted downwards. How bad is it? Carlos isn't coming back, Sovlin said, in a voice that lacked tonality. He squeezed his eyes shut, as if to bury his emotions. Tell me the planetary defenses made a difference. If we didn't have a chance, our whole mission was for nothing. I placed my tails on his wrist for a brief second.
Those lasers killed at least 10,000 of the Shadow Fleet ships. I'll tell you, revenge. It didn't make me feel as good as I thought it would, but you're wired differently. Turn toward the viewport and watch the end of the Federation. I came up with a damn good idea for our missiles.
You have lots of good ideas, Onzo. There's no need to prove yourself to anyone.
Who are you, and what have you done with Sovlin? Samantha's eyes slanted on him. I'll tell you what he won't. Sovlin agreed not to call you a primitive. He told me that he was proud to work alongside such a bright-eyed Tuashana. My tail snapped away from the Gojid's arm. The fuck did you just say?
It was a joke, but it's not funny anymore, the Gojid sighed. I don't have the heart to mess with you.
That's not messing with me. That's crossing the fecking line. The only reason I'm not dropping you, military law be damned, is because you're suffering from Carlos. You ever say that word again, and I'll rearrange your facial features the way you did Marcel.
Tyler glowered at Sovlin. Then I'll throw you into another cabinet for good measure. But I'm going to cut you some slack and assume that you weren't in your right mind because of what happened to Carlos. It's a damn tragedy. I like that guy. He had a lot of whole life ahead of him.
I'm sorry, Samantha grumbled. I didn't know there was anything wrong with that word.
The Gojid slumped his shoulders. I just wanted to get under Onzo's skin. For what it's worth, I only took the time to even research land culture because I like him. That's enough on this topic for now, but you're gonna hear why slurs are real fecked up later. Tyler scolded. I don't want to spit on Carlos's memory with this bullshit now, cause it ain't the right time. Also, I don't want to miss the Shadow Fleet getting blown the feck up for your bullshit. My best friend's ideas are going to wreck those ships. If anyone else had called me that charged term for Incians, I would have resolved this issue on the spot. However, my opinion was that Sovlin was sincere in viewing it as a playful banter, without understanding how it was far beyond acceptable. It was difficult to summon anger when the Gojid looked so devastated by Carlos's demise. I was forced to consider how easy it would be for any one of us to bite the dirt. After losing one of our station's personnel, it drilled home the risk that we'd be undertaking landing on Alpha. I tried to shake the thought of peril, But I knew, now more than ever, that I was responsible to help protect our group. The pledge I'd made to my best friend wasn't one I'd back out on, no matter how much I'd love to stay up here. What I did know was that Sovlin and Samantha were committed to see this all the way through as well. While we hadn't asked them, I could tell they intended to head to Office Surface with us, as soon as the Shadow Fleet was eliminated. It was difficult to muster up my old exuberance following such heavy news, but I did want to burn the Federation's fall into my memory. Years of resentment for the aliens who stole our culture and made a mockery of my species led up to today. Humanity needed one more spike of enemy casualties, and the threat of Kolshin's control returning would be gone. The primates' arrival had given us a chance at being our true selves again.
The missiles are away and sailing wide of their targets. Let's see if the underwater tactics translate. If we can deliver the final punch, I'm ready for all of this to be over. I've seen and done too many things that risk my welfare.
The stakes of this moment weren't lost on any of the binocular-eyed faces in the room. The Terrans had endured a great deal in such a short time frame. Much like the species who'd suffered under Federation rule for centuries, humanity had their worldview flipped upside down after first contact. I knew what it felt like to be treated as a primitive, but the burden of being viewed as a monster, unfit to exist, seemed worse. They'd been staring down the potential extinction of their species for many sleepless nights. As the explosives began to sneak back towards the Shadow Fleet, I echoed the dirging commander's wish that the Earthlings could win and find closure. The enemy seemed mystified by the explosions passing them, as they cleaned up the last of the Orcs. Particle beams were cutting down hundreds of Kolshians from far side of UN drones closing in on them. The Dirtian shield was flying with senseless aggression, not giving the bastards time to process what the missiles were up to. Our Armada badgered Commonwealth marks with plasma beams from afar. Lasers scored instant kills from the complexes that Carlos had lost his life to bring into our possession. When thousands of warheads sent from an array of Terran ships doubled back in a flash, the Shadow Fleet was too overwhelmed to respond. "Here we go," Tyler declared, a grin of schadenfreude on his features. He must have been telling the truth about sharing my desire for payback, backed on learn. "This is going to be some flashy fireworks, Sonzo." I was mesmerized alongside the blonde-haired human as explosions rocked the Shadow Fleet. The hits landed in close succession, encouraging the Sapien Coalition to send follow-up missiles. Debris from the enemy detonation struck their own allies as thousands of drones crumbled against a new tactic and sensory overload. It was now that the nearest human vessels swept in for the kill, going all out for the finish. With a numerical advantage on our side, the UN automatons found the surest way to eliminate the Shadow Fleet. They rammed themselves into surviving Kolshian vessels, with guns blazing on approach. Planetary defenses had their pick of the few remaining survivors, sniping enemies without the need to recharge. Meanwhile, Ilthus's remaining band had arrived from the other side of the globe. The Oxel chased after the Shadow Fleet, hungry for revenge after the Kolshians wiped out their comrades on this half. Particle beams were still dissecting enemies, some from technocracy ships that were hurrying to aid us. My disbelieving eyes stared at the sensor readout as our flurry of threats made quick work of a few thousand enemies that remained. After the missiles and the UN's own kamikazes, it was difficult to find hostile indicators on the screen.
Control of Alpha is ours, just like that. As long as the Dirtian Shield will uphold their bargain about glassing the Kolshians and the Orcs will let us do the raiding, it's time to start gearing up to head planet-bound. I scrutinized my readouts for the decisive moment and wagged my tail with enthusiasm when it arrived.
The Shadow Fleet has been eliminated from the orbital vicinity. It's over. Humanity has control of the Federation's heart. We won!
Captain Monahan didn't quiet the cheers and applause as my shouted announcement reached the ears of the crew. Humans embraced each other with forward-facing gazes that watered with emotion. Tyler clapped his hand on my back with a bit too much force. Samantha reached out for her fellow guard to find that he wasn't there. She finally let the tears overflow while shooting a brief glance towards Sovlin. My gaze hardened with resolution, since I knew what I said wasn't entirely true. It wasn't over. What came next was uncovering the truth about how the Shadow Fleet operated to ensure that they weren't hiding out somewhere in space. If we discovered the origins of the conspiracy along the way, that would finally close the case on why the Kolshians were doing this. I didn't care what their reasons were, but humanity did. Tyler mentioned something about recording history to avoid it happening again in the future. Assuming that we were able to land safely, the United Nations still had to reckon with the fate of Alpha and the entire galaxy. Tyler pursed his lips once the celebration settled down. All right, we ain't breaking out the champagne yet. Anyone who's heading to the surface, follow me to the hangar. We'll get a briefing there on everything that we need to know, and any intel on the Shuttercast that might help. Then we're going. No time like the present. Everyone else watch out for our enemy stragglers and reinforcements. Intel says that was all the ships they had, but we can't afford to get blindsided. Now who's with me? I'm coming with you, Sovlin said. Samantha bobbed her shoulders. I haven't shot enough cautions for what happened out there. Let's go.
Glad that we're sticking together. Let's just be careful for any spiteful traps they set for us down there, I growled.
Tyler bared his teeth. Yep. The way I heard it, all human soldiers will be wearing gas masks. I'm a red meat guy. Don't want to be cured. Red meat? Sovlin wrinkled his nose at the utter disgust, a trace of his normal attitude surfacing. You mean blood-soaked? Nah, I'm talking about the color of the flesh, my dude.
Which is determined by the amount of oxygen held in the muscles, I added with a tail slash of mischief. The Gojid flared his claws. Why the fuck do you know that? I didn't need to think about that, Anso. I mean, Protector, are you getting a doctorate in predation? I know many things. You'd be amazed at what reading actual words in paper can teach you.
Tyler smirked. Something tells me Sovlin doesn't want knowledge about our culture. Why don't we resume the discussion about meat eating on the ride down? I'd rather not, Sovlin spat. Just walk, Predator. My exchange partner snickered to himself. It was clear that our orbital victory had lifted everyone's spirits, except for the sullenly silent Sam. We needed to find a new normal without Carlos so that we could achieve success in our mission. As I marched towards the hangar bay, I considered how our stint on Alpha might play out. Humanity was likely taking its first actions as the default leaders of the galaxy. While I was grateful for how differently they treated aliens from the Federation, I hoped that they would continue to uphold the moral example in this new future. End of chapter. Chapter 173. Memory transcription subject, Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, March 25th, 2137. Aside from my visit following the Battle of Earth, I hadn't been to the Kolshian homeworld in a long time. Rousseau used to invite me to family celebrations when he'd return home and pass along his stories from the warfront. On occasion, I accepted my protégé's offers to mingle with his family. I hadn't been interested in the reminders of my non-existent loved ones, but seeing his happiness with his relatives, so it had been years since I wandered the city. The UN transport touched down on a rooftop landing pad, and I could see the time hadn't changed the Federation capital much. Massive arrangements of flowers were maintained atop buildings, with the more complex artworks denoting prestige. Botany was viewed as the most peaceful, prey-like pastime, but this was the sole planet where it was a lucrative career. There was no architecture with as many adornments as the School of the Flora, which took in students from across the galaxy. Each building had its own color scheme, with words spelled out in Kolshian and pretentious common engravings. It crossed my mind that even the name of the diplomat's tongue stemmed from the word Commonwealth, showing who really was in charge. Yet, for centuries, no race had realized who the Federation served. With a full scale of what had been taken from Grogent kind, the skyline that once inspired me with awe and purpose smelled rotten. While our masked Tyler and Samantha were enamored by the view from on high, I didn't want to waste a second sightseeing. There was still work to do, ensuring that the secret cast ended today. I couldn't return to Earth, where Hunter and Viseth needed my guidance, until the mission was seen to completion. I hadn't even allowed myself to think the future until the victory was ours. I could act as a father again. It blew my mind that we defeated the Shadow Fleet, and that subservient species could reclaim power of our own lives. Alpha was at humanity's mercy, and I hoped the Predators would use that power to sniff out any other secrets the conspiracy had. Let's get moving, I grumbled. Remind me why we landed on the roofs, not on the streets. Tyler heaved a sigh. You know why. There's no telling how the Kolshians will react to Predators touching down in their grill. Last thing we need is to get caught up in a stampede, or to get mobbed or shot at. For all we know, there's Shadowcast agents lying in wait to gun us down. I feel like there was something in that last thought. Maybe someone saw us landing here, and standing here admiring the view is painting a target on our backs.
Baldy's right, Unzo chimed in, my claws angled towards him in a threatening gesture, due to the use of that nickname. Sooner we find out what happened to Slanek and get out of here, the better. Samantha leaned back in her heels. We need a way down to the surface.
Well, I can see the whole city while I'm admiring the view. The crowds are over there by the Federation Hall, along with some shit burning. Means that we're clear to head down. I say we take the elevator and walk out in front door, Tyler growled. The female human shrugged. Beats listening to Baldy screaming in my ear, rappelling down the side of a skyscraper. I'm not sure what the plan is to flash out the Shadowcast, but I am glad another team's responsible for seizing the governance hall. That's where I'm useful. I've been here several times, and I know the basic layout, I chimed in. Some civilian might talk to me about who's involved with seditious activity. That's our best bet to get any insider info.
Tyler nodded in agreement with my plan before we hurried down the rooftop access. The skyscraper, which appeared to have been a hedge fund management venture, was all but vacant. Pooling the resources of wealthy investors didn't seem to be a priority, with Predator ships in orbital control. Electricity hadn't been cut off, so the four of us squeezed into the elevator. I shouldered my rifle, ready for any threat, when we reached the lobby. There was nobody to greet us when the door swung open at the ground floor. Even the dumbest caution knew that camping out in a towering tower wasn't ideal if antimatter bombs hit.
Well, I see I might be able to get cautions to talk to us. That might be more difficult than it seems with humans here. I remember how Russell shuddered when he first saw Marcel.
The reason seeking out information would be a struggle became evident once someone saw our group hustling out of the street. A single scream from a passerby, followed by pointing at us with an indigo tentacle, caused anyone walking nearby to scatter. I contemplated where the Colchians wouldn't be able to run, which left anyone who stayed in their residences. After taking a moment to catch my bearings, I led the humans towards the setting sun. Our posse traipsed down the eerie sidewalk. I knew that we were forced to barge into someone's home and intimidate them. All we sought was a small pointer in the right direction, for anyone who might talk to us willingly.
Where is the Shadowcast? They're not resisting our invasion at all,
Anza mused aloud as we maneuvered through the walkable city. Samantha snickered.
I think they're more preoccupied with keeping their own citizens at bay. The stunts they pulled today couldn't have been popular, plus, they lost to us.
We'll see how the average Colchian feels about their government and conspiracy, if we can get someone to have a conversation with us, I mumbled. But first, I need you two to act predatory. Nobody's crawling out of the woodwork to speak with us, so we need to bust into someone's home and get some pointers. What? You want us to go and intimidate people?
Tyler stiffened. He noticed the row of compact houses, which looked like oversized storage crates.
Fucking hell. How are you sure there's even is anyone left alive who stood against the government before all this? Because I knew Russell wouldn't have stood for the things we've learned about in the Commonwealth. He wasn't the only Colchian with integrity who would have been revolted by this tyranny. I just imagine the smart ones operated in secrecy, like the Shadowcast they're opposing. You better be right, Soblin, or we're wasting precious time that they could be using to tie up loose ends. What happens to Slanek doesn't hinge on my plan. You have no alternative ideas for where to start the search, and no intel on the Shadowcast's location. Are you in or are you out?
Tyler hesitated.
You sure have a wonderful ways of speaking to your commanding officer. But you're right, we ain't got nothing on these guys. They're ghosts. The civvies are likely as anyone to have theories. Maybe the Colchians got an Area 51 place.
Hey, what?
Secret base that everyone guesses what the government's doing there, even if it's under the ocean like their nukes. That's way too big a search area. We gotta narrow it down. So tell me what door we're kicking down.
I searched for the house with the nicest garden and trundled up to the doorstep. The humans followed before Tyler's leg removed the barrier from its hinges with a powerful kick. The Terran soldiers stormed forward, sweeping the house with guns out. They found a whimpering Colchian beneath her kitchen table and dragged her out screaming. Samantha jabbed her barrel right beneath the civilian's chin, shushing her threateningly. Officer Cordona seemed to be keeping an eye on the guard, though he didn't voice our disunity.
We picked someone who won't be willing to go toe-to-toe with human aggression. I'm sure she'll answer our questions under the threat of having her brains blown out. Do you want us gone? Tyler barked, the most guttural tone that he could muster.
The Colchian froze, with two gun-toting predators hovering over her.
Please, leave. I'm not good food.
We don't want to eat you, dipshit. We're asking you to talk, Samantha growled. You play nice and answer the Gojit's questions. You don't have to see us anymore. You don't sing, we shoot you and find someone else that will. What will it be? I'll help. Please, just ask and leave. Whatever you need. Not so fast. You play games with us, or we find out that you've been in any way untruthful, then we come back. You'll wish we killed you up front. You think carefully about how you answer. Also remember that we're predators, so we're a lot better at deception than you are. Isn't that right? Yes. What is it you want to know? I ambled up to the Kolsher as she quivered on the floor. It's an easy question. Do you know anyone who's involved with seditious activity against the Kolshian regime? Anyone suspected of treason, disloyalty, human sympathizing, or anything in that vein? I'm not involved with that sort of thing. Wait, the civilian exclaimed as Samantha twisted the gun. Look, I only know of one person who's under serious suspicion. The sister of the hated Kolshian traitor. She's been ostracized since nobody knows how deep her involvement goes. Maybe her? Tyler leaned forward. Where is the suspect? She lives 2 blocks down. Just go right when you exit my place. It's a bungalow with the vine braids flowing from a windowsill. You can't miss it. Is that all? Yes, I grunted. Huh? Are you going to kill me? Samantha stepped back with a gun, though I could sense her scowl. No, time to go, guys. I've heard enough pathetic pleas for one day. I turned on my heel, ignoring the stare of an abnormally quiet Onzo. That yodel must have sensed my own doubt creeping in. He was thinking, just as I was, that the Kolshian's rumor seemed like a shallow guidance to act on. I hoped this lead would bear fruit, but our sweep could turn into a long search. Familial relations to a traitor didn't mean the suspect agreed with his ideas, or was involved with resisting her government. However, she might know which players her brother had been connected to, so we could question those people with her help. It merited investigation. Even her partiality to us was uncertain. Let's hope Sam is clear that we're not going to intimidate this Kolshian. We need a potential ally to like us. We couldn't seek out the shadow cast without proper information. I kept my complaints about the ceaseless walking to myself, and instead led the way towards the suspected rebel's home. The single-story home was classier than the cramped dwelling we'd broken into. The last stop size had facilitated an easy sweep for our initial interrogation. As promised, thick vines flowed in artificial entanglements from each window. Faint recognition chimed in my head as I gazed at the peach stucco and the manicured teal lawn. Was this somewhere I had visited long ago? I hadn't associated with many people on this planet. This seems familiar, I mumbled. Onzo tilted his head. It's familiar because of the lawn. That quaint shade of turquoise matches the grass species indigenous to Skalgar. That must have been imported from off-world. The owner takes botany seriously. To spend that many credits on... Not that. It's like this place is tickling my memory. Samantha crossed her arms. If you say it came to you in a dream, I'm going to backhand you. Maybe it's nothing. But it's not like every building in Alpha looks like. Anyway, we shouldn't be wasting time. I'll knock since we don't want her seeing you two first. Fine. We'll stand off in the corner and time out. Onzo poked his ears before trotting up to the doorstep ahead of me. And I'll talk to the Kolshian about interesting flora and their evolutionary quirks. We're gonna hit it off if I have any say. I hustled after him, wrapping my claws against the frame. You'll do no such thing. We need to be babbling primitives scaring her. The door swung open seconds after I knocked, suggesting the habitant saw us coming. The Kolshian's skin was a light purple, with features that I would recognize even after a decade. Her demeanor was sheepish, but her posture shifted once she focused on me. Her bulbous eyes widened with recognition, emotions swirling within. I stared at her in shock, feeling the buried guilt for my treatment of Marcel return. That answered who her traitorous brother was. My heart broke to know my first officer's name was being dragged through the mud. The yodel squinted with puzzlement as I threw myself forward and wrapped Orsal in a hug. Oh, so you're French with the Kolshian? Sam shuffled into view, huffing. I'm thinking the same thing. Whose side are you on, Soblin? Right, it's fine. I saw the predators on your approach. I knew they were here. Orsal stammered as she avoided looking at the Terrans. I have many questions for you, Soblin. The first of which is, why are you with them? Because they're good people who deserve support. They're trying to repair the galaxy, and I trust them with that responsibility. Besides that, I owe them, I grumbled. I should have protected Russell, Orsi, and I'm sorry. Tyler inched forward, tilting his head. Real talk, why are you so familiar with this Kolshian? This is Russell's sister, Tyler. You know, my first officer, the one who saved Marcel. No shit. Well, I'll be damned. The tall human's body language warmed in an instant, abandoning his standoffish posture. Marcel would love to talk to you, but for now, we'll take care of you. I ain't forgot how much humanity owes Russell. Gojits might have wiped us out if not for him. That makes you one of us. Your name's Orsi. Orsel shifted with discomfort, clasping her tentacles together.
My name is Orsel. You don't hate me?
Why would I hate you? 'Cause you were born a Kolshian? That's dumb as folks hating us 'cause our eyes are different. We're here for the shadow cast.
I'm not that big a fan. Please, come in. I don't want anyone seeing you talking to me.
Orsel shied away as the humans padded into the residence. Onzo and I trailed behind, inspecting the interiors, photographs, and plants. My personal connection to this Kolshian likely helped her to accept that the Terrans weren't an immediate threat. There was no telling what she knew about the conspiratorial government, but I was pleased that she expressed distaste. It was also reassuring that Tyler spoke as if she was a friend, because I couldn't leave her to face whatever consequences were coming. I owed it to Russell to get her off-world safely, with dirty and antimatter hanging over Arthur. One problem, if I'm not mistaken, Orsel looks outright disgusted by predators. I'm not sure she actually wanted to invite them inside, or would want to stick with us, even with a guarantee of protection. Oblivious Tyler made himself at home, slouching in the kitchen chair. Right, then, I'll get to the point. Is it true you're working against the Kolshian government?
Who told you that?
Orsel hissed. That's why we're here. We asked around and were told that your brother, that Russell, was a traitor, and you might be too.
Again, slandering Russell's name. Forgive me for raising my voice. I'm not challenging you. I heaved a sigh.
Orsi, the humans aren't going to go off on a single insult. Believe it or not, they're immensely patient. I've challenged their wishes directly, even argued in bad faith and nothing happened. They don't experience bloodlust.
My anger issues are much worse than Tyler's, Andra added. Humans are soft. I was in the process of scientifically verifying that you can manipulate them just by adopting a cute expression.
If you want to be treated like a child, Officer Cardona growled. Look, Orsel, we're trying to figure out where the Shadow Fleet's been hiding all these years. We were looking for someone who already wanted to take them down, and has a head start searching. Given that I heard you say that you don't like them, we're on the same side.
No, we're not. I haven't lifted a tentacle against the government,
Kolshian protested.
People spoke out after learning about the omnivores, and every one of them disappeared within a day. Our leaders scare me almost as much as you do. I know that they don't have our best interests at heart, and they'll do things like sacrificing evac shuttles. But what could I do? I didn't want to end up like Russell. Everyone hates my race, so I can't leave.
I wrapped my arms around Orsel's shoulders as tears streamed down her face. Easy. I understand what it's like to be viewed as a monster. Maybe even to view yourself as a monster. So do the humans. Just because you didn't want to be killed doesn't mean that you supported the Shadow Caste.
I'm not with humanity. I don't like or trust predators, and I'm certainly not pleased that they've taken over my planet. Russell told me to trust humans, just like you did, Soflin, but I hoped never to interact with them. Whatever you say about bloodlust, they're built for killing, the same way a flower is coded to bloom, so don't think I'll overlook their cursed lifestyle. I won't serve you, humans. If you need to kill me for that, get over with. Samantha had turned her back on the conversation, struggling to withhold her comments. Onzo had drifted to her side, and since the Yoto skill was in intellect rather than nurturing, I had already set my piece on humanity's kindness to no avail. That left the stupefied Tyler, who rose from his chair in a slow increments. The human sank to one knee in front of Orsel, rather than remaining at his full height. The Kolshian gasped as the predator pulled her into a gentle hug, despite the insults that she'd lobbed at his species. If this display of empathy didn't convince her, nothing would. Tyler pulled away, bowing his head. I am disappointed to hear those thoughts, but thank you for your honesty. I'm sorry that we frightened you so much, but we won't kill you, pinky promise. You ain't got to do nothing you don't want, or to like us. I mean, I wanted aliens to like me, but I guess it's hard when my lifestyle disgusts you. What I need is to remind you that we both don't like the Shadow Fleet, so having him gone helps us all. Plus, if you wanted to kill everyone in Alpha, we could have glassed you, Sam commented. She's right, but it's not up to us to decide what parts of nature, what life forms, and which lifestyles are acceptable.
We believe the galaxy has seen too much death and suffering. We wish we all could have got along, even if you don't believe those words from a predator. The Shadow Caste can't go through with the motions of pretending to care. Doesn't that prove that we're less bad than them?" Orcel was silent for several seconds before she forced herself to gaze at the human.
I thought about reaching out to Earth before, but I knew that you couldn't help me. You're dangerous. I must be out of my mind to be considering this, but the Shadow Fleet are predators too, so I guess I'm just selling them to their own kind."
"You know where they are hiding?" I gasped.
I have a guess. The Shadow Caste always hides in plain sight, and their self-selected name is about hiding beneath the official government. But if it's literal, where's a better place to camp than under our noses than beneath the Federation's hull? There must be a reason the capital won't authorize construction of new bunkers or anything underground. That actually makes sense, Sam acknowledged with a lilt of surprise. I flicked my claws in agreement. "The hall is built like a fecking maze, perfect for hiding corridors and rooms." "Ain't certain, but it's worth looking. Thanks, Orcel," Tyler growled. "Join us. I know how you feel about humans, but you don't really think Russell was all wrong. We can help you start over. Also, if we find the Shadow Caste, you can see the truth with your own eyes. You'll know that they are the enemy of all sapient life, not us." The Kolshian shuddered. "I'll join you in case you need more insight about Alpha. It's for the best to see if those monsters are taken out. Besides, it's not really a choice. If the Shadow Caste hangs around and they find out I helped you, I'm dead." "That won't happen under our watch, and you have my word. We'll make sure Russell's name isn't tarnished any longer. He had compassion for one of ours, and it cost him everything. I only hope that I can show half of the same kindness with you. Welcome to our family." Onzo wagged his tail. "Welcome! I'll get in contact with the UN command on the way. Let's go send those Shadow Fleet pricks to an early grave." Samantha raised a gun in agreement. "Come on, you heard the yodel." I coaxed Orcel out the door, grateful that I could achieve some penance for Russel's demise. His relatives were the closest thing I had to surviving family, apart from Hunter. I hoped our theory about the Shadow Caste location was correct, and that it correlated with where Slanek had been taken. Beyond rescuing that Vendel, we deserved the truth about why the Kolshians had set forth to rid the galaxy of predators. After everything we'd endured to get here, I was confident our team could face these final revelations together. It felt right for humanity to bring down the Federation's secrets on the same day our empire crumbled. End of chapter. Chapter 174. Memory transcription subject, Onzo, Yodel Technical Specialist. Date Standardized Human Time, March 26, 2137. United Nations soldiers were amassing by the Governance Hall, the very building where the Federation diplomat once gathered. If the Shadow Caste hideout was in that intricate construction, I could almost respect the brazenness to keep the secretive underbelly so close to every other race. There was a wondrous arrogance to it, the very trait that made the Kolshians underestimate humanity, until they no longer had the chance to wipe Earth out. They always assumed that they were untouchable and would handily win the war, until the moment Alpha was ours. While the Terrans were still calculating their moves, Kolshian civilians had stormed the hall, and fires danced precariously close to the building. Since the United Nations needed the information within, we were in the process of quadding blazes. The crowd had been incensed by the government throwing away evacuation shuttles, and also that they'd lost to the Predator invaders. Once we'd assessed the situation, Tyler had found us a group of human soldiers to storm the hall with. I wasn't sure where we were going, but we needed one of the native gods to help us. Every Kolshian responsible for protecting the space seemed to have turned on their government. I don't think they're in on the Shadow Caste's locale. I advised Tyler that we need a different way of asking. I gazed, monitored Orcel, a Kolshian who seemed none too fond of us. While I didn't like her mingling with our posse, I could respect that she had a brain in her skull. If she was right about the Shadow Caste being buried below ground, it would make our mission much smoother. My main concern was that, should she end up representing a problem for us, I didn't trust Sovereign's loyalties. The Gojid wouldn't turn on humanity, but I doubted he was capable of pulling the trigger on Russel's sister either. This could be a trap set up for us by the secret government, luring us into a place where they held the cards. I assume we won't just find a floor plan lying around, huh? Samantha asked.
The Gojid hovered close to Orsel as we moved towards the door. I've been to the basement. Your head'll spin trying to get there, through all sorts of twisting corridors and finally down an escalator. They have a subway train that takes you from the hall to the office spaces. I didn't see anything related to the Shuttercast back then, so... It's all right. Nokonos must have had some sort of bunker. Where'd he go off if there was an attempt on his life? The idiot might not have expected an assassination, but he ain't so dumb not to have plans for it, Tyler explained. We just gotta ask the guards if they know where Nicky went in an emergency. Private bunker or some shit. Orsel gulped with nervousness.
What are you going to do about the civilians who pushed their way inside?
They don't bother us, and we don't bother them. They want to attack us, we have to defend ourselves. But hopefully, they know we're here for the Shuttercast. If the bullet starts flying, yeah, better duck for cover. 'Cause I sure as ain't giving you a weapon. That blue helmet tells our boys you're with us. Coolio?
I don't feel good about being here with a bunch of predators with guns.
I bared my teeth with exasperation.
Have those predators shot you with said weapons? Soblin, your friend, vouched that the humans won't snap. We've lived on a warship with them for months, during life-or-death battles. Stay behind if you want to, Orsel, but we don't have time to tipclaw around your feelings. I want to know why they care so little about the lives of their own people, and why they lied to us. You're here on my planet now, so I doubt there's any avoiding humans anyway.
After everything your people are responsible for, I think it's high time you stop treating us like the fecking monsters, Sam grumbled. Sovlin's spines were bristling beneath his vest. Orsel can't help how she feels, and she's not responsible for what the Gulchians did. It took me a long time not to be afraid around humans. It's not easy to see you as normal.
You always act like it's been easy for us, Baldy. We said hello and everyone tried to wipe us out. Over 1 billion dead. Everyone lost something. But you don't see humans cowering around every alien they see.
That's enough, Tyler spat. I understand that you're angry at the Colchians, but Sovlin is right. Orsel had no say in what her government did. She can't help the feeling she's been programmed to have, and she deserves as much patience as we gave any other Xeno. I know it ain't easy, Sam, especially after Carlos, but he'd be the first one to warn you about lumping an entire populace together. The Gojit mimicked a human nod. The belief that makes monsters of us all. He was talking about not seeing your enemies as people. Carlos never wavered in that belief, and I don't intend to let you or Orsel make my mistake.
And I don't intend to let us get settled with someone who'll get in the way of our mission, I countered. This is way more important than what you owe Orsel. This is a favor for Marcel, and also the answers for why all of this and our torment happened. If Orsel can't control her feelings, then she's not coming with us.
Orsel wrapped her tentacles around her torso in a self-soothing gesture.
I'll be fine. They killed my brother, and what they did is the reason the predators with guns are here in the first place. If you have a chance to get rid of them and expose their real motives, I won't be in your way. I just wish we'd get it over with.
It's as simple as facilitating revenge for a brother's murder. I still don't trust her not to be a liability, but she doesn't seem like a Shadowcast plant. I know how I felt, just seeing my Hansa burned by those exterminators. I could recall the alien truck arriving at my family home, and Papa shooting the Hansa for a quick death. Why couldn't the exterminators give predators a swift, painless end, if they had to kill our beloved pets? Thinking about the look in our domesticated pet killer's eyes, I could imagine her tan and black pelt vanishing beneath tongues of flame. The fact that Dino's coloration had been the exact same dug up all my memories. The moment I first encountered a Terran dog, imagining what had been done to our beloved animals made me furious, just as much as the thoughts of the fossil who'd placed me on predator disease medication. My claws curled up with fury as the slights against the yodel swelled in my mind. The glassing of Carter hadn't made me feel any better, but it hadn't eased my loathing of the Colchians either. If I were honest, I hated having to work alongside someone who lived in a comfortable life on Alpha. By her own words, Orsel hadn't played an active role against the Shadowcast. That made her complicit, as soon as she'd known the truth about her government. I was here to fulfill Tyler's promise to search for Slanek, not for the secrets humanity sought. Whatever reason the Commonwealth gave for why this needed to happen, it wouldn't suffice. I couldn't care less. Tyler placed a hand on my shoulder, making me jump. Monzo, did you hear me? We're moving, and I need your genius mind working for us. You good, bro?
I'm fine. I just was remembering the day they burned my Hansa, I admitted. Hearing the Kolshians justify what they've done, I'm not sure I want to be in the room for that.
Honestly, I ain't sure I can deal with their contempt for us either. You don't gotta hear it firsthand, my man. Don't think I don't know you came here for me, and I appreciate it. Let's see if the Shadowcast's there, all right? I lifted my rifle in acknowledgement and bounded after the UN soldiers. We pushed our way through the thronging crowd, scaring them back by popping a few rounds into the ground. That proved to be an expedient way to clear a path as we moved into the front door. We spotted a Kolshian in the guard's armor, who seemed to be helping the rebels milling about in the ornate entryway. Towering pictures of species working together on legislation mocked me from the walls. The false promise of federation put it in visual form. I tried not to focus on the amicable body language of diplomats past and present, and instead watched Tyler round on the guard. The blonde human's impatient eyes could be felt beneath the biohazard mask. Do you know where the Niconis' bunkers, safe room, or whatever you want to call it, where that is? Where he'd hide if shit hits the fan.
Ah, Tyler, ever so eloquent.
Yes I do, the Kolshian gasped out. Then you'll show us there. We'd like to pay your leader a visit.
Okay, but Chief Moronis' bunker is sealed. Even us guards don't have high enough clearance to give you access.
Samantha raised an explosive charge.
Don't worry, I have a key.
Tyler leveled his weapon at the local guard, who wisely took the hint to get moving. The path through the entrance hall had been walked by many diplomats, though protesters had taken to smashing anything that looked fragile. Unlike the one at our behest now, a few defenders of Alpha who resisted the mob had been overrun. They were in the custody of furious Kolshian civilians. Most rebels paid little mind to the hundreds of UN soldiers, swarming in the direction of the Smoronis fellows' bunker. The largest group of dissidents had filtered into the now vacated auditorium, where Noah had given his speech not too long ago. It felt like another lifetime, but none of the Commonwealth's henchmen showed their faces here today.
The Shadowcast has gone into hiding, it's quite clear. They think that they can stay off the radar and regroup, but we won't let that happen.
A handful of protesters did scatter in fright at the sight of us, but those who'd quietly sympathized with humans fell in behind our troops. They must have figured that we were seeking out the Shadowcast, who definitely lacked the backing of their citizenry right now. Sovlin was right about the hall being built in a disorienting maze. Unless you treaded these paths every day, an escort was needed to find any particular destination outside the auditorium. Tyler questioned whether the guard was misleading us, before the Gojid piped up that it was in fact a meandering maze. Horsell was taking in the sights we passed in silence, and seemed to be considering whether to shrink back into the crowd of Kolshian followers. I wouldn't mind dropping her off with her kind. Before Russell's sister could act on that thought, the guard that we were trading steered us towards an escalator. Sovlin's eyes lit up with recognition, which was a good sign that we were getting somewhere. There was an unspeakable awkwardness in hundreds of Terran soldiers, having to walk down the moving stairway in a single file. Per Tyler's directives, Sam and I each perched on a rolling railing, with Sovlin in front of the large Terran on the step, so their 4 guns pointed at any traps below. Horsell stuck right behind us. She did look as curious as I felt to see whether this theory was true. I was excited by the prospect of bringing this mission to a close and ensuring that the Kolshian's legacy of destruction came to a close. The Kolshian guard pointed away from a subway train, walked to his indicated spot, and popped out a false wall.
Down another few flights of stairs, you'll hit a blast door. I'm not sure explosives are big enough. Key. You need to pass the retinal scan with authorization, and use today's code. I don't have either of those. Regardless, if the Marinus is there, nobody will be allowed in or out. So it's kept shut by a powered switch. Obviously, we just need to cut the power to the door, I pointed out. Do we have any EMP grenades?
Tyler grunted with contentment. The range of those bad boys is short, but we're sure do. We'll scan through the walls to find where the switch is, and light it up.
Okay, hang on, Horsell piped up. How do you know where to find Chief Moronis or what's waiting inside?
Well, we don't, but I'm going to find someone who does. Let the specialists do their business, and we'll see if what's at the back there is really a bunker. A human soldier searched for the exact location of the switch before attaching an EMP grenade nearby. She gestured for anyone with electronic devices to step back to keep them from getting fried, then triggered the device. Like its jaw had been pried open, the mechanism sealing the blast doors released its grip. The thick barrier slid open in slow fashion and uncorked the mysterious construction behind. Orsal's eyes widened with shock as she glimpsed the scale of the cavernous space behind the entryway. Her theory about the Shadowcast location was spot on. The door had a concealed entry to the head of the state's bunker, a city stretched as far as the eye could see, with rounded cave-like edges above rather than a natural sky. Plants had been set up in pathways between multi-story modules and mile-long spaceship hangars. Lights hovered above the greenery to aid its growth, simulating sunlight and illuminating the cavern. Thousands of Kolshians milled about the streets, with some flocking to shops. There were a few armed sentries posted by the opened doors, though none drew their weapons on us. The Terrans were quick to disarm them and lined them up by the doors. I could appreciate the impressive feat of engineering. To cave out an expansive settlement down here, it answered numerous questions about how this conspiracy sourced its perpetrators, and where the advance fleet had been stashed for all those centuries. I believed fully that, despite the negligible effort to send average civilians to bunkers, Commonwealth leadership had hidden here in the face of our invasion. It was in line with their standard selfishness and disregard for lives.
Just wait until the Kolshian protesters waltz inside, behind the humans, and see how an entire society was kept from them. We're going to make someone point us to Chief Moronis.
"Where is Moronis?" Tyler barked, leaning close enough that his breath struck the sentry's cheeks. "I think he should discuss the terms of your surrender." The Shadow Fleet thug gulped. Chief Moronis thought you might find us. Don't worry, he didn't run. He wanted to parley and told us to send you to him. The 5-story building painted the color of seagrass. Straight to your right. It's the true office of the chiefs. A short walk from the hall. I pinned my ears back.
How do we know that this isn't a trick? You don't fight fair.
Because it's over. This is the only chance our work will be maintained. For the countenance of all life, and Moronis gambled that maybe you could understand. We know you want answers, so hear it from the top. Let us spell out our proof that you will kill all your friends, whether you mean to or not. Tyler hesitated before stepping back from the Kolshian. Lead us to him. Try anything, and you can forget any mercy. You can forget keeping your life. As Samantha, Orsal, and Sovereign followed after Tyler, I found myself hanging around by the stationary group of UN soldiers. I didn't want to hear the root of Kolshian's propaganda, explaining why humanity would snap and wipe out their sapient allies. What was the point of entertaining such wild delusions, especially when this could easily be a trap? I meant to stick with my exchange partner the whole way, but he said that he wouldn't force me to listen to the Federation bullshit. I could watch his back from out here, searching for signs of the Shadow Fleet treachery. When the time came to search for Snack, I would be there to help my human friend fulfill his promise. I cleared my throat for attention.
You go on ahead. I'll wait out here. If anything smells off, get out of there.
Tyler glanced over his shoulder before giving him a curt nod. I hate separating from you, but I respect you taking care of yourself. Don't worry. We'll see you on the flip side, Onzo. I flicked my ears in acknowledgement and watched as Kolshian protesters trailed his contingent of Terran soldiers. Those answers meant a lot more to the posse than they did to me. All I cared about was protecting Lian and my friends. A sliver of me was curious what justification the Shadowcast thought humanity would care about. But it would be delusional ravings if they truly thought Earth would carry on their work. I rested back on my heels about the grueling day's exploration and committed to a diligent watch outside the building where Moronis was supposed to be waiting. As long as humanity found the closure that they were looking for, perhaps this wouldn't be an entirely wasted endeavor. End of chapter. Chapter 175. Memory transcription subject, Captain Sovereign, United Nations Fleet Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, March 26, 2137. The captured Kolshian sentry led us up several flights of stairs. After the UN soldiers rejected taking the elevator, and I waited with unease for the trap to show itself, there was only a modest room with an elderly Kolshian, with a baby blue skin and a pompous air about them, waited. The figure claiming to be Moronis gestured to the seats, an offer Tyler accepted after some hesitation. I plopped down next to the blonde human, while the skeptical-looking Orcel found a chair next to me. Onlookers from the UN and Kolshian dissenters packed into the room, ready to bring the Commonwealth leader into custody. Would he be wise enough to surrender? Maronus leaned forward. Well, humans, before you say a word, let me answer the obvious question. I am Chief Maronus, the successor to Nicotus, but unlike him, I don't paint a target on my back. I've tried to operate from the shadows, and everything I've done has been to crush dissent and ensure the continuance of our work. I don't know if your kind can understand, but you simply must. I understand you built quite the underground city here. How many residents? Tyler prompted. Millions in the city alone. This is the Shadow Capital, a mirror to what you see above ground. But there are other residences beneath our city with separate entrances. You could find your way into one of them by bullet train. Much of our space was devoted towards the Shadow Fleet before your breed destroyed them. I don't know what I hope from this conversation. I believe you do care about your friends, so maybe if you realize that you're exposing them to a tremendous harm, you'll do the right thing. What are you talking about? I'll explain everything. I can see several of my own citizens are curious to find out why we needed to protect them from predators. Let me start by directing a question at your off-world Gojid friend, Captain Sovlin. How would you feel knowing you and any other herbivores who've interacted with the humans could wither from the inside out? That your mental faculties could vanish in an instant, years later? I waved my claws dismissively. I feel nothing, because it's not true. Predator contamination is a lie, Maronus. Everything the Federation taught is wrong. The humans aren't a disease. Don't sound so convinced. You came here to ask why we began taking action against predators. I intend to tell you the full story, and after I do, we'll see if you still want to be sitting right next to one of those things. A disease is precisely what they are, and I'll lay out a scientific accounting for why that is. You cannot argue with a mountain of evidence. Not unless you're the Federation, Samantha sneered. Did some animal rot after it died and you convinced it's tainted? No, it was much worse than that. The Kolshian race was placed in immense peril by the filth that festers in a predator's fluids, and in the human's defense, I don't think they realize what they're doing. Was Maronus really trying to sell his triad argument of predator exposure giving us predator disease? Terran therapists had shown that mental conditions were more complex, as were the actual neurological causes behind them. It was fear-mongering to allude that I'd show signs in a non-specific amount of years. Well, we hadn't known the Earthlings long enough to disprove that. They'd not passed any ill effects to the prey animals on their blue marble. I leaned back in contempt, though I noticed Orcel scooting her chair further away from the humans. She wouldn't take much convincing to believe that the primates were an infectious threat, given her instinctual disgust of them. I am curious what scientific accounts Maronus thinks he can string together. He does sound like he believes it himself, just like Nicotus did. I do not want to know what pushed Ava down a path of causing so much harm to hundreds of sapient species. Whatever the truth was, it could be as simple as one predator being a carrier for many diseases, and the Commonwealth applying that logic to anything that ate flesh. Even if it were true about humans, we knew that alien diseases didn't cross species threshold due to differences in biology. I was at a loss, conjuring my own explanations. It seemed my Terran companions were mystified too. Tyler confirmed that his helmet camera was rolling, fully intending to capture every word the Kolshian said on video. He rested his elbows on the table, sensing the juicy information was about to flow. The blonde human's expression was hidden beneath his mask. Speak! Tell us everything, from the very beginning. How the Shadow Cars came to be is our business. Well, it started with a string of mysterious deaths, decades before we made first contact with the fossil. The strange disease was 100% lethal and unresponsive to our medicines. So if symptoms showed, it was a death sentence. Moronis pulled up a series of mass graveyards and ghastly images of sickly Colchians. They would lose their memory and their sensibilities, resulting in aggression and delusion. At first, the plague didn't seem to be transmissible from person to person, so we didn't quarantine victims with a strict enough tentacle. It was only years later that the people who had contact started showing symptoms.
That's a long-ass incubation period,
Sam commented. Indeed. There wouldn't be a trace of any microbial agents in their tissue, and yet their brains were rapidly and positively ravaged. Once we clued in onto the staggering delay in symptom onset, scientists were able to piece together the origin. Stories from years before the victim, where a local predator called a tyranny went off the deep end and started dropping dead in the wild. Select other animals in the ecosystem, to a lesser degree, had also begun to decay. We established a link between the increased predator activity and the deaths that had plagued us. Tyler recoiled in confusion. I don't understand. How'd the Colchians get infected to begin with? How's it spread? You all roamed the wilds enough for a plague to pop off. We didn't know what the contaminant was, and we still don't. What we are certain of is that it has contaminated the soil and water because victims were linked to nearby water mains and food shipments from the Tyranny plague's epicenter. That's why we can tell you scientifically that contact with predators and their byproducts lead to an irreversible decline. We called the disease the hunger, and the entire government banded together to nip it in the bud. The hunger, I murmured. That's what you called the human's vitamin deficiency in the archives. Now you understand, and you'll understand how everything we've done has been to stop the scourge from ever showing its face. I'll address the human element after I've laid the groundwork, so there's no seeds of doubt. But to grasp where the Shadowcast came from, I hope our citizens can understand what we're protecting them from. You have to know how we stopped the spread of the disease.
Samantha groaned. Let me guess, burn everything.
Actually, yes. Fire seemed to be the only thing that could cleanse away the contaminants. While Chief Moronis searched up a few images of disease control effects, I considered what I'd just learned. The humans weren't reacting with enough concern towards this invisible plague that only showed with tendrils of infection years later. The photographs that the Colchian chieftain was displaying seemed like genuine historical documents. Had the Terrans not warned us about the risk of them spreading the hunger for fear that it would push us away? Perhaps they had a cure for it from this B12 vitamin. But I didn't understand why the transmissible agent didn't show in any tests. Orcel looked more petrified than I was, and with her extended contact with my friends today. Maybe predator disease can be caused by other factors than the infectious agent. But the Colchians were right about microbes being one cause. I just find it difficult to believe that caring humans would put the Vendel at risk like that. I've seen firsthand how empathetic and protective they are towards their friends. Surely they would have warned the Governor Tava, except Moronis claims they're unaware. The chief pulled up data clips of Colchian exterminators in full bodysuits, which had complex air filters atop the standard getup. I could see them burning the sickly corpses of curved-fanged predators, and in some cases, living specimens that showed symptoms of the disease. In later timestamps, they had set out to wipe out Tyranny out entirely, even ones that hadn't presented with signs yet. The most horrifying footage was them tranquilizing their own infected citizens before burning them alive. Corpses from the mass graveyard were also dug up and incinerated to slow the soil contamination. This ghastly outbreak explained why they were so determined to cleanse predators from every ecosystem. The exterminators were born. That fire suit acts not only as a safeguard from the flamethrowers, but also as a biohazard suit, not unlike the gear the humans are wearing now. Those masks just might protect the Colchians you've interacted with today, Moronis continued. Other predators besides the Tyranny were attracting the disease too, so we aimed to kill all of them. Any animal corpses had to be incinerated before its entrails could settle. Our own dead were reservoirs of disease too. It's the reason we have forsaken our aquatic roots.
The water was its preserver. We've kept up those practices to this day to prevent it from ever returning, here or on other worlds. I swallowed with unease, disquieted by my months in close quarters with Terrans. Chief, might I ask, does this relate to predator disease at all? It does. By tearing down those predator disease facilities, those humans are crippling your ability to detect the disease early. Aggression is one of the primary signs. Besides that, we couldn't afford to have any nonconformists violating our quarantine policies or engaging in predatory behavior. We barely kept a lid on the spread. That's all well and dandy, but I don't hear nothing about a shadow cost, Tyler pointed out. It doesn't sound like you were doing this in secret. We weren't. With the public health measures being so obvious, the secrecy didn't start until long after we put the plague to bed. When we turned our attention starward, we made contact with the fossil and eventually told them about the hunger. They were able to point out isolated instances of Tulsik's animals suffering inexplicable declines in post-first contact times. While not as contagious as our case, it seems to have jumped to their kind on occasion. We feared we brought the disease with us. We used old quarantine methods before the contaminants could mutate to their most transmissible form to stop the fossil from facing a similar outbreak to Alpha. Sam crossed arms. You magically knew that it was the same sickness and that it would turn out the same as your hunger shit. Even if this one wasn't the same pathogen, it was close enough to hit home. Convergent evolution is our universe's reality, Predator. It's why we see such similar patterns in all worlds. All life forms exist to accelerate entropy. Chaos is the natural state of all we observe, and there is nothing that can facilitate such large-scale disarray and decline as this disease does. Lethal contaminants and predators are two tentacles of entropic force. It's why your ilk are found on all worlds. We do not accept this axiom. And we don't accept your people calling us predators, but you always find a way to do it anyway. Why don't you skip to the part where the shadow cast comes into the picture? It all traces back to the crow-cattle, and the fossils stopping us from doing what was necessary. It was a regrettable mistake to chance flesh-eaters escaping our oversight. Shall I continue, or is this long-maned one going to interrupt my story further? Orcel squeezed her eyes shut. Please, and continue, Samantha. It explains a lot about why we're disgusted by predators. Their response is triggered by ancestral sources of disease. It's why humans are leery of insects, I remarked. I'd also like to hear the rest of Maron's story, Sam. I'm, concerned. You shouldn't be. We're not radiating invisible biohazards, for fuck's sakes. But since Tyler's so keen on getting this jackass on record, I'll let him talk a little longer, the Australian soldier conceded. Good. I need to hear what he was going to say about the crow-cattle. Myconus mentioned that they were aggressive, and that the Colchians tried to find the source of it. Maybe Nishtal's population was carrying the hunger too. The tenets I thought I hadn't held in shred of truth were starting to make sense, in light of such dangerous contaminants that predators could pass along. At this point, I doubted the chief had any incentive to lie, and he had the weight of evidence on his side. Moronus' insinuation was that his people wanted to exterminate the crow-cattle the second they identified the dietary risk. The question was why the fossil states had pushed back against it, and how they crafted the curing process. This could be the reason why my own species was converted away from omnivory rather than killed. It might give us the full story of the conspiracy's founding and goals. Marinus waved a tentacle dismissively. You know the deal. The crow-cattle were aggressive, and when we noticed their diet, it explained why their temperament was so much different from ours. Contaminants in meat impacted higher thinking, culminating in the hunger after large quantities of buildup. Perhaps passed down after it affects genes. We wanted to glass Nishtal, but the fossil couldn't live with getting another sapient race. Not without exhausting alternatives. The cure, I breathed. Yes, the archives were established on Tusk, as a secluded location for the experiments, none a way to quarantine cured specimens. The hunger didn't present symptoms for years, so lengthy testing was the only way to gauge whether they'd been mellowed. The fossils' gene edits worked, to our surprise, and the Federation's purpose was born. We'd stop all sapiens from eating meat and cleanse their worlds to prevent exposure to the hunger.
Sam drummed her fingers with impatience. I still hear fuck all about the Shadowcast.
That all happened because there was public backlash to what we did to the crow cattle. Nishtal didn't appreciate being saved at gunpoint either, and we worried that they could seek regression someday. The Shadowcast was formed of those who believed in the cause, and with the fossils' aid, we set out to wipe the record and disguise future cures. The only way to ensure the cured species never found out the past was to make their own citizens unaware.
Why is it that we don't know the full extent of the predator threat, that our lives meant nothing to you? It clearly didn't even work, because everyone found out the truth. Orsal spat. You helped the Orcs, and then these humans were left alive.
Darling, our plan worked for centuries, until arrogant Naukaunus blabbed everything to a reporter, just like he set about to reclaim anyone who rebelled against us. Instead of just crushing them, like I did, they had their one chance during their uplifting. I agree, not knowing the full threat was a problem. The plague is still in the history books, but Arthur forgot why the pandemic was so scary. We needed a threat to continue to enforce our laws and remind people why predators were dangerous. The Orcs were perfect for that. You wanted a war for my family to get fucking eaten alive so that you had an excuse to keep up your quarantine measures, I hissed. Yes, you get it, Sovlin. Back to the Kolshian lady's point about our predator occupiers here and now. That's on the fossil. They refused to kill humanity like we ordered and lied about it, even though it was clear these primates were beyond salvation. We tried to fix them, the same as any omnivore, but the quarantined Terrans in the archives all exhibited traits of the hunger. We know now that a cobalamin vitamin gives them some strange, long-lasting immunity, rendering the disease dormant and allowing sustained sapience. This requires further study.
Samantha slapped her forehead. So you do know about B12 then?
We got some humans to talk about how they could adapt to plants without dying during our personal experiments at Baloo. We believe these renewed curing efforts might have been successful in ridding you of the disease if you long-term abstained from flesh.
Ain't happening, for many reasons, not least.
I know you can't give up your addiction on your own, but listen, if you care about your friends you've been infecting, who could start dying in a few years without warning, you must continue our work. If you can, you'll leave the herbivores alone. Maybe you'll even become a new threat, enough to remind the masses to be afraid of predators. It is a sacrifice someone must make.
My eyes watered with sorrow as Chief Moronus finished presenting his case. His explanation fit with everything we'd uncovered along our journey, and it gave a reason for the Federation's entire history. It seemed a cruel twist of fate that a loyal, friendly humanity would be asked to make that sacrifice, to isolate themselves so not to contaminate their friends. I came to love my crew aboard the Monahan ship, and while the contamination sounded like a terrible way to go, I was willing to die for the Terrans' right to exist. Their culture was too rooted in hunting for them to give up their identity and cure themselves. If humans were immune to the hunger, as long as they could access B12, keeping to Earth and forsaking the Sapien Coalition might be the best option. I knew that they'd never be the Orcs, not with how their empathy had prevailed time and again. My spines bristled as I waited for Titus' response, which would address how the Terrans would handle this latent threat Moronus described. It didn't seem fair that, after all this work to usurp the Kolshians as the galaxy's supreme power, the Predators had to take their place in some capacity. They didn't deserve to suffer for factors beyond their control. It's not their fault that they've been spreading the hunger. I don't think what the Colchians did was right, but we can't let predatory disease wipe out the galaxy. Tyler raised a finger in a wait-a-minute gesture. That's a nice theory, except for the fact that it's all horseshit. We ain't infection and B12 don't work like that. Your hunger is caused by prions, man.
Misfolded brain proteins, Samantha chimed in. Freak mutations that are transmissible if you make contact with infected tissue. The reason you see it in most predators is because they eat said tissue.
Chief Moronis blinked, dumbfounded. You know what causes the hunger? You can treat it. I heard what you did with the Archives rescues.
The two aren't related. Prion diseases aren't treatable, but we can detect them with blood tests. We're not infected by this virtue of being predators or eating meat. That's the difference between us. We live in a world of science, and you live in a world of fear and speculation. We seek proof and answers, while you seek verification of your existing beliefs.
Tyler bobbed his head. Our vision might be narrower than yours, but at least we ain't blind as you all. Sounds to me like you did all of that horrible shit for nothing.
It sounds like that to me too, Orsal hissed, while the Colchian dissenters piped up with agreement. You believe Terrans are moral and care for their friends. You said so. You have zero proof the humans or any omnivores are dangerous after all.
You tried to scare us into believing that it was dangerous to be around them. They're people like us, not biohazards or a threat. I'm sorry I considered it for a minute, I huffed. This is just another falsehood you broadcasted. That's not possible. This human says it's transmitted by eating flesh, Moronis protested, his tentacles flailing with frantic motions. The hunger is seen on Earth like every other world. We did this to save the sapient life.
Tyler slammed a fist on the table.
We don't need your salvation. We need two things, your surrender and you personally to show us where you keep your prisoners. This is our galaxy to run, and we ain't gonna be keeping up the death and suffering circus. 'Cause you're the real predators. You've led the galaxy into ignorance, decline, and disarray. Your legacy is entropy, huh? If my words haven't moved you, maybe that is all we leave behind. We were supposed to save lives, and without that purpose, the Shadow Cast is nothing. I'll order the workers to surrender and lead you to the place where we keep humanity's friends. Follow me.
The Colchian chieftain stood with a defeated posture, reeling from the human certainty that so-called prions were responsible for their plague. It was a positive sign that the Shadow Cast agreed to stand down, with their mission undermined and their fleet erased. I was relieved to hear that Terrans weren't a hazard, and that their science had illuminated the dark corners of our past once more. When Moronis claimed to have a mountain of evidence on his side, it was the predators who could interpret it correctly. Orsal, the other Colchian citizens listening, and anyone watching Tyler's video would see who was in touch with reality. Once we recovered our friends, the next item on the agenda would be to set the galaxy onto a better path. There were many issues to iron out, but with the Federation's lies and deceit stripped away, I was hopeful we could birth a new era of enlightenment. End of chapter. Chapter 176. Memory transcription. Subject: Onso, Yodel Technical Specialist. Date: Standardized Human Time, March 26, 2137. I was glad to have a moment to relax and contemplate the city, rather than listen to Colchian spiels. There were engineering advantages to building underground. Natural disasters above ground wouldn't touch the Shadow Cast, and the insulation of the encompassing topsoil entailed a constant temperature. It wouldn't need excess budget expenditures on air conditioning and heating. It did pose the question of how close to the surface office groundwater was, and how they'd handled any leakage. This seemed a modernized version of a sprawling underground cities of Leon, such as the Thalsun's Kalamayas Borough, a massive complex that could house tens of thousands of occupants. Its main intention was as sanctuary from invaders during the Crane Wars. Human fingers snapped right next to my left eye. Onzo, are you daydreaming about some engineering shit? What can I say? I can't handle boredom. Glad you're back safely. That didn't take long,
I remarked, flicking an ear at Tyler. We got the Shadow Casts to surrender and found out this all has to do with the prion plague.
One more step before getting out of here. Orsal's bulbous eyes looked glazed over.
The government never believed that humanity was dangerous at all. I saw the prey-like behavior on their data dump, but it was so misaligned with my instincts. The reason I feel like I'm going to puke just looking at them is selective breeding based on a false threat. It's all just lies.
I know how that feels, Sophlin sighed. My society, my family, the Federation I wasted my life on, my identity as a Gojid, and my knowledge as a captain. It's all gone down the drain. If an old man like me can find a way forward, then you can too.
Samantha rolled her eyes. Stop right there. Your way forward is tricking people into calling Onzo slurs.
It's okay, Sam. That was what I expected from a spikeback,
I said cheekily, using the human-invented word.
Now why the feck are we drifting after some old Kolshian? I'm just following you guys.
Moronis is supposed to be leading us to Slanek, assuming he's part of their prisoner collection. I hope that the Vendel is all right. I feel responsible for setting his fate in motion, Sophlin sighed.
Tyler pursed his lips.
I don't know if he's there, but I sure don't think you'll be a welcome sight if he remembers anything. I ain't got to tell you how he feels about you.
My whiskers twitched with nostalgia.
Last time we spoke, Slanek told me that he was unwell. I warned him not to use those 2 words.
Why don't we save the speculation on his mental state for if we find him? Sam asked.
Keep moving, stay alert. I trust the word of this fecking boy who cried wolf over a Moranis.
Me too, Tyler agreed. But given how old this squid is, I doubt the lockup is a long walk from his ivory tower. We'll see who our supposed prisoner friends are.
Our posse, along with a sizable contingent of UN soldiers and angry Kolshian citizens, marched after Moranis for the first-hand glimpse at how the shadow cast caged insurrectionists. I processed the tidbits of new information as we walk, leaving a mental note to read up on the transmission methods of this prion plague. While I hadn't heard the Commonwealth rationale from their lips, I could assume that they linked eating meat with the acquisition of this disease in some way. Somehow, they decided predator elimination was for their benefit for all life, except the predators, of course, then used that to justify forcing their ideology on hundreds of worlds. Why that excused a silent partnership with the Orcs or crushing unruly herbivores like us Yotl was another matter.
There is no consistency, even in their internal logic. Whatever piss-poor justification they make for our all-encompassing control, I'm happy with my decision not to listen to their disingenuous desperation. I knew it would be some shitty excuse.
Chief Moranis shuffled towards a sprawling complex, a single-story structure which lacked exterior clues to what hid inside its confines. The decrepit concrete walls looked bleak enough to be a prison, and the sensory input didn't brighten at all when we stepped inside. Rows of hallways passed forward were arranged under Kolshian numerals, with the centermost one having 2 slanted lines which represented 1. I wasn't sure why the count started at the center, and judging by how mystified Tyler behaved behind his visual translator, he wasn't either. The Kolshian leader started towards the dim corridor at the complex's heart, leading into its recesses. The humans were quick to stop him for a question and answer section.
Why the central chamber?
Tyler barked, suspicion emanating from his voice.
What are the other ones?
Moranis made a sweeping gesture with his tentacles.
This isn't the only Shadowcast prison. The one under the capital is reserved for disloyal citizens above ground and foreign actors who are working against our interests. They're arranged by the severity of their actions. The closer you get to row 1, the more grave your misdeed. And it is usually reserved for individuals who are well known in the public eye and could have propaganda issues. There are plenty of citizens in other halls, but I know who you are here for. You want row 1 and the lab.
I stiffened with alarm.
The lab? A lab for what?
I don't like the sound of that either. Are you all cooking up some cure shit back there?
Tyler parroted my concerns. Chief Moranis blinked in irritation.
The Shadow's Capital Research Lab is for several purposes. Yes, it's a backup. In the instance that we need to take up our own research. A prudent choice, given what happened on Tulsk. We might have dabbled in some human experiments after encouraging results in Maloo. With the new information at hand, it might have been possible to integrate you, rather than relegate you to the Oxal's role. However, its primary service to our cause is as a neurological studies facility.
The fur on my hackles raised as I picked up on the implication.
A predator disease facility? Is that where you've been keeping Slanek? I'd say it's more focused on the success of our re-education measures, as well as analyzing the brain scan data to better understand and target aggressive areas. Some people need to be reminded of the proper beliefs. The vandal who shot Nikonus in cold blood after exposure to humans is a prime example. What the fuck have you done?
He's here, the elderly Kolshian purred, sick amusement in his eyes.
But you won't be thrilled to see your predator friends.
My hind legs bunched up to lunge at the elderly Kolshian, but Tyler hurriedly pushed me back. I could sense anger projected from his gaze beneath the biohazard mask and wondered why he had stopped me from putting this old chieftain in place. How dare he use such flippant tone to talk about rewriting someone's brain? No doubt through cruel, invasive methods. The blonde human revealed his rationale for stopping me as his gloved hand curled up into a fist. Before hundreds of witnesses, he smashed his knuckles into the Kolshian's eye, smashing through the socket. I could see Sovlin wince, knowing from his first meeting with Officer Cortana how strong the gargantuan primate could be.
Does Tyler think that I can't fight for myself? I'm more than capable of taking on an arrogant elderly despot, especially one who's so casual about horrific deeds. Let me take a swing at him, I protested, as Moronis nursed an eye that was turning purple. For everything he's done.
Tyler shook his head, flexing his finger.
Nah, we're done now. I ain't gonna let you swing at him, 'cause if anyone gets in trouble out of this, should be me. That was for Marcel and for old Slanek. Won't you ever mock him again? To be clear, we'll come back for everyone wrongfully detained. Take us down to row 1 and try to learn some empathy on the way.
Orsal turned to Sovlin.
I thought you said that humans weren't going to attack without warning.
The Gojid chewed his claws with discomfort.
The chief deserved it.
I don't disagree. He threw away countless Kolshian lives. I'm pissed at him too. I just want an honest answer about how high their threshold for violence is, so that I don't say anything that provokes an assault.
Unless you torture their friends, you're fine. Tyler saves his beatdowns for special cases.
Samantha rolled her eyes.
But if I threw a right hook at a prisoner, I'd be unhinged.
Well, I knew Slanek and Marcel, and I have a better right hook, Tyler said.
Tell yourself whatever you need to sleep at night, but you don't have a boxing career in your future. Now make that Kolshian sod get his arse in gear.
I give the orders, but get the fuck moving, Moronis, or I will let Sam swing at your other eye.
Chief Moronis marched down the central corridor as the Terrans kept their wary eyes trained for any traps. The Commonwealth leader was still reading from Tyler's punch. Nikonus' replacement leaned over a retinal scanner, mumbling a remark about the primates being lucky that hadn't tenderized both of his eyes. There were clicks as the blast door mechanism came loose, and it slowly creaked open to reveal the full hallway. Dingy prison cells lined both sides, with despairing inmates backing away from the bars and the sound of footsteps. Some of the prisoners were, in fact, Kolshians, but there were a number of different species scattered in hundreds of cells. Any residents of Ava with serious aspirations of unsettling the Commonwealth government would land themselves in here. The stench was unmistakable, showing that they'd had negligible access to hygiene facilities. A handful seemed happy to see the human posse marching in and begged us to let them out. Some UN soldiers kept back to help liberate and document the captives, perhaps taking meticulous records for the Sapient Coalition or the Dirtian Shield to witness. The Kolshian protesters tagging along seemed horrified after hearing that some of their own neighbors would be thrown here without due process. Orsal looked like she wished that she could swing at Moronis herself.
There's more prisoners here than I expected, but no sign of Slanek or a lab. If these are the average inmates' accommodations in this facility, I don't want to imagine what life has been like.
The bars of a cage next to us rattled, drawing our attention. I saw a tear-stricken Kolshian pressing his face against the barrier. Something about his violet visage tickled my memory. Sovlin paused for a brief second before his eyes widened. Tyler craned his neck at us, confused why 2 herbivores in his squad were stopping. The Gojid moved closer to the cell, and the prisoner's eyes, tinged with a bit of instinctive disgust to humans, widened in desperation.
"Help me,"
the Kolshian pleaded in a hoarse voice. Sovlin tilted his head. You're the Kolshian commander from the Battle of Ko. I'm sure of it. Captain Monahan talked you into having the fleet stand down. What the fuck are you doing here? Did you realize what you were doing was wrong?
I didn't want to kill civilians.
Herbivores. The humans, I remember what you said, that you would reach Alpha. You have now, and if we're still standing, I did the right thing. I saved my men from the battle that we couldn't win. If you wouldn't sacrifice the Messics, how could I? Tyler wheeled the Moranis. Why is he here? I don't know why every prisoner is here, the chief grumbled. This one, I do. Commander Talbus humiliated the Commonwealth and disobeyed direct orders. He allowed your allies to survive, abandoning the battle. We could not tolerate such treasonous defiance, questioning of our orders.
The greatest treason of all, asking questions.
My ears pinned back with fury, though it was cathartic to see Moronis' swollen eye staring back at me. I still wanted to beat the shit out of this pompous arsehole.
You tried so hard to snuff out curiosity and wonder for the universe.
Orsal scowled.
In prison for not rendering the Messics extinct. You shadowcasts are monsters.
Spare me the indictment. Do you want me to take you to Slanek? Or do you want to lament every prisoner's life story? If it's the former, I suggest we keep moving. Chief Moronis didn't wait for an answer, stomping off down the hallway, as pleas for help rose from the furthest cells. A duo of UN soldiers stopped off to guard Talvus's cage. We weren't going to get involved with freeing an enemy commander, especially considering that he'd threatened to obliterate a civilian populace. Under orders or not, it is a war crime by Terran law. As we drew nearer to the far wall, which seemed to be a containment bulkhead on closer inspection, another prisoner clamored out for our attention. This time, I recognized the alien face outright. It was the testy Dirtian ambassador to Earth, Koji, the one who jumped at the chance to abet Niconis' assassin. She'd been missing ever since, but unlike Slanek, the Kolshians hadn't publicized her capture.
The Dirtian were never overly fond of humans, and that started from the top. Koji may not have the knowledge that the UN saved Kalqua, given that she was captured well before that started.
Humans, the grey avian squawked, wrapping stress-plucked wings around her bars. I'm sorry for everything, for rebuffing your friendship. Please let me out. It's horrible here. I hear screams from the lab all the time. I think it's going to be me next. They kept my mind intact so that I could watch what they did to Kalqua, clip by clip. Are there any survivors? Let me out. Samantha crossed her arms. We bailed Kalqua out, though I'm sure the Kolshians omitted that part. There were still billions that died, but without the UN, it would have been the whole fecking planet. The shield fought beside us here, at the Battle of Alpha. Seems your side finally wants to be on better terms, Sovlin grumbled. Your leadership definitely want to bomb this world, but the humans got them to hold off long enough for us to scope out the Shadowcast.
The entire homogeneity fleet came, I added. I caught the reasoning as, if our side lost, then Kalqua would be overrun by the Commonwealth anyway. We have the chance to tear down the Federation, and for you to return as your homeworld is rebuilt. There are alterations of our society and stifling rule. Over. Finished. Thank humanity for making it happen. Koji's beak parched with hope. If what you say is true, it seems we owe humanity a huge debt. It did seem odd. The Kolshians only showed me clips from a small time frame, and not the aftermath. I'm relieved to know some of us survived, and I want to help with revenge on Alpha. Let me out! Well, we would like the Dirtian to be more open to our friendship. Tyler hesitated before punching the button to unlock Koji's door. The avian stumbled forward on unsteady feet before wrapping her wings around his waist, sobbing. Easy now. Say, I wonder why you helped kill Niconis too. Thank you. The archives, the Kolshians and the fossils stripped us of individual thought. Our opinions were too strong, our intellect too sharp for them. How do you ever get that back? Who are we? The consensus on Kalqua and my individual feeling was that they needed to pay. We made a decision based on emotion, and it felt good. Was it worth it?
I questioned.
Billions of Dirtian died because of that one irrational choice. If I'd known what would have happened to my beautiful home, I would have never put this plan in motion. We didn't think. We just wanted the figurehead who took our minds, Dad. I knew our role would be glaring, but I didn't imagine it a condemned Kalqua. When I tried to fly away from Nokonis' corpse, a drone had no trouble tracking me down and caging me. I've all but forgotten what life looks like, or how it feels to have air under my wings. My sole thoughts and dreams of home.
My friend carefully removed Koji's arms from his torso, wishing to keep moving. We got a real special friend of mine to rescue. I don't know what you meant by screams in the lab, but I ain't waiting to leave Slanek in there a second longer. We're happy you're safe, and you're going home, Ambassador. Head over to the medics back there, and they'll find you a transport.
Thank you again. I'm sorry that I didn't see your kindness sooner, but I hope that we can meet again, so I can make it up for my past hostility.
If you want to make up for it, keep your people's bombers at bay. We want to do a thorough investigation of the Shadowcast, which could take weeks. Plus, there's a lot of victims to rescue. We need the Shield to stay patient and give us time to do our jobs, for everyone's sake.
Whatever pull I have with my government, I'll see that you have as much time as you need. Good luck, humans.
The Dirtian ambassador trudged off in the direction of Terran medics, all but collapsing in their arms. Comprehending the stories of every prisoner in these walls would take months. After encountering a number of familiar faces along the way, it drilled home how punitive the Kolshians were to anyone who thwarted their wishes. From Kawa to Kalqua, there had been no tolerance for rebellion. Any people who gave humanity the slightest aid were whisked away. If the Shadowcast could get their tentacles on those poor souls, I doubted that they'd been more merciful during their battles and incidents. Moronis had gotten to work opening the bulkhead, which concealed the lab behind its structure. If the lab was the heart of the Kolshian experimentation, I was worried about the state we'd find Slanek in. I'd heard the words from the chief's lips before Tyler threw a haymaker at him. There had been an idle comment about so-called neurological focuses, and it was safe assumption that re-education was tantamount to rewriting neurochemistry. It was quite possible that our Vendel friend wouldn't be happy to see us, which meant that he could not accompany us willingly. I could only imagine how devastated Marcel would be if his exchange partner abhorred his existence. Now Vendel might not be the only person back there. Moronis had claimed that the Shadowcast dabbled in human experimentation after Malu. This matched with Koji's mention of multiple screams hailing from the lab. The inhumane procedures could be stretched to several test subjects for different purposes. It was a good thing that the UN soldiers wore biohazard gear to offer, because the cure was the only type of interrogation efforts the Kolshians had for omnivores. There was no telling how terrible the condition would be in the lab, but I was preparing myself for the worst. It would be a positive outcome if our friend Spisota was still there at all. End of chapter. Chapter 177. Memory transcript subject, Onzo, Yodel Technical Specialist. Date, Standardized Human Time, March 26, 2137. When the lab became accessible, I could see excesses of equipment. Shadowcast workers must have been cleared out, but the traces of their presence were still there. A dirty plate left out on the countertop, a chemical beaker which had been hastily put away, a crimson blood sample still on slates under microscopes. The Kolshian chief waited as we passed the last prison cells, stepping into the deepest recesses of the facility. It was rare that visible fright displayed on Tyler's face, but I could tell that worrying about Slanek made him sick to his stomach. Solon and Samantha, meanwhile, were off in their own land, commenting on days long gone. "Remember when you and—" the Goja's voice hitched, and Carlos's name fizzled out in his throat. "The Takan ambassador was taken prisoner by the Kolshians, and you snuck off to set him free. Was the prison similar?" Samantha shook her head. "Not at all. It was a tiny quasi-satellite of Alpha, and while it wasn't advertising its existence, it wasn't too hard to trace where they took him. I don't know why they didn't hide him anyway. Moronis, care to comment?" "That was an interrogation facility, a public one for predator-diseased individuals," Chief Moronis replied. "Nikonis's plan wasn't to make Ambassador Wilray vanish, but to blame him as an accomplice and show that we had caught the predator in a deceitful act. a little too late. We turned Wilry into the public cast with the claim that he'd been overheard, telling Noah how to sabotage the engine. Their decision was to interrogate him before he would have been returned to a cell up above our heads, where our publicly known traitors like Russell were held. Ursul's tentacles tensed up, and her tail bunched up as well. My brother was not a traitor. You dragged Walray's name through the mud, too, over being an accomplice. I believed your story, that the bloodlusting human sabotaged the shuttles. You murdered my brother, and now I find out he wasn't the only innocent person you wanted to smear. There needed to be a reason why other species couldn't attempt diplomacy with Earth. Every diplomat's death and selling the narrative that humanity turned an ambassador into an accomplice. Because Noah couldn't make it back to Skalka without dreaming about murdering an unsuspecting soul.
Shut the feck up, I hissed. I didn't want to listen to your rationale before, and I sure as shit don't want to hear it now. Humans just wanted peace, and you didn't care who got hurt along the way, if it meant their kindness failed. Tyler smacked his fist against his other palm threateningly. Let's not ask the sack of shit any more questions. I ain't able to keep my cool through more of his answers. I want to get to the neck, no stalling or nothing. I opened the door. The female predator asked me a question, Moronis protested. Samantha shook her head. You answered it, but with way more grandstanding than necessary. Let's try again with a different question. Where the fuck is Slanek? The Kolshian chief took several steps back before leading the way into the sprawling chamber. The right side seemed to be in examination rooms and surgical suites, which left me shuddering to think of the implications. Off on the left wing, where Moronis was hurrying towards, were living quarters, cramped rooms with elevated, oval-shaped doors that reminded me of the brig on our ship. The first prisoners we passed were Dosa, which merited a pit stop from some UN soldiers. These must be the civilians the Kolshian snatched on the way from Malu, and apparently dropped off part of the way to Kalkwa. I was alarmed to see that the rodents acted petrified upon sighting the humans. It didn't bode well for how Slanek had endured his re-education. Slanek was much closer and fonder of Terrans than random civilians, even ones selected for being troublemakers. I tried to reassure myself. He wouldn't crumble under pressure as easily, and I guess it's positive that the Dosa weren't ferried to Kalkwa's battle to be killed with the Kolshian ships. Multiple Dosa could be packed into cells, though we didn't stop to coax or sedate them amid our panic. Tyler was single-mindedly marching towards Slanek's alleged location, all but breathing down Moronis's neck as the chieftain stepped through a sealed partition. There were more holding areas, exactly like the ones we'd just passed, but less of these were occupied. My eyes widened with shock. Even my friend, who hadn't wanted to pause for any other interruptions, skidded to a halt. The pensive visage staring back at us were humans. The more energetic ones pounded against the glass. I knew that the Kolshians got their tentacles on some Terrans who were left behind at the Dosa maintenance station. However, since those poor primates had been rescued back when Marcel got dosed with the cure, I hadn't been sure what Moronis meant by dabbling in human experiments. It would have been difficult to elope in a hurry with predators, given there were no evidence that they were moved to the Dosa homeworld. Less than a dozen total Earthlings were in his ward, which led me to conclude a single Commonwealth vessel slipped off with them in tow after our initial successes. The Shadow Cast must have been running the same cruel experiments here, adjacent to the ones in Malu's system. These humans had been languishing under Federation interrogation attempts, which must have entailed fundamental changes to their neurochemistry and behavior. The fact that they weren't repulsed to see the UN soldiers was a positive sign. It meant that they hadn't been persuaded that Earth's government was backwards and evil. I'd never seen Terrans look this feeble, with 1,000-yard stares and shaking hands, a common trait amongst the victims. Was this the state the Kolshians would have left the entire human race in, had their original uplift succeeded? It reminded me of how I felt under the predator disease drugs, a spectator in my own body, with stimulating thoughts locked far out of reach. I knew what it was like to have your personality suppressed under the haze of medication, with no end to the dreary days in sight.
There was no greater part of any sapient that could be ripped away than their sanctity of mind. Seeing 20 years of my own misery reflected in binocular eyes, it evoked a painful level of empathy. I hoped the UN could free them from both their mental and physical cages.
What the fuck is this?
Samantha spat, stomping her boot heel into Moranis' tail. The Coltrane's chief's eyes widened with alarm.
Don't hurt me. I definitely warned you about this. You're merely too aggressive, like the crocodile. We thought you could become more docile, prey like more than the Orcs saw. Our ambitions went beyond curing you.
Do you have any idea what it's like to be so medicated you can't feel anything?
My hiss was low and ostensibly calm, though my tail lashed betrayed my emotions.
For me, it was all because people derided my race and my loved ones until I couldn't take it, with words that aren't dissimilar to what Sovereign says now. I was deemed too aggressive for snapping. I deserved it for being a primitive just like their predators. What, pray, was your ambition with the yodel?
To direct your culture along proper avenues. We gave you so many gifts that you would never see in your lifetime without us.
Sovereign flexed his claws, stepping between me and Moranis.
That's not the least bit true. I'm sorry, Onzo. I didn't want to hurt you. I like you. I do. And this jabs turns into a game for me. I was just frustrated with Tyler and my therapist for harping on about my language and my thoughts. And it's so damn hard to change everything. I can't do anything right. So I pushed back in defiance. I know you're smarter and better than me at everything. And I feel quite outshone by you.
You think I don't know that you're jealous? It's fine. It's his fault, not yours, I growled.
But that's also why I know your people didn't need Federation for shit. That fake culture was fine for me, without knowing everything they believed in being a lie. Then it broke me. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. It was easier believing the lie. Easier not knowing the Gojans would change too. Moranis, no gifts that you could have given the Yodel would be worth the mental anguish and the millions of deaths that came with it. That's, Moranis began. I'm not done. You admitted not long ago that your legacy was decline and decay, and your purposeless society is worth nothing. Your caste was an arrogant bunch of idiots living in fear, who wanted everyone else to be the same. All of us have suffered as a direct result of your actions. Onzo and I have that so thoroughly in common. Orsal and Sam lost their loved ones to you, and Tyler is only here because his friend was almost driven to suicide by your race and torturous Lenek. Do you understand that? Yes. But I just inherited. You did nothing to change it. You excused it and created your own fucking mishaps, and the smug aura has returned only after a moment's hint of remorse. So, unless you want to apologize, I suggest that you shut up and take us to Lenek before I shove my claws somewhere you don't want me to shove them. Chief Moranis withered beneath the Goja's blistering scowl, and gestured to follow him in tail language. The humans might not have understood the exact words, but they could infer the meaning from Sovereign's reaction. While we proceeded to what was hopefully Lenek's Nokal, the other Terrans set about liberating the cured test subjects. I knew what it would be like for victims to cobble together the pieces of their mind. They were strong enough to find a way forward, but I didn't envy that journey. However, if the Venlo we were sent to rescue was no longer himself, I wasn't sure he could claw his way back. He'd been upset by his own personality before any of this, which led him to going off the deep end. The most insightful bit of information was about my Goja comrade's state of mind. My ears angled towards Sovereign, weighing his unexpected, passionate defense of the Leotel. I had never believed he hated me, instead believing that he was long in tooth and set in his ways. But I hadn't considered a deeper struggle than that. The raw agony he felt every time he discussed losing his family told me he'd suffered as much as I had, albeit in a different way. His purpose for pressing on, seeking vengeance in their names, was a lie. How could he cope with his entire world being exposed as a falsehood?
To that old man, the humans' revelations against the conspiracy must have felt the same as it did to us Yurtle, when aliens tampered with our entire belief system. The Federation mindset was as ingrained and fundamental as any sapient's identity, from Sutherland's perspective. Knowing how much guilt he felt over Slanek's predicament, I made a mental note to protect the Gojid if the Vendel reacted poorly to his presence. Maronus had gloated that a skull-gone friend wouldn't be happy to see the humans. But I trusted the primates to subdue a herbivore who had been burdened by reignited instincts. However, something told me that, if any of Slanek's anger still existed, Sovlan wouldn't fight back due to his sense of guilt. I readied myself as we entered the secluded room, complete with a projector and neurochemical instruments. The dark grey fur and black tuft atop his forehead was unmistakable, but I was instantly worried the Vendel we knew was gone. If the Kolshians had tinkered with his brain to such an extensive length, the damage could be irreparable. There was an apathy to his sluggish movements that went beyond what we'd seen in the drugged humans, and his eyes looked like they struggled to take in the new visitors. However, once Slanek realized that binocular eyes were staring at him, he squealed. His limbs began shaking more profusely than they had before. Tears matted his cheeks, though his gaze still looked empty and disoriented. The Vendel struggled to duck behind his bed, and his legs twitched like he wished to be free.
"Monster, help!"
Slanek pleaded. I eased myself forward, signaling for Sovlan to stay where he was.
"Hi, Slanek. It's me, Onzo. Do you remember me? I've never seen you before, but I know the humans brainwashed me, and I can't remember a lot of it. They fight the entire galaxy. I saw the war footage. Horrible things. Meat eaters. Made me kill people. They must have done the same to you. I don't want to go back. I'd rather die."
"Everything you're telling me is wrong, Slanek. This isn't you. You can feel that. You're very close friends with the humans. Before the Kolshians scrambled your brain and made you forget how they crippled the Vendel. I know that you were angry when that happened." Tyler tiptoed after me, with biohazard mask covering his eyes.
"Slanek, we came to rescue you. You can come home now. You were part of an exchange program. You were there for empathy tests. Kolshians wanted to wipe us out, but you fought to protect Earth. You lived there. How can you not remember any of that?"
The Vendel didn't seem to be listening to a word Tyler said, shutting down at the sight of an approaching Terran. I flicked my ears at my exchange partner, warning him not to intervene. The blond human seemed dejected by Slanek's condition, though I noticed him fiddling with his holopad. I took a cautious step towards the Vendel, resting a gentle paw on his shoulder. It was disheartening to find him in such a pitiful state. I wasn't sure the person Marcel and Tyler fought to save was salvageable. The Kolshians succeeded in making the poor guy believe humans were monsters, wiping his memories of their shared past together. He was worse off than his likely state during first contact. There was nothing left of the person we knew.
"We need to sedate him and take him to a hospital. There's no way to convince him humans aren't taking him off to be cattle again," the Kolshian broke to him.
"What's the last thing you
remember?"
I whispered. Slanek rocked back and forth.
"Family. Brother died. Oxel. It's all fuzzy. Hurts to search. Not there."
"It's okay. You don't have to push yourself. I wish you did remember, but it's not your fault. We are all here to help you, no matter what."
"Last thing I remember, the humans landed to kill us all. Punkers. Cold. Then it was like I was unconscious, but not. Fragments and whispers to grasp at. Mostly a name. Someone who meant the world to me."
"Marcel,"
Tyler interjected, startling the Vendel. "What did you do to Marcel?" Slanek bellowed, first sticking upright. It was the first moment he looked alert during the entire conversation. "How do you know that name?"
"You remember Marcel? Marcel is fine. He and I are very good friends. He's a great dude. You want to talk to him?"
Samantha raised a finger. "I'm not sure that's a good idea."
"Me either," Sovlan chimed in, keeping himself hidden behind Ursel and Sam. "Marcel was beyond depressed when Slanek was captured. He tried of life kicking him down, and I can't predict how he reacts if Slanek rejects him."
"No, please," Slanek wailed. "I want to talk to Marcel. Miss Marcel."
Tyler offered an apologetic shrug.
Sorry guys, but I already called him, and he just picked up. Here."
I retrieved the holopad from my exchange partner to see a befuddled Mostel staring at the screen. Slanek leapt at me with disjointed motions, ripping the device out of my hands with desperation. His brief excitement deflated as he laid eyes on the human scarred face, though he didn't react with either the repulsed fear that he had to Tyler and Sam. The Vendal's ears twitched with confusion, and conflicting emotions rushed through his horizontal pupils. Captain Fraser, meanwhile, had watering eyes, and his face contorted with relief. The Terran soldier seemed unaware of how little his friend remembered. "Slanek! I'm so happy you're okay. I'm sorry. Sorrier than you can imagine for what happened to you. Whatever they've done to you, it's over. You're safe. You can come home," Marcel gushed. "Genzi, come here, hurry. Oh, thank you so much. Tyler, you're a real hero." Slanek pinned his ears back. "Your human should be terrible. Why do I feel like I love you?" "What?" Marcel's sweepy smile faltered. His pupils darted back and forth, searching Slanek's expression. His eyes darkened with realizations. "Oh, you don't remember me? It's because we loved each other. We were closer than blood brothers. We went through so much together, and there was nothing I wouldn't have done for you. If I could trade places and save you from the suffering, I would. I wish I was there, Slanek, to tell you when it's going to be okay, to protect you."
Why are you in my house? Did you capture my mother?
Genzi, who just peeked into the frame, swooned with delight.
Slanek, what nonsense are you on about? The last thing you told me before running off was to take care of Marcel, if I still loved you, and that he'd be a better son. I did what you asked, but you are my son. I was never looking for an upgrade. You have no idea how much it hurt to lose another son.
Marcel squeezed Genzi's wrist. "We're going to remind him who he is. It's okay. It'll be you, me, and Julia. Oh, that's right. She'll be delighted to see Uncle Slanek. She's, showed up on our doorstep. Lucy doesn't want the responsibility anymore. That's okay, because we can have our own family. It's not too late to make a new life."
"I want my old life. You're a predator. From a race of killers. I don't know you,"
Slanek mewed. "But I know you. The fact that you remember me at all means they couldn't take what we had away from you. Here, look, I've kept these. I looked at them every day to think about you." Marcel held up a printed photograph with frantic enthusiasm. It showed a grief-stricken Slanek sitting beside the human's broken body in a hospital bed. "You were there when I was almost killed. You saved my life and nursed me back to health. Can't you see how much you cared? You didn't leave me, even when you could have had someone without baggage or scars. Like, I won't give up on you now."
"You look starved there. I look sad. That looks real."
"It is real. You were part of an exchange program between our species. I can show you all of our chats. Hell, I'd be happy to have them again." Marcel flipped through a series of pictures in quick succession, rushing to find evidence for Slanek. "This is you being the first Vendel to visit Earth, standing with our leader. Oh, this is you with a can of potato chips. You can discover them all over again, salt monster. Here's us at the camp on the Cradle."
"The Cradle?"
"It's a long story. We fought the Orcs all time and again. Together. We were unstoppable. I'd tell you everything we went through, the good and the bad, and what really happened with proof, not what the call sheet said. I wish I could do so much over, but as long as you remember the slightest bit of what we were, we can get through this. Do you believe me?"
My brain doesn't, but my heart does. I believe you. Only you."
"I'm so proud of you, Slanek. Our memories might be gone for you, but nobody can take what we had. Those nice people are my friends, your friends, and they flew across the galaxy to bring you home. I need you to go with them, and I'll be here waiting. You need anything, you call. I'll be as patient and supporting as you need."
"Okay, but they're scary. I think I'll go with the Yodel."
"Yes, go with the Yodel. No time like the present. One foot in front of the other, and you'll be home in no time."
"Talk more. Not ready. Want to know everything."
"We can talk for as long as you want once you're safe on their ship. That's all that matters. Please, be brave for Genzi and I. I'll be in touch very soon." Slanek's shoulders sagged as Marcel disconnected from the call. I gently pried the holopad out of his paws and returned it to Tyler. The blonde primate gave me the slightest nod of gratitude for seeing our mission fulfilled. It was more than I expected to see any trace of Vendel's old self still kicking. After sticking with my buddy through a ferocious fight, we could finally leave this rock and return to a normal life. The galaxy could have a fresh start, just like Slanek, with humanity at the reins. All of us would be returning home to a new era led by the United Nations. I wrapped my paw around Slanek's shoulders and coaxed him towards the exit before he had any second thoughts. Sovereign sported an expression of visible relief after how responsive the Vendel had been to Marcel. The Goge had caught me observing him and gave me a grudgingly claw flick of respect. I returned the gesture with my ears, musing what kind of future the old man would have. It was then that I noticed him guiding Orcel with a fatherly affection. He was clearly intended to bring Russel's sister back to Earth, where Viceth and Hunter waited. The former captain might have figured out what to do with himself more than he thought. With the last part of our mission complete, it was time for us to seek out new lives in a well-earned peacetime. End of chapter. Chapter 178. Memory transcription subject. Chief Hunter Isif, Orcs Rebellion Command. Date Standardized Human Time, April 6, 2137. After voting hundreds of thousands of ships to the Kolshian cause, then having a large portion of those vessels turned against Betman's mandate, Gizno's regime had all but collapsed as soon as humanity won. That selfish despot only wanted to save his own hide at the end of the day. After an offer of exile to an uninhabited moon, he handed over his command to the rebellion without a fight. At this point, following the changes in all allegiance mid-battle, we had numbers on our side. I would have liked to see Prophet Liznel's line brought to an immediate end, but I'd settled for avoiding further losses. My return to Riss, as the presumed leader, would be the first time I'd been there in years, since I'd been stationed all the way out in Skalga. The future of the Arxor wouldn't be as sapient-eating monsters, beholden to basic needs and aspiring to cruelty, assuming Secretary General Zal could persuade the sapient coalition to leave us be. During the upcoming conversation to write the Treaty of Soul, we could start rebuilding our society into its former self. I wished at a time like this that Viceth hadn't turned her back on her people. A soldier from the long-gone Morvam Charter would be a leading voice in defending defectiveness. It would be an arduous battle stretching decades to convince my people that empathy was not weakness, especially since sociopathic tendencies had been bred into our bloodlines. There will be the issues of challenges from those who see me as meek. I need to consolidate my allies, including the unsavory chief hunters I turned. The United Nations promised to get Usif and Ilsif to stand down, though, given their lust for power, I can't imagine how. I wished that I could be a part of the Sapient Coalition's activities, but the prey races weren't ready for diplomatic contact with the Arxor. The deep wounds would take generations to heal. There was nothing I could offer that would atone for my complicity. Every atrocity I committed to survive. Forgiveness would never be something I deserved. For all my efforts to bring about a new dawn, humanity had escaped the label of monstrous predators. Yet obligate carnivores with our past wouldn't be immune to judgment. Farah was an unmerited blessing, the only friend I ever had, and my only outlet for my supposed emotions. While the Dosa didn't belong in strategy meetings, I hoped to consult with her on sentimental matters in Viceth's role.
Hey, Siffy, how's your conversation with Zalgo?
Farah's message came through in an instant across the reinstated FTL networks.
I know you're going to be a great leader. You have such a big heart.
I tapped my claws against the keypad. Zhao needs to handle Ulsif and Ilsif before we talk. Those two wanted a larger role, despite the obsolescence of their methodology. We cannot afford coups, infighting, and power grabs, yes?
With you finding a way to feed them and not killing lots of people, I think you'll be well received. You just need to promise greatness in a way that's not keeping cattle. You did great by getting Gizno to free all sapient captives before he left. The lab-grown meat will be fine, you know. Arxor can try beef jerky now.
That's not real meat, you silly rodent. You cannot even tell that human meat is meat by looking at it, because it is so processed and unnatural. That is not a dietary practice befitting a hunter.
Maybe you don't realize the Greys do things boringly, Valra fired back. I'm serious, Siffy. Your culture needs to be more fun. Fun is a part of expressing yourself.
I question the validity of any advice coming from you.
But you still listen to me, because I'm that much fun. What would you do without me? Practice your sulking expression in the mirror?
I do not have to listen to your babbling.
I can turn off the holopad.
You don't want to do that. You must be lonely not having Oleg and Lisa around anymore.
I'm not lonely. I am relieved. No more spies and conspiracy theories. I feel bad for that poor adopted human on Skalgar, who will have to deal with Oleg's derangement again. And I'm sure you'll see enough of Lisa to tell me things I don't care about, since she transferred to Liberty's Bastion.
No. The coffee shop has been set in motion. Actually, I told her to put a drink on the menu called SciFi. She can use food coloring to make it grey and draw a big heart shape in the cream.
I thoroughly despise you. Never contact me again on this app, Valra.
Right, sure. Always so grumpy.
I'm not grumpy. I am just tired of you. Enjoy this, because it's the last time I'll ever respond to your messages.
Okay then, talk to you tomorrow.
I considered deleting the Swift Bear app after the latest exchange with Valra, but settled for burying the holopad in its drawer with an exasperated tail lash. If that Dosser was the best candidate to steer us down an emotional awakening, perhaps who's better if we kept our single-minded focus on war. I didn't want to be anything like that. Hopefully, the Secretary General's message, arriving any minute, would offer better prospects for the Oxal's future. Unifying my people under a novel purpose was my mission, and that meant that I needed rival chief hunters modified. I intended to ditch the authoritarian name Dominion during my rule, and to lay the groundwork for a new method of government, one where the rights spelled out in the Sapient Coalition's founding documents were mirrored for our citizens. The herbivores needed to be convinced that we didn't deserve extinction, and showing them intended reforms might give Zal something to work with. I believed that humanity would fulfill their end of the bargain. That promised to aid the rebellion following the Kolshian's fall. That might not be by sending their fleet after Gisnel's pathetic surrender, but staying their guns of their allies would be its own fight. My claw was hovering over the comm screen, and I swiped to accept when Zal phoned.
Greetings, Mr. Secretary General. From your relaxed expression, I gather that your discourse with Ilthus and Ulsif went well.
It did. They were given roles as chief generals, a fancy way of saying military advisors, and told that they would need to prove themselves willing to play by human rules before we'd back their leadership. That you have seniority, and showed your strength best at Alpha. We framed it as a promotion, higher than a single sector that had before. The black-haired human replied, a subtle grin on his lips. I assume that you have the officers who defected from the start under your control. They were already willing to follow you.
There's an understanding.
Kaisel chimed in from where he'd been pretending not to notice my discourse with Valra.
We're withdrawing from the sectors like you asked, now that the cattle are released and the raids will stop.
A few of the defectors will spearhead new colonies, while they're suddenly returning soldiers. Others will take regional roles of governors. The more self-serving bodies have been relegated to military training. I narrowed my eyes.
Yes, I suspect the Sapient Coalition will call for us to unconditionally rid ourselves of military capacity. But I will not agree to that. We must be able to defend ourselves, should some prey take the initiative to try and wipe us out. Also, if I acquiesce to such demands, my leadership will be viewed as weak and doomed.
I am confident that I can bargain for you to be left to your own devices, as long as you agree to isolation within Riss's 20 light-year bubble. It'll take some convincing, but after everything you've done for humanity, I promise not to undermine your future. I believe you can be an instrument to build something better. The United Nations will be here to offer guidance, as well as to help you navigate budding diplomatic relations every step of the way.
I suppose that you've heard that the Yodel offered us an embassy. Hope I did not cause offense, but I have not accepted the offer. It seems unwise for the herbivores to reside on Riss at this time, especially if I cannot guarantee that diplomats wouldn't become dinner.
That's why the Yodel extended that offer prior to the UN, though it is amusing that they beat us to the punch.
Isif, we recognize the extraordinary complications that you find yourself with. You need time to sort your affairs out. We'll conduct relations virtually and directly until you have time to train a corps of diplomatic intermediaries who can be sensitive to other races' customs. I suggest you respond to the technocracy's offer with not yet. I will. At least that means you already have one vote against wiping us out. 2. Ambassador Tava will advocate for you. I trust we can pressure Val into giving her some independence for the treaty votes. I cannot believe that the governor lost her seat of power. She was a formidable ally on the side of humanity. Don't discount Tava, because she still is. Her choice of speaker and testimony about Vendel's suffering was instrumental in getting the votes for gene reversal programs, including the one for omnivores. She's a woman of conviction, regardless of who's on her side. It was my firm belief that Vendel were weak, until I saw the decision she made on my behalf and yours. You were quite lucky. Out of all of those indoctrinated squealers, that first contact was with someone so fortuitous. I'm sure Kaiser would seethe to learn how much I respect Tava.
The scrawny Arxel lashed his tail out.
I do not always agree with Issa's inclusions of weaklings, but if defectiveness saves us from living as we do now, I will back it. I do not have full trust in you humans, due to your tendency to forsake us. Twice you rebuffed my attempts to defect to Earth, yet now I have a life away from war, acting as Issa's second. I seek peace and safety, for people of my stature not to be tormented.
After the pure disdain Kaisel showed when first introduced by social, empathetic companions, it was a relief that he'd come around to backing my cause. He was a solid representation of an average anti-betterment rebel. There would be many Arxel citizens who carried resentment, or who continued practices that humanity would view as uncivilized. Gradual progress was all that I could hope for. Tava served as a cautionary tale of how a populace could reject the sharp changes in a short time frame. The fact that the average denizen would have the option to push back against demands from on high, and an accurate accounting of what happened in their government, would improve on Dominion policy. There's still the need to be enforcement of the rule of law. We need to expedite the building of meat factories and acquisition of non-sapient livestock to guarantee that. Secretary General Zhao clasped his hands together.
Well, I don't expect any serious hiccups at tomorrow's summit. You have the support of your people, judging by Kaisel's attitude. After their showing an offer, I don't expect the betterment archetypes to go against the grain. Congratulations, Yusuf, on your new role and your bright future. It's been a long time coming. You risked your hide to earn it. I look forward to diplomatic relations between our planets in quiet times. Wait, Mingza. As the final matter, I seek your opinion on my new government's nomenclature. Replaced the harsh tyranny associated with the old one. Dominion should be lost to time, I said. The Orcs Collective is my idea. I thought it a suitable name, yes? The Orcs Collective is a daring premise to live up to, but it does have a nice ring to it. It evokes that hope that your people can work in altruistic cooperation and care for each other once more. One for all. Everything I do will be for the good of the people. What do you humans say? Lead by example? It's the only way to lead and stand for something. You seem to have discovered your emotional side just fine, without any prehistoric Arxor as a lighthouse. I'm proud to have worked alongside you, Isuf. You proved me very wrong about your people. You proved me right about yours. Thank you for sticking up for us after we have done our part. And thank you for defeating the conspiratorial tyrants that perpetuated this war. We couldn't have done it without you, Isuf. Your fortitude and compassion has saved countless lives, both today and in generations to come. Take care of yourself out there, enacting lasting change. That'll be a fight we'll tackle for years to come. Our patience may be tested, but the end result is worth the tiring journey. Risk is free. That alone makes every risk I've taken worth it. If no future Arxor will endure the shame I feel, for every meal I've eaten and crime I've sown, then I'll fight until my dying breath. I hope that you know that you've succeeded in Maya's wisdom with more grace and intellect than Earth could have hoped for. Farewell, Secretary General Zhao. Good luck, my friend.
I terminated the call, allowing him to return to planning for his busy session of post-war decisions. Kaisel turned his binocular eyes to the viewport, with a glint that I finally recognized as homesickness vanishing. The reds of risk clay masses and the greens of forests and plains stretched out on the viewport. I was optimistic as we prepared for the landing that would start my reign. Though Farah would be far away, I wouldn't be alone among my people. Kaiser would require continued mentoring, and I could form a social network within the collective's fledgling bureaucracy. There was no longer an entity standing in the way of progress. The greatest benefit to Betterment's fall was that I wouldn't have to hide my true persona beneath a horrific face any longer. This is home. I can be a place worth saving, worth fighting for. My life can be spent in pursuit of something good, not just with the purpose of staving off extinction. The arrival of a second sapient predator had been the catalyst for the liberation of my entire people. Without humanity, I would have had no empathic sapiens to reach out to who would have seen me as a person. I would have had no frame of reference for what dignified society would look like, apart from Betterment and the Federation. I would have never known that the two galactic powers were colluding to our detriment, and would have never been connected with the Yotl or Vendel, a pair of herbivores who could act with cordiality despite my species. This war couldn't have been won if I hadn't saved Earth from annihilation and trusted them to defy the odds at offer. Every encouraging moment led back to the Terrans and our partnership to actualize a shared vision of the future. It might take decades for the wounds on all sides to heal in any meaningful way, but the cycles of hatred could begin to dissolve today. The humans had given me hope for peace and friendship, and with risks under my control, I never planned to let it go. End of chapter. Chapter 179. Memory transcription. Subject: Ambassador Tava of the Vendel Republic. Date: Standardized Human Time, April 7th, 2137. In the past few weeks had been packed with important events, falling alongside the stunning victory at Alpha. With the prototype cure set to be injected into my veins, Noah and I had taken the opportunity to visit Earth after the Skullgar referendum. Both of his parents were deceased, but he introduced me to a few of his surviving relatives, an aunt, a second cousin, and a cousin-in-law. Culture in his part of the world was centered on a nuclear family rather than extended, but everyone I spoke to was proud to be related to an astronaut with such a sterling reputation. We were given a private tour of NASA headquarters, the organization responsible for our meeting. The evening was complete with the promised watching the alien sunset in a hammock and dining with otherworldly food. I had been quite impressed with Earth's resilience and was received warmly by the locals. One comment from a stranger about me being one of the good ones confused me, but other than that, I was treated with reverence. To think that I'd ever been frightened of these predators or worried about visiting the home world where their numbers were billions. Their enterprising culture was intoxicating, with contrasting places across the globe that could inspire our children. I wondered if Skullgar could have cultivated such differences without the Federation's meddling. Maybe we still could, with time to shake off the interference. When it was time to stand before my people as the first to accept a human-engineered serum, I'd been ready. There were no adverse effects that I noticed as Governor Veln applauded my courage and renounced the Federation. For all the supposed risks, it hadn't been worth fretting. Every blood test showed that the counter-edits had taken well, and that everything was as science predicted. It was a matter of waiting for the next candidates to go through the process, though it was difficult to be patient. When a human scientist reached out to me about locating a donor, I couldn't rush down there quickly enough. However much I'd failed my first daughter, I was stronger now than before, and I knew Noah would protect our children with his life too. We were taking the initial steps to transforming the Vendel back into a fearsome, unyielding race. Now that I'm expecting a child, Noah has been all but falling over himself to help me. He's trying to do everything for me. It's like he thinks I'll break at a gust of wind. We still have 6 months to go. The astronaut smiled softly at me while wrapping his arms around my shoulders. The Treaty of Sol, signed unconditionally by Chief Moronis. Before we ever turned to terms, how do you feel trying to bring about lasting peace? All I ever wanted was for you to have the right to exist. I want the same for us now. I know there's still a lot of work to be done, picking up the pieces of the Federation, an organization that stood centuries. Humanity needs to find a path for your era to last just as long. So many complications, parties, and old wounds that could impede progress, I answered.
We've made it this far, and don't forget, we're persistence predators. We will dedicate ourselves to this role as mediators for as long as it takes. There's so much reason for hope. Hope of Orcs cohabitating with humans beyond even Skulker. Earth staving off extinction time and again against all odds. Truth and reason prevailing over fear and ignorance, despite the fact it took centuries. The Dirty and Shield showing up to our treaty signing. You and I throwing off the Federation's influence with our lovely family.
You're right. I am surprised to see Ambassador Koji looking all repentant. Hopefully she won't make us regret delaying these proceedings until her faction arrived.
The Dirty and Shield might have used a lot of their bombs in the battle, but they still have ships in orbit. We've been able to stall for a while, under our claim they were doing a thorough job thumbing through prisoners, shadow caste citizens, information and asylum seekers alike. However, with food dwindling and no supply chain, they won't wait much longer for the green light. We need to sort out what to do with Alpha as first item on our list.
After what happened to Kalkwa, I don't know how Zhao plans to talk them down. I'd hate for humanity to shoot the Dirty in ships just when we're finally making progress.
We don't need more enemies. Let's hope it won't come to that. I think we're going to find out Secretary General's plans now.
Noah hovered beside me at the Vendel station, and his brown eyes turned to the podium. Zhao was mounting the stage with methodical footsteps. The borrowed tradition of applause greeted him, this time with a rousing fervor. The Sapien Coalition members chose to stand beside humanity despite the mismatch on paper, and were thrilled that we had come out on top. Earth's cunning, daring efforts were both appreciated and respected, so it went unquestioned that the United Nations was taking charge of these proceedings. If these diplomats were told a year ago that they'd be delighted at the fall of the Federation by the hands of new predators, it would have been unthinkable. I felt pride to be sitting among an array of species, with peers who could devote ourselves to peace without interference. My choice to prevent humanity will save trillions of future lives and liberate the galaxy from tampering and oppression. Perhaps there were things that we could have done better, sacrifices we wish we didn't have to make, but I wouldn't abandon the Terrans for the universe.
Zhao raised his hands in a humble gesture as the praise continued. Thank you for the warm welcome, friends. As you all know, Kolshian tyranny is no more. With the karmic revolution of the Battle of Alpha, while this meeting is about progress and how we move forward to better days, I'd like to take a moment to look back at all that we've lost. Recent revelation showed how easy it is to rewrite history. We have a mandate to learn from the past, even with its darkest moments. Let us have a moment of silence for the innocent lives lost on Earth and every other world that suffered from raiders. Nishtel, the Cradle, Kalkwa, and many others throughout the centuries. The chamber fell into a hushed silence, with many diplomats recalling a loved one taken as cattle and attacks on several worlds. I recalled what it was like to decide to pull the life support of my daughter, and the looks in the human's eyes at Earth's memorial service, before the bomb that removed my tail. Noah placed a hand atop my prosthetic as it tightened around his wrist. The choked quietness was broken only by the occasional cough or snuffle. There was a collective weight to the loss, with all of us gathered there. When the Secretary General deigned to break the silence, it was a merciful reprieve from those heavy emotions. So much senseless slaughter, just in the short time that we've been an active force in space. It is why the items on my agenda are all related to dealing with our enemies, active and subdued, then followed by establishing protocols for diplomacy with powers outside our circle. There will be plenty of time for us to find our footing and sort out what kind of organization the SC will be. My sole demand inside our borders is a simple one, anyway. That the Sapien rights document of all of you signed is applied, unequivocally, to humans. I want to trust in the safety of our citizens traveling aboard as we attempt to integrate and spread out, Zhao said.
Goji Minister Kiri chewed at her claws. Despite my repeated directives, it's difficult to get the exterminators in line. With only a few colonies left, the Gojit Union is in tatters. You have my word that we're cracking down on bigotry and punishing offenders. It would be remiss not to mention that it'll take time to normalize human residents.
I understand that you cannot eliminate all anti-predator radicals. I simply ask for zero-tolerance policy. and for your best efforts to weed out physical mistreatment of humans. I'll discuss this more at our internal meeting next week, but the United Nations wishes to open embassies on all SC worlds, and for you to open annexes on our soil as well. We will dedicate entire teams to learning your cultures and strengthening relations, but the same respect will be needed from you as our partners. Nuala from the Crocodile delegation raised a tentative wing.
Well, more Crocodiles side with my separatist movement by the day. The traditional government still contests our power. I'm not sure it would be wise to grant you an embassy in one of our colonies.
Humanity has plans to implement you as a singular Crocodile faction and back your government in the necessary ways. However, I believe that falls outside the scope of today's discussion. I'll be happy to address individual concerns at length next time. For now, let us focus on the fallout of this war and what we'll do with our enemies. It's important to me that we don't preside over senseless loss of life, and that we make assurances to draw surrenders from the 200-plus Federation subsidiaries. I seek the war's end, so that humanity can live at peace, so that none of us have to lose more lives. It's why reducing cities on offer to ash is an unacceptable outcome.
You're trying to stop us from finishing what we came to offer for after we upheld our end of the bargain.
Ambassador Koji squawked.
I helped delay for the sake of your investigation, and now you're changing our agreement.
We have a proposal that we believe fulfills our agreement, while sparing those who had no say in the role of Kulka's attack. We've rounded up millions of Shadowcast members and transported them painstakingly to a habitable exoplanet in an unclaimed system. We'll transfer them into the Shield's custody, no questions asked, in exchange for Alpha being spared. Whatever it is you want to do to the people responsible, that's at your discretion. This is much more efficient and accurate than dropping what bombs you have left on civilians. It is justice against the perpetrators. What do you think?
In those shiplog recordings, you said that you would hunt every conspirator down, that the bombs would miss the people responsible, who were hiding underground. I suppose this agreement is suitable, but I don't want the entire Kolshian race to be roaming the stars like they did nothing. And what about their colonies?
Chief Moronis relayed orders for them to stand down and to self-destruct any remaining ships. We surveyed the colonies through extensive scans for any hideouts or suspicious activity. You all heard the Chief's faulty rationale about predator disease on our video. We can combat his misinformation now that we have the truth. Each of your officers should have received an extensive packet of research about prion diseases that exist on Earth, as well as their modes of transmission and behavior. With their purpose invalidated, the Commonwealth are nothing. They'll be sequestered and surveilled for some time.
Civilian Prime Minister Braylene tilted his head.
Have you acquired any of these prions from the Galactic Institute of Medicine to study and confirm your findings? What did the Kolshians never discover in the infectious agent despite years of study?
I believe it's near impossible that we'll find anything. To our knowledge, prions can only survive for a few years in the soil and water. It's been centuries. Contaminated grounds were isolated, and the water was treated with strict enough conditions to eliminate the proteins. Ironically enough, sustained high temperatures are the only way we know to kill those things. By burning the corpses, the Kolshians killed the microbes, and by the time they had the means to detect the cause, they'd succeeded in eradicating it. Now, are there any other objections to our plans for Alpha?
How long do you intend for them to be surveilled? The Thefki ambassador piped up.
Years. We'll install a rebel government that operates under UN authority. Perhaps every half-decade they'll be set up for parole. We can evaluate their societal transformation, regardless of if they're allowed to engage in some capacity. They won't have a fleet as long as their war is in living memory. The Kolshians need to prove their species' good intentions to atone for an error.
The Secretary General's eyes roved over the crowd, searching for any further objections. Punitive actions against the Shadow Fleet would be a start. I hope the Dirtian rendered agony upon all the conspirators. I wish the Terrans had handed over the fossil leaders they'd taken hostage, so that their trial would be a little less civilized, for everything they'd done to Species 45-D. It was ironic that the humans and the Vendel were both above average on aggression and emotionality, like our neighboring planets had evolved to be the closest to pals. As much as they wanted to mend bridges, I hoped the predators would take the gravity of our injuries into consideration. Skulker would need an inadequate plan spelled out for all hostile parties, especially for how Tulsk would be handled. Locking the fossil homeworld in a Keisler cage was an impenetrable imprisonment, but if we can fully finish this war with a Treaty of Sol, there needs to be a long-term solution. They should be sequestered for just as long as the Kolshians, with their role of deciding how to alter other races. Historians and archaeologists, my ass.
Zhao smiled and masked any speech. I'm happy that we could reach an accord. Ambassador Koji, I'm saving talks about most neutral parties for later, but I'd like to continue our military alliance of the Dirtian Shield, a full-fledged mutual pact. While the handling of non-aggressors was the last item on my agenda, let me spare a moment to say humanity doesn't extend our embassy plan just to the Sapient Coalition. We'd like embassies on every shield world and for your parties to come to Earth. Our relations don't need to be so frosty.
We wish to remain separate entities from the Coalition rather than to join you. However, opening our doors to human diplomats should be acceptable, Koji answered.
Excellent. I'm grateful for every friend that we can find in the stars. It's a shame that there is a long list of parties who have aggrieved us, siding with the Federation. The top of the list, as I'm sure the listeners are waiting for me to get to, is the Fossil. We were unable to devote the manpower to an occupation of Tusk, and that remains true, even after the war ends. What we must do is monitor them to ensure they don't build anything, and we can't do that without any ship traffic or sensor contact. The blockade must come down.
I lashed my tail in irritation. The Venla Republic wishes for the species who crippled us to remain in isolation. Unlike the Kolshians, the fossil civilians had an idea of what was going on. Founders Day, a festival where they sold our artifacts back to us, was a community effort. It's a glaring example of the rot in their heart. Respectfully, I don't see a reason why we'd let any of them out anytime soon. There were a few murmurs of agreement from the gathered diplomats. No one knitted his brows together beside me, seemingly worried by me putting a voice to my government's position of vengeance. While it was Veln's official stance that the fossil altercations were monstrous, it was obvious I agreed with the idea that our cripplers couldn't get off lightly. Human compassion was something I adored about them, but with an issue this personal, I felt obliged to demand justice. How many years had the Vendel been mocked as the galaxy's weakest species? How many children, like my daughter, had died of being captured because our paws were tied behind our back? With our neutral temperament, we could have fought back against the Orcs. The Secretary General's lips twitched with sympathy. I was there when we told you about our findings at the archives, Ambassador. Our hearts go out to the Vendel for what was done to you. I reiterate that we do not seek more loss of life, so unless we plan to glass them, we need to attack their ideology, to show them the error of their ways. Keeping Tulsk totally cut off as a form of collective punishment will serve to radicalize civilians. We won't change hearts and minds like that. We won't rid their planet of Federation methods and propaganda. So this system will live on. Where was the resistance on Tusk? I fired back. You can't rid them of something with no pushback. This isn't about innocent people.
You're right. The Parcel aren't innocent. Not most of them. They don't realize they're doing anything wrong. But if there's one person, maybe a child, that's innocent, then it's worth it to try fix it. None of this will be easy, since change and healing takes years, decades. I know it's not easy to think ever forgiving a wound as grave as what was inflicted on your species. Just as we feel rage for Earth, this is about the big picture, for our children and our children's children.
Mr. Secretary General, I'm more than willing to tolerate the very Orcs who ordered the raid on these monsters. I want my children to have a bright future, but I cannot forget what was taken from us. The Vendel and every other species who've had their lives turned upside down cannot.
And you should not. Rest assured, we are not just letting the fossil back into the galaxy, any more than the Kolshians. I propose the same parole system, and without reformation, they will never touch the galaxy again. We'll engineer one lane in and out, which will allow us to monitor that they're not building any weapons to disintegrate the cage from the ground. Any traffic will require UN approval, a stringent process reserved for asylum seekers and any needed supplies. I agree that they've lost the right to be a part of our community in this generation. I'm just proposing an action for a far-off day they earn it back.
I stewed over the Terran leader's words for several seconds, sensing the gazes of every diplomat on me. The Sapient Coalition didn't back humanity's decision not to bomb certain worlds, though they went along with it. There was a great deal of anger over centuries of oppression. My mind harkened back to how I told Chief Hunter Issif that I could never forgive him for what he'd done, even if I recognized that he was the best bet towards peace. Elias Mayer had offered a dying wish of peace between me and the Arxel, and I'd been moved by it. I could appreciate that Zal had a similar desire for us to find a way to move forward with the fossil.
What did Zal say back at the summit? Humanity is willing to give everything to ourselves for peace. If these sweet predators say that, after everything they've suffered, how can I be a true friend to them without doing the same?
Noah leaned down, whispering in my ear, "The fossil don't hold power over us anymore. Our children will have everything they took from us and more. We're going to have a beautiful life. I trust you, Tava, to do the right thing, even when it isn't easy, even when your entire world won't agree."
This is different from trusting a predator race. It's harder.
My heart was tight with sorrow as I answered my beloved in a hushed tone. It was about more than doing a moral yet unpopular deed. It was trusting humanity, one final time, to act in our best interest.
I want you to have the peace and harmony you desire. If I believe the Arxel can change, I guess the fossil deserves the same chance. I know you'll never let anything happen like that to us again.
We'll be your guardians. There'll be nothing stronger than our love and our kindness together. You can count on that.
I know, Noah.
Tears welled up in my eyes as I straightened up to give Zhao an answer.
The Vendel Republic would like personal updates from the UN on all matters regarding the fossil's handling. I ask for this as a personal favor, though I'll put aside my own feelings either way.
The Secretary General ducked his head. With how much the Vendel have been affected, that's a fair request. We'll see that you're kept in the loop. Thank you for working with us here. I can see that emotions are, understandably, running high. So I suggest that we take a 10-minute recess and clear our minds before tackling the back half of our agenda. We'll reconvene for the rest of the items then.
Chatter rose up as soon as the predator stepped back from the microphone. Noah was staring at me with a mix of pride and also concern, perhaps that my stress levels would affect the baby. I allowed him to guide me out of the room, his hands grabbing a tissue from the table, and he dabbed my eyes lightly. There was a question swirling in his pupils, even while he focused on comforting me. I made a mental note to ask him what was on his mind later. For now, my focus needed to be on keeping my composure and engaging with the final aspects of our peacetime accord. Humanity could count on my cooperation as well as my unwavering attention as they sought to wrap up the treaty convention. End of chapter. Chapter 180. Memory transcription subject Ambassador Tava of the Vendel Republic. Date Standardized Human Time, April 7th, 2137. As I turned to stroll back into the auditorium for Zal's resumption, I noticed that Noah hadn't followed me. Immediate concern blossomed in my heart, knowing how unusual that was. Ever since I'd begun my pregnancy, the astronaut had stuck close to me, like I was a fragile object that might fall apart if left unattended. Mere moments before, the former Ambassador Williams had been comforting me after the fossil topic stirred up my sorrow for my species. Was the human having sudden medical complications? I whirled around to check on him and found that the predator had inexplicably lost his footing. Noah was hunched over on one knee, extending a velvet box in his hands. His binocular eyes peered up at me with love and sincerity. He popped open the container to reveal a metal band with sparkling gemstone atop it. I tilted my head in confusion, not understanding what the predator was up to. Was this some Terran ritual that I was unfamiliar with? Despite my lack of recognition, I could sense the charged aura of emotion between us. The astronaut's lips curved upwards as he gave voice to the unspoken question that had been in his mind. Tava, nobody has ever made me feel as complete and sure-footed as you. You are my world, and I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Will you marry me? The human rumbled. What? The tears had been spilling from sorrow renewed, but this time it was from an overpowering deluge of love. It seemed this was tradition for how the predators proposed to their loved ones. Noah wanted a commitment to uphold our relationship until our final days. Yes. No, I can't wait to start a family together as husband and wife. The human rose and clasped my wrist with a gentle hand before carefully sliding the ring onto my toe.
It felt a bit strange and tight, but it must be some sort of symbol of commitment. I'd seen humans wearing similar objects before, and come to think of it, all of them were long-term relationships. We hadn't talked about marriage rituals between our two species at all, though I was sure that we'd have plenty of time to plan and mingle our traditions. When my ex-husband proposed to me many years ago, it was with storied tale signs of married me. The ceremony was a stout traditional fusion of families, where relatives and friends symbolically swapped sides between bride and groom.
I commit to this union, two souls merging as one. The goals of the other are my goal, and their desires are my desires. I will stoke the fires of love and rain and sunshine. I will rebuild it from ashes or cinders for the remainder of our lives. We will move forward together, the Vendel vows read.
I hadn't fulfilled the letter of my first promise. After the devastation of our daughter's death made it impossible to spark anything from the ashes. With Noah, I believed that I had a chance to start again, to live up to those vows. It would not just be the merging of souls, but the merging of two cultures. I intended to integrate Terran customs with Vendel rites. The word should amount to supporting my husband through both hardship and good times. Together, after all, we'd been through since first contact. I knew that we could make it through anything.
I'll tell you about the traditional weddings. We can swap stories, so that we're clear what marriage means between us, Noah growled. For now, we need to get back to the meeting. I just couldn't wait a second longer to ask you.
I nuzzled up to his side as we ambled back into the auditorium.
Unless your weddings are solitary affairs, we definitely need to think of a guest list. Family, friends, and people that we've worked closely with.
Yeah, I'd like to limit it to those close to us. Just don't ask Lim. I wish him well, and I've directed him to get help. But he made it personal by selling us out. I know he thinks we betrayed him first by letting Isuf speak, and he's very traumatized man. But he spat on our love. I don't want to work with him, and I certainly don't want him in our wedding.
I agree. What he did burned bridges between us. I imagine that means just for appearances. We should make sure that Sarah Rosario doesn't bring Hasey. Sarah belongs at our wedding, and I'm happy that she and Hasey have stayed close. But besides not sticking it to Glim, we don't want anyone there who might discredit traditions.
That means we're definitely not inviting Koji, regardless of how much she's changed.
Why not? I think it'd be hilarious for her to cut you off at each word of our vows.
Hilarious is one word to describe it. I can think of another, but it's not very diplomatic. Anyway, it looks like Zal's about ready to resume his speech, so we can hammer out every detail on the ride back to Skalka. I'm right here. If you need any support over the fossil or the war, just reach out and don't overexert yourself, please.
Now control my stress levels for the baby.
And yourself.
And myself. Don't worry, Noah. I'm fine.
The astronaut steadied my chair as I sat back down, while I tried to focus on the Secretary General despite my giddiness and excitement. There was a serious matter to attend to, and I couldn't afford to be distracted. However, the prospect of marrying my soulmate had caused my earlier pain over the fossil discussions to evaporate. I was ready to tackle difficult subjects with a clear mind, and to iron out the final details of peacetime. Whatever put an end to the war and the death, with the humanity ushering in a harmonious era, I could live with that.
What's left was out to discuss, aside from the 200 Federation powers, the Dominion. I wonder how Isup's rebellion is held up, and whether humanity finds it appropriate for the Orcs ought to be punished at all for their unthinkable cattle farms. The Secretary General's eye swept across the room, ensuring every diplomat had their time to filter back in.
All right. Before I fully move past the fossil issue, I want to raise two topics I intend to broach in our internal meetings, to emphasize that we hate our friends' suffering, and that we intend to address every issue discovered from the archives. You know about the gene reversals, but we haven't gone over Project Chronicle. In short, we're recruiting historians to sort the data from each species chamber.
Only human historians?
Laulo, the Yodel ambassador, called out with suspicion.
I trust your people, but I don't want more aliens handling our history respectfully.
Of course. And at our internal meeting, we'll be discussing what each individual race sees as important and wants in their curricula. We'll be requesting professionals from your planets to work with us and ensure that everything is fair and above board. What we've started on is incentivizing some archivist prisoners to help us, and large-scale sorting. I intend to involve each of you in your own stories. Humanity's commitment is to undoing not just the gene mods, but every lie they've ever told you. Please understand that.
I flicked my ears, recognizing that Zal was addressing me. I do, and I'm grateful for your efforts to expose the conspiracy for all their crimes against sapiens. Truly, they won't control us.
They won't be out abducting potential uplifts either. I recognize that some member states have welcomed back citizens from the past who could be helpful with Project Chronicle. I recommend using them as windows to a lost era, but also setting out provisions to address their unique circumstances. We recognize both the benefits and dangers of advanced cryotechnology and intend to discuss laws and cryopod usage next week. We take what they've done quite seriously.
NASDAQ President Kupo flared his trunk.
Then destroy the technology. Nothing good can come from preserving sapiens like frozen fruit for hundreds of years.
A few calls of assent came from the gathered diplomats, and I found myself wondering if Kupo was right. The abductees who've been transported into our time had difficulty adjusting and lost their lives and their families. There were zero positives to rendering people obsolete in their own worlds. Cryopods would facilitate similar experiments done by anyone who bought into Federation ideology and tried to reinstate the cure on live subjects. If even Zhao recognized the potential dangers, why not just outlaw cryopod usage in our territory? The Terran leader cleared his throat.
There are many valid concerns, but technology is often a double-edged sword. That is to say, it can be used for good or for evil. If someone has a terminal disease and chooses to be preserved until the cure is found, cryopods may save lives. It could allow astronauts to hibernate through long voyages. Even with warp drives, it would take vast amounts of time and supplies to travel to neighboring galaxies. It takes years just to cross a full breadth of our own. We can have this debate at length at our next meeting. There I'll lay out the scientific research on the positives this tech might achieve. Very well. We will listen to your arguments then,
Kupo acknowledged.
That's all I ask. Now, let us move on from the issues surrounding Tusk and address what we should do with the rest of the Federation. As you know, the UN launched a cyber attack on the Kolshian-aligned principalities. Let me preface this by saying that this was the move that won the war. If those 200 parties had come to Alpha, we would have been slaughtered. However, the cyber attacks had the regrettable consequence of civilian loss of life due to socio-economic collapses.
The Dosa diplomat Allah twitched his whiskers.
These species picked their sides, and they supported the Kolshians after everything. The Federation didn't regret picking off Dosa civilians, some of whom were only just recovering from the Shadowcast's basement in terrible condition.
The treatment from the captors of Malu was criminal, and worsened by the fact that it was simply for standing with humanity. However, I reiterate our desire to limit loss of life, and not to radicalize civilians. We seek healing. We want these 200-plus parties to surrender, so that we're not forced into this war any longer. That means that we're willing to send out humanitarian aid and put the lights back on for anyone who capitulates. It's also important to note that not all Federation members are in the same category.
Forgive the interruption, Kochi began with the unusual tact. But how so? I just heard Ambassador Allah point out that they supported the Kolshians after everything, including the attacks on Malu and on Kalkwa.
The Dirtian Shield originally hesitated to side with humanity due to fears of opposing the Kolshians. Kalkwa shows that there was true peril in challenging the Shadowcast. Many parties were afraid of retribution if they broke away from the Federation. There were quite a few who voted for neutrality after Noah's speech, but didn't want to hop sides. You were in the same position once, Kochi.
I can see that point. I believe I once told a Venlo counterpart that it was hard to stick our necks out. It was why talks with humanity hadn't achieved results before us.
Precisely. For parties that weren't involved as aggressors, I believe that we can come to terms. Their existence as neutral powers doesn't threaten us. Honestly, if they so desire, I don't feel this changes anything about our diplomatic efforts before. We still wish to sway potential friends. This might open the door to new members of the Sapien Coalition, should they seek out that avenue in good faith.
What about the ones who, don't act in good faith? Who acted against the SC?
Tillfish Governor Burla hesitated, recalling her species had once been a hostile power.
Nah, I recognize the value of parole and second chances after citizens received one. However, not everyone can be trusted or should escape punishment.
The Harkin ambassador raised an appendage in support. I don't believe the defense of Fowl's actions any more than Burla stands by what the Tillfish did. I agree that we should separate those who helped from those who were captive bystanders. Yet the truth is, there are true fanatics in the Federation. Many of these people have had ample opportunity to break from the ideology, but couldn't even see anything wrong with omnivore's treatment.
Humanity is aware of the aggressors, such as the Multi, a species who practice orbital exterminations and sapience, at the Kolshian's behest, and see it as normal military duty. We're informed about the most concerning subset, the fanatics, as you say. The difficult aspect of these is religion, something the Federation tailored to control worlds, something seen in many cultures, such as the Gojid's great predator, the Grogotals and Atala, or the Iftali's consecrated order.
Why don't they see from the archives that their religion is a lie?
The Iftali diplomat piped up.
Even before we had hard proof, Selene caught Nikonus bragging about co-opting omnivore religions.
For the ones who weren't omnivores, such as the two most egregious examples, they believed their faith was neutral. Even with proof, some wouldn't accept their beliefs as false. The reality is that cultists such as the Yelper, who have actively sought human sacrifice, or the Dresden, who worship the Federation as divine avatars, will fight to the last. We'd like for absolute peace, yet these races must be treated as hostiles.
Now you're going to wipe them out?
The Takan representative asked.
We don't seek extermination, but the only solution we see is to rebuild their society from the ground up. We don't wish to allocate troops for an occupation, or to directly engage more than needed. We'll ramp up cyber attacks, forcing them to back to their technological drawing board. We'll target their leadership, religious and political. Then we drop pamphlets and combat misinformation in the hopes of an eventual surrender. It may take years, and after we had that time to recover, we may need to kickstart change by force.
Cerulean Prime Minister Braylon raised a paw.
So the war's not ending?
Not altogether, but the threat to our safety is finished. There'll still be cleanup for years to come, even on our own turf. We'll be rebuilding Kalqua, Earth, Nishtel, the Cradle, and many more through titanic efforts. I regret that this is the only way to bring peace to the SC. This is seeking the path of least violence, yet it's still an ugly one that forces the compromising of our morals. We've done the best that we could to adhere to our ethics while staving off enemies who don't afford us any rights. I take no joy in the suboptimal choices that we've been left with on several occasions.
There were no ensuing challenges from the assembled diplomats, while Zal shuffled his nuts. It was obvious that the final enemy, the one who had yet to be addressed, was the Orcs or Dominion. The carnivores who had terrorized us for centuries. Isif had offered a non-aggression pact during his speech at the summit, but some diplomats had been quite vocal about his species not deserving a continued existence. Either that conversation and the Nikonus Gizno video had a lingering effect on the coalition, or humanity would have to dig in their heels if they wished to spare their troublesome ally. I'm willing to fight with Governor Velm, despite his undoubted concerns about how the public will react to him tolerating the Greys. As long as Isif keeps to himself and that his kind is punished by the first instance of reverting to old ways, I'll vote to allow it.
I'll gloss over the unaffiliated Sifkit Grand Herd, who never re-established diplomatic connections with us or the Federation. If they want to be isolationist, after learning the truth, we should respect that and leave them alone, Zhao explained. So that leads me to the elephant in the room, which is the Oxor. The Dominion surrendered after their humiliation, and there's a new government now. As I recall after Isif's speak, certain diplomats believe that we're partial to predators, and you have a staunch stances on not treating an Oxor as a person. Many of you have trauma. Some of you have even lost your homeworlds to their raids. Let me say, I don't expect you to forgive or forget.
The Tafki diplomat's silver-grey ears twitched in anger.
We had no world to ourselves until you helped us carve something out. There were 12,000 of us in the wild until you freed millions of our cattle. Millions of damaged, battered, broken people. Just like those who have strained other worlds' resources with their predator-diseased states. The Orcs shouldn't be left alone to do whatever they like without supervision. If you're not going to kill them, take away their damned ships. Their bombers ravaged Nishtel, something humanity played a role in. You know what the Orcs do with their ships.
Nula squawked. Goge Administrator Kiri flicked her claws.
Isif presided over the raid that left the cradle in ashes, and my species is a mix of spare colonists and refugees. I understand how they feel,
I whispered to Noah.
Isif was responsible for that raid, targeted at schools. My little girl would be alive if not for him. I was willing to work with him, but with the war over, he shouldn't keep his bombers. Those aren't used for good.
The astronaut grimaced.
I can't imagine the grief, and I don't know how you put it aside to cooperate with Isif at all. Nobody would have blamed you for wanting outright revenge. I wouldn't tell you to change how you feel. I wish we lived in a galaxy where everyone could disassemble their bombers, us included. War is hell.
The argument raged on, and the Thapki ambassador, Talkin's voice growling more ahead.
They view the Thapki as a delicacy. I don't care if the Kolshians let it happen. The Orcs still did it. They should be locked in the Kaisler cage at a minimum. They can't be trusted, and I certainly don't foresee opening relations with a race that remembers eating us.
Laulo strained on his hind legs.
The Orcs were quite helpful at Blue and Kalkwa. Our commanders were able to re-establish a cordial working relationship with Isif, who helped save prey lives by the billions. I have no reason to believe that he'd want to raid and eat anyone. He risked his own head to bring about the opposite and expressed remorse to us. This is about the future,
I shouted, deciding that the Yodel couldn't argue for Isif alone.
Isif always wanted that. He said something quite powerful to me long ago that one can be both a victim and an oppressor. That is what the Orcs is. To everyone's surprise, we now know that the Greys are capable of empathy. So I stress giving them a chance to change, just like the galaxy's other monsters.
Their entire culture is based in cruelty, Kupo challenged. If that's not evil at every level, what is?
Secretary General Zhao tapped the microphone.
That is enough. Nobody is expected to even think about forgiving the Orcs for generations. But we also know that they were warped into monsters. The United Nations has every intention of monitoring them and forcing them to live by civilized standards. Without purposeful starvation, there is no reason for raids. Isif was crucial in liberating cattle, overthrowing the Dominion, and gathering allies against Appa. Despite his past, he can't argue that we owe him our victory.
If there's no reason for them to raid, why can't you take away their bombers? Keep them out of our space,
Tulkinen yelled.
We have negotiated terms to keep the Orcs out of our space, in a 20-light-year bubble, leaving the SCP. The Dominion's cruelty-based legacy means that Isif will be seen as weak without maintaining a military. His government, the one that wants change, would collapse, so it's a necessity to allow him to keep his fleet. It's all for show. The UN will police him. Should the bombers vacate their territory, we have multiple cyber weapons ready to destroy the fleet. If Isif can't be trusted, he won't get past the SC's welcome mat. Will that satisfy you?
Not really. However, non-aggression is an upgrade over our former circumstances. We'll trust humanity to deal with it for now, but we'll be watching them closely ourselves.
The United Nations welcomes assistance, monitoring all powers confined to their territory, not just the Orcs. We don't trust them ourselves.
Zhao was hasty to pivot away, not allowing any further debate over his chosen resolution to Isif. He'd baited Telkanen into agreeing so smoothly that other SE members might not realize it.
That settles everything. We're quite grateful for the cooperation of our allies to finalize the war's resolution with the Treaty of Sol. I look forward to discussions of our internal affairs next week, and I wish you all safe travels. Farewell.
As the human leader dismounted the stage, I relished in the knowledge that centuries-long war was over. The Predators had laid out a step-by-step process to steer the galaxy in the right direction, and to handle all parties that fell outside SE bounds. Noah's loving gaze studied me from the periphery, a warm blanket of security that drew my focus back to the band around my forked hoe. His fingers traced over the ring's cool metal, which my brain had somehow normalized wearing. With today's ambassadorial duties complete, I didn't have to worry about protecting Vendel human interests anymore. My attention could center around our personal life together, with a wedding to plan and 2 children on the way. Now that I was starting a new family with this remarkable person, I felt an eagerness for the future that was unmatched by anything I had experienced before. End of chapter. Chapter 181. Memory transcription subject, Captain Sovereign, United Nations Fleet Command. Date standardized human time, April 9th, 2137. I wasn't sure what I imagined human funerary traditions would be like. Not too long ago, before I grew close to the gentle-hearted primates, I wouldn't have imagined a predator race would hold sincere burials at all. Carlos would be laid to rest in a funeral plot all of us chipped in to pay for, right in Tyler's backyard of Columbus, Ohio. It was a small ceremony consisting of people who worked with him in the past and our ship's crew members who had arrived on Earth after a dragged-out journey back from Alpha. Several stops had been made on our voyage home to unlock Kolshian prisoners and drop off passengers at Skalga and Nyan. Per my deceased friend's wishes, we hadn't invited his family, despite how heartbreaking that rift was. The quiet ceremony unfolded with little fanfare, and some human religious figure arrived to say a few words. Samantha Harris had made her detour to pay her funeral respects to her longtime companion. Tyler and Onzo were watching a virtual livestream, since the 2 of them had moved to Lian for the time being. The apartment had been left into my care, though I was told that, you gotta pay rent now, Sovereign. Don't you dare get me evicted. I was surprised by my commanding officer's decision to move away from Earth, and wondered if it was all for his exchange partner's sake. Officer Cardona was never coming back to reclaim his dog from his father. Why wouldn't he want to continue his ramen chef duties with Hunter and I as roommates? Overall, it felt good to be back on Predator homeworld, but I hated today's circumstances, knowing that Carlos hadn't seen the return home with us. His body would be lowered into a hole in the ground with a simple headstone denoting the years he'd been alive. That was what the one person who'd shown me immeasurable kindness was reduced to. A human priest was reading a passage that stated, "Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted," before offering words of solace. I knew little about how Terran religions compared to Gojid religions, but that sounded like nonsense.
There's no comfort in a loved one's death, just pain, loss, and heartache. Mourning is knowing a person is gone and they took a part of you with them.
Unlike Sam, I turned down the opportunity to speak at the funeral. Her statement had been short, an admission that she'd missed his kindness. I had no idea what I would have said if I stood before everyone, but I could barely bring myself to be at the ceremony and honor Carlos's life. I could still see the bullet hole in his helmet and recalled shaking his spacesuit. Too many people that I cared for had been taken in recent months. Ever since the cradle small, terrible events had played out before my eyes, all while I tried to atone for my own hatred. I was grateful that Hunter, Viseth, and Orsel were standing beside me, reminding me why I bothered to persist, confront my demons, and seek happier days. Tears rolled down my face as the funeral drew to a close. I couldn't wait to bolt from the premises. I thought if I had spoken before the crowd, I would have commented about the lessons Carlos taught me on open-mindedness and understanding opposing viewpoints. That was how I wished to remember him, not as the embalmed corpse locked in a wooden box. We might have unseated the Federation, but I'd never forget the costs they required. Regardless of what my plea deal and my conscience had said, there was nothing left for me to give to any war. I was an old man who wanted to help his found family navigate their present reality. It was time to make a positive difference in the world, like the humanitarian work Carlos partook in before this all started. That was what the peacekeepers were truly about, and those were causes that I could put my personal touch on. "Hey, Baldy." Samantha walked up to me, dabbing at her binocular eyes, watery pupils I'd once thought deceiving with false emotions. "Wherever our friend is, I hope he's at peace. Too many burials in too short a time frame. I hope you've got something happier on your slate now that this is over." I flicked my claws.
I used to think that I deserved my suffering. Since I survived instead of Carlos, I'm going to try and find a way to heal myself and to make a difference in post-war Earth. There's lots of people like my 3 younglings here who could use some guidance. Setting them all up for a bright future is my new mission.
Feck, I sure could use some guidance myself. Now that I'm here, I either have to grapple with the fact that my home and my family are long gone, or I'll find a way to ship out. There's nobody, not even Carlos. I could live with running off with the UN if he was here.
There is no reason to leave or go it alone. You can stay here with us, Sam. You know Earth better than all of us. I know I haven't been your favorite person, but I do care about you. I hate seeing grief tear others apart like it did to me. We can have our own family, a support network right here.
The auburn-haired soldier forced a smile before, to my surprise, she wrapped me in a fleeting embrace. Thanks for offering, but I'm sure as fuck not living with the Yanks. Too much soda, guns, and star-spangled bullshit going on here. It'd make putting up with the racist war criminal not even the worst part. That's not all America is, any more than your kangaroos and koalas, Hunter protested. Well, I like my kangaroos and koalas, and it beats dealing with Soblin on a daily basis, Sam responded, pulling away from me. I'll be fine. Some time to grieve John. It can't hurt any worse. Enough about me. Why don't we say goodbye, and with some happier news? Like, how the feck you don't have to uphold those minimum 5 years of service? I shifted with discomfort on my pulse.
I have Marcel's blessing. I reached out to him. He wanted me to, get help before, and he still does. If there's anything I learned, it's that I'm not a predator diseased. I have PTSD. I told the UN the truth and got the statement from Dr. Bari advising that I was unfit for combat duty. With the war over, they're happy for me to fulfill our pact through community service. It's part of the meeting.
Don't I know it? I reckon they want not just to rebuild Earth, but forge our cities into true interplanetary hubs. The UN wants multicultural acceptance, where, once they get past the predator scary phase, aliens feel welcome. Since you're acquired such an interesting cast, I'm sure you're up for it. If I heard about an Orcs, a Kolshian, and a 1970s human living together, I'd have thought that it was a joke. Orsel kept me positioned between her and Vices.
I would too. You should have seen how I reacted when Sublin told me. Living around a grey, it's a quick way to get over being disgusted by humans.
That is unflattering. My people might be monsters now, but I'm not one of them.
I have more in common with the Terrans than the Dominion, Vices commented.
To say the living arrangement had been awkward at first would be an understatement. Once the United Nations gave the sign-off to Orsel's asylum, after learning her relation to the heroic Rizal, it had taken a great deal of convincing about how ancient Orcsal had been empathetic and civilized. The female Kolshian was more in line with the belief that humans were the exception to the predator rule. I could understand how long that notion took to work through. There was no telling whether she'd seek a use for her botanist expertise now, perhaps cultivating a garden in predator lands, helping her adjust to Earth, keeping her safe from humans who didn't like her citizenship, and coaxing her out of the sphere was the least that I could do.
Sometimes it just takes time to get over things, and I believe Orsel can come around. She's learning tolerance for how predators live, at their ugliest, by being here. She has a strong moral compass, and she trusts me. Everything we both believed is gone, but we'll shape something new together.
Well, it was an accomplishment for Orsel to be in the same room as two predators. Myseth and Hunter had both graduated to the next steps of their life. The pre-Dominion Orcsal had considered how despondent the other Greys found in the archives were, and decided to set up a support group. With Gisnell unseated, the path had opened up for her to join the UN peacekeepers, something she was leaning towards doing. Her presence on Earth no longer needed to be hidden, because of it being an affront to the betterment. As one of the few members of her species not involved in the atrocities, Viseth could prove Orcsals weren't always monsters to the galaxy. Hunter Garner was still adjusting to present-day culture and technology, with occasional mishaps that reflected his primitive upbringing. However, his fiduciary field of study wasn't obsolete. When he approached me about delving into xenoeconomics, I thought it was the perfect use of his skill set. All of humanity would be exploring the field from scratch, and he'd proven to be quite absorbent to those concepts. As the United Nations opened its doors for trading, there would always be roles for the numerically savvy. I still thought that he should change his name if he wanted to do business with herbivores, but that was a moot point. While they're arguing about whether Orcs are disgusting, why don't you tell Sam your other service? Hunter slapped me on the back, right on a large bald patch devoid of spines. I flinched, not used to direct contact there. To your people, I groaned as Sam fixed me with a quizzical glare.
I'd rather not. Sam will make fun of me, and it's a sore spot.
I'll let you in on a secret, the Australian soldier replied. I'll make fun of you no matter what you say, because deep down, you like it. Plus, you owe me for having me call Onzo a slur. Spill.
Hunter, now I am fecked to the Predator's cloud. Look, when I talked to the UN, I might have gotten them to sign me up for the cure's reversal. The first Gojit trials are moving forward this week, and I volunteered. Now I know what you're thinking about how I hate being a former omnivore, but this is just about the allergy, like Marcel testified to the SC. If I'm living on Earth, I can't die from a whiff of your grossness.
Hunter clapped his hands with delight. We're going out for burgers after the procedure. Take back that Gojit pride.
I don't know how Gojits are rebuilding our culture, and I don't want to be involved with it. After what happened to the cradle, I doubt it'll even be recognizable. I'm not proud of my ancestry, even if they were just people. Meat-eaters aren't monsters, sure, but it is still sickening. It's like eating a slab of your, skin.
You already watch me eat raw bloody meat, Viseth comment.
That's different. You will die without that, and I don't watch you. I purposely turn away, and I wish that you would go do that in a closed room.
It takes me all but 2 seconds to devour the tiny human cuts. Do I need to isolate myself for basic survival functions just because I am a flesh eater? I understand you may feel uncomfortable watching an Orcs tear into meat after what you saw with your family, but I don't wish for you to feel ashamed of me.
Marcel shuddered. Being around you during mealtime is so visceral.
Hey, it's not her fault that she has fangs that could snap us in half, I offered in an uneasy voice, though she is terrifyingly capable of killing us with a single bite. It reminds me of certain things.
Samantha rolled her eyes. And yet our canines were very scary. How exactly were we going to bite you and snap you in half?
With the power of sass and evil sadism, obviously.
You make a compelling argument. My sarcasm is a weapon of sass destruction.
That was a terrible pun, Hunter griped. He won't even get the rhyme through the translator.
That sounds like a Sublime problem. Seriously, Baldy, I'm not going to make fun of you. I think it's great that you're getting uncured. I'm not your shrink, but for what it's worth, I think chowing down on a burger might be a great idea. Not even because you want to switch your diet. 1 bite is all. I scowled.
Why the feck would I do that? I just learned how you get lethal diseases from eating meat.
All talk to keep you afraid. Our stuff is monitored and it's safe. I think you should try meat, just once, to prove the Federation doesn't have power over you. To prove to yourself that you won't change or struggle with bloodlust. Because you broke your herbivore crap. It's a way to come to terms with what Gojits really are. Maybe. Think about it.
I don't know. It's eating carcasses, even if it's artificial. I hate what the Kolshians cost my people, and yours, but I don't know if I'll ever do something like that.
I doubt you thought you'd jump out of a Predator spaceship to a moon either. Sometimes you gotta take the leap anyway. You've come a long way since wishing that we'd all go extinct, and bristling up at the sight of me. I wish you the best of luck, Captain Sublin. It was an honor to serve alongside you.
Likewise. Don't be a stranger, Sam.
My surviving guard ducked her head, awakening me to the reality that I was no longer a prisoner. Not to my life, not to my genes, not to my guilt over Marcel and the Cradle, not to the United Nations, and certainly not to the Federation. I was free to live my life however I pleased, whether that was down the path of burned flesh patties or not. Hunter's amber eyes twinkled with affection. To think I once would have seen Hunter's vision as proof that he was incapable of kindness. There had been a great number of leaps that I'd needed to take internally, with everything I'd ever knew crumbling. Revelation after revelation challenged my certainties and beliefs until none survived. I'd come a long way from my first encounter with humanity, savoring an innocent man's suffering out of misguided vengeance for my daughter. How laughable it was that even after I'd been convinced of humanity's empathy, I believed that they were struggling not to pounce on us at a moment's notice. While my therapist had refuted the existence of Terran bloodlust, I had a nagging concern about Gojit proclivities. After what Maronis told us, it was apparent that such constructs were inventions to keep us afraid of regression, all because of a poor understanding of odd diseases. When I talked to Viseth, even she knew what it was, as an Orcsal from hundreds of years ago.
The truth is that I don't understand predators at all, but I know that they're not defined by their diet. I won't be defined by it either anymore.
Orsal gazed at Carlos's casket as Samantha retrieved a flower and placed it atop the cover.
They associate beautiful plants with death.
I don't know why they do it, any more than why the Vendel decorate their plots with flowering bushes, I remarked. I'd guess it's about making ugly things beautiful, like why a city of the flora is so gorgeous, to hide the shadow cast's ugliness underneath.
Is that a good thing?
It depends on what you're hiding. One is a gesture of love for someone who's no longer around, perhaps symbolic of life's fragility. Another is beautifying the oppression of someone who's no longer around, symbolic of their life's fragility. If he was here, Carlos might have said it's our beliefs that make things good or evil.
He must have meant a lot to you. To imagine what he would say now, but that only asks the big question about our morality. With the causes forced on us in the past, what do we believe now?
I believe all of us have suffered enough for one lifetime. That we don't have to let the wounds of the past hold us back. That the truth about ourselves may not be pretty, but that it can't be something we run from. And I believe it's worth trying to rebuild something better.
Viseth lashed a tail.
Something better? Maybe one day. I'll find the strength to help my people, and you to help yours. But for now, let's go home. Yeah, we can figure out our future together, Dad. I'll be ready for anything, as long as I have your support, Hunter agreed.
I ruffled the human's brown hair, just how I used to with Rania. In that moment, I wasn't a broken man who'd been grieving his family for years, a captain who'd unraveled his own life's purpose, or a devastating conscript burying a god-turned-friend. I was a father who wanted to see his children succeed, no matter what path their lives took. The galaxy's future under the United Nations could be prosperous, and I couldn't wait to settle down and watch the future unfold. My life's intersection with the predators had not only freed me of my past, but like the casket's flowers, it made my present reality a bit more beautiful. End of chapter. Chapter 182. Memory transcription subject Onzo, Yodel Technical Specialist. Date Standardized Human Time, April 9th, 2137. Rather than settling down on Rinsa after arriving back in Lian, I had duties to fulfill for my people before heading home. I was summoned to mainland Tyson after requesting to speak to the Technocracy's intelligence panel in closed testimony. Departmental leadership, implemented when we drove foreigners and Federation sympathizers away in the Great Reclaiming, was comprised of leading experts in various fields. The committee was a band of geopolitical specialists, threat assessors, and continuity of government planners. After seeing the quiet devastation of cyber warfare, I entreated my government to create our own cyber division. The Yodel couldn't leave an infrastructure vulnerable to malicious programs.
Well, I doubt the humans will be our enemies in the near future. They still have the capabilities to unseat all advancements without sending a single ship. We don't want anyone to have that level of power over us, like the Federation did.
It wasn't impossible that other planets would develop such capabilities either, especially without the Kolshian-led stagnation. Preparing for all eventualities was something that my people needed to prioritize, so we had a protocol to fall back on for even the most unlikely of challenges. It was like building redundancies upon redundancies in engineering. If something went wrong, there should be more failsafes and backup plans than we'd ever need. That was Safety 101, and it shouldn't be any different with the security of our society. The Yodel Technocracy had made leaps and bounds since leaving the Federation. We were technological leaders, pushing the forefront of innovation alongside the humans. Being one of the original 3 to 8 Earth after Calcim's attack meant that we were one of the most powerful nations in the Sapient Coalition, but it also meant that we'd be a target for any ex-Federation members who resented the Primates' victory. The Technocracy was mistrustful of the surrendering neutrals, who were being weighed as trial additions to the SC. I wasn't thrilled about the parties who hadn't stood up to the Shadow Caste and their imperialism having a say in the Alliance's internal affairs. I dropped a suggestion in my briefing to enhance our digital espionage abilities with that in mind. If anyone was plotting against us, military or diplomatically, we needed advance warning. I'd left the Thyssen after several days of being questioned, on everything I knew about the human and non-human military capabilities, and the exact details I'd written in my combat report. The intelligence panel promised to grant me a commendation for my seamless integration with our UN allies, before offering me my choice of posting or promotion, with their preference being the top-tier job in a research and development department. The idea of playing a part in our shipyard's mass construction program had appealed to me, almost as much as Sarah's Rosario's prior offer to restore Leanne. It would be prestigious, squarely in my field, and come with a pay increase. Plus, I imagined I could request to stay in Rinsa, my own backyard. Still, part of me wanted to leave the military behind. Tyler was waiting for me at the bullet train station, so I'd like to acquire his thoughts. I attended Carlos's funeral virtually on the locomotive ride across Rinsa-Thyssen connector bridge, and stared out at the glistening ocean waves in somber reflection on all that had been lost. It once would have taken weeks by boat to travel intercontinental like this. The harbor where I'd spent days on a sailboat with Mama, salt spray on my lolling tongue and wind in my ears, was now replete with modernized haulers, though a few recreational ships, including the island cruise liner, were making a return. That turned my morning to a bit of optimism as we restored traces of what made us the Yodel.
Well, hello, Tyler.
I murmured, spotting the tall human as the train pulled up to the station. His towering figure would stand out anywhere, even on Earth.
Why do you hang out in here in Rinsa? Well, I was busy in Thyssen instead of heading home. I can't be just to teach me surfing.
I thought that it was strange when Tyler took the shuttle down to Leanne's surface with me. After the entire mission revolved around rescuing Slanek, I expected him to assure the Vendal's return. Instead, that fell to the handful of herbivore crew and Sovlin, who was lucky the Vendal didn't remember him. Officer Cordona's willingness to forsake the ship, with his promise to Marcel fulfilled, suggested that he might want to put the exchange program first. This could not have just been an offhand remark to teach me surfing, but also about strengthening our friendship. The move seemed semi-permanent even, since he hadn't returned to his homeworld at all. According to our chats, he had his belongings shipped to him and was living at the UN foothold in Rinsa.
I love the idea of having some downtime with my friend, like we did in Brussels at our first meeting. But I can't turn down R&D for that. I already missed one prime opportunity for him. I need to help my family, and this pay hike will give my father retirement.
Tyler grinned as he spotted me and walked slowly up to the train station. The bridemate was in civilian pelts, a casual shirt with tropical trees printed on it, and beige shorts. I imagine that choice of attire had something to do with the loving Rinsa's warm and temperate climate. There had been reports not just of Terran refugees, but also of requests for tourism flooding in after the war's conclusion. The village council was discussing permits for a beach resort by the harbor, injecting life into our economy. They were even considering using old Yodel technology to give a medieval experience. It was strange for aliens to want to visit islanders that were considered backward savages, even amongst our own kind. But I was touched that someone saw the beauty in our way of life. "Buddy, the Michelin-star ramen chef is here to rescue you," Tyler boomed, earning mystified looks from other disembarking passengers. "I've been waiting here all by my lonesome for you. I got some stuff to show you." I twitched my ears with amusement.
You know, the exchange program doesn't have any official oversight anymore. It's over. I don't have to go anywhere with you.
Too bad. You're my hostage. With that smart brain of yours, I think I could get quite a ransom. After all, you've been chumming it up with the who's who of Thyssen. Wait a second. Do you all got some spy agency that's following you, now that you're connected? I don't want to be black-bagged.
I don't know. If you want to go through with holding me ransom, there you can find out.
Nah, don't feel like calling your bluff today.
You're the one who bluffs. I've seen your mathematically dubious poker strategy.
That implies that I have a strategy. Now quit taking the piss and walk with me. I got something for you back at the UN compound.
Fine, I agreed, allowing him to drag me off down the sidewalk. But you're gonna tell me why you've moved out here and sat around waiting for me.
Ain't it obvious? First off, I'm here growing out my hair, though it's gonna take way too long to get those surfer vibes. You were in Thyssen for long enough that I was starting to think that I might have had time to get some locks going. Now that you're back, I bought you a board, and I'm going to start teaching you how to ride the waves. I was silent for a long moment, mulling over how to respond. Well, I didn't want to shoot down his enthusiasm, and the idea of learning Terran water sports sounded amazing. I wouldn't have all this time during the day to devote to recreation.
If I took the R&D job, I intended to work my arse off to advance the Yodel security. Sure, blazing around the beach under grilled cheese warmth sounded divine. Just as we had before setting sail to the Battle of Alpha, it was a blessing that we'd come back alive at all, with the enormity of casualties in the orbital battle. Carlos's funeral, which we just listened in to, had been a poignant reminder of the fact. Staying in touch with Tyler and trying to balance work and life would be my goal, but I also had to think of my family.
My father isn't getting any younger, and the time I have left with him grows shorter, the longer he works himself to death. The paycheck will be good, but not quite as life-changing as Sarah's program. I hope Tyler didn't make any drastic moves to the detriment of his own career without consulting me.
Well, I told myself I'd confront my friend. My mind was all but set on taking the job. It would have been a relief in many ways to leave the military behind, but I needed to secure my future, my loved ones' welfare, and my role in the great reclaiming. Very few people were offered 2 once-in-a-lifetime opportunities in short succession, so I'd be foolish to pass up on an upgrade like this a second time. Years of studying engineering pointed to this path, so I wasn't sure why I yearned for something more peaceful. When I'd watched the bombs fall on Carter, my conscience had shuddered to think of building tools to enable such devastation. Yet I knew the technocracy wasn't a dirty shield. We wished to protect ourselves and level the playing field. It wasn't the same. Seriously, Onza, all I wanted since first contact was to be friends with aliens. Problem is, I'm louder and less cleaned up than Marcel, Tyler remarked, prompting me out of my silence. I'd learn there is none of this fecking fragile prey act. I thought a change in scenery would be good for me, else I'm gonna punch Hunters next time he makes one of these shitty comments. Sovlin needs a place to come home to more than me, and he's doing good work. My tail swished in acknowledgement.
That Gojid found his calling. I never thought I'd hear him praise the Yodel's culture. But the more I consider it, the more I think those primitive comments were rooted in jealousy, that we still have our identity.
Maybe. Point is, I got a transfer here to literal fecking paradise, my favorite SC planet. Being near my best friend is the cherry on top. You can nerd out about all the Yodel culture you want, Bonzo. We don't got nowhere left to go.
Not even to check on Slanek and Marcel?
The beauty of FTL comms. I don't like the idea of going to Skullgar with put a visor on it, well, as a leader. Those 2 can come and visit here, but I doubt that'll happen anytime soon. Shit, that's right. I meant to give you the scoop on how they're doing. Marcel's been texting me, and he sent a video update a few hours ago, but I saved it to watch with you. 1 second.
The human flashed his canine teeth, nearly throwing his hollow pad into my hands after putting up the video. It was the same enthusiasm that had led him to call Marcel back in the lab, which, in fairness, had paid dividends despite its risks. It was obvious how much Tyler cared for the people close to him, with how he pledged to go to the galaxy's most spectacular battle to rescue a friend. Despite losing the Leanne restoration job, I was glad that I'd gone with my friend. It would have been much harder to coax the Vendel back to the ship without me. If love had lasted through the brain experimentation, once the salt monster laid eyes on him, I'd peered at the recorded face of the red-haired Terran, who had a sheepish Slanek curled up next to him in the video. Marcel smiling came on camera, the scars weathering his face. I'm checking in with a lot of good news, though it's not old swimming. First off, Nulia has shown trouble at first getting attached to her female figures. Can't blame her, after her mom abandoned her and, that's not fair. I should have shouldered more of the responsibility. But too many things were hitting me at once. Anyhow, she's finally starting to warm to Genzi. She really wants to join the Mayong games with Genzi's human friends, but she's a bit too young, and those are, hold on, because Slanek finds that to be a way too much.
Not don't want in my house,
the Vendel croaked.
Supposed to be safe.
I know, buddy. I'll protect you, right? One of the Kolshians told you about us isn't true. You lived on Earth and with our soldiers for months. I know humans hurt you.
I don't remember. You said I trained with that Tyler. He rescued me. When are we going to call him?
Marcel's expression fell. We're calling him right now, buddy. Focus up. Look at the holopad camera. You see it's on. We've been filming for about 30 seconds. Tyler did go through the instinct suppression program with you, and we visited Skulga.
Where? What is Skulga?
It's Vendel Prime's name now. They voted it officially a few weeks ago. It was the name before the Federation.
World of death. You remember what I told you about them screwing over Vendel? Don't cry. It's all right. I'll just keep reminding you of things.
It's hard. Keep things. Brain catches nothing. I'm tired.
You can nap right here until the nice cerulean doctor comes to try and help you. If the Gaussians did this to you, then maybe it can be undone, right? I just wanted you to remember how our first visit to your planet together was with Tyler. Well, cute little tiltfish kid named Vernt rode on his shoulders. That was after he saved us in Celis, flying into a headlong danger. He's a bro. Why don't you be a brave Rendell and wave the camera? Slanek took a moment to locate the camera, before giving a disjointed swish of his tail. There, sleep now. Marcel gently pulled the Vendel, already dozing head onto his stomach. Shit. You see what's wrong? I was going to start with the good news, like how my gene reversal went off without a hitch. No more allergic reactions from the slightest whiff of animal stuff. I can move back to Earth whenever, but I'm staying here because Slanek needs me.
Yes, stay,
the Vendel murmured.
Love, Marcel.
You know I love you, buddy. I'm right here beside you. I won't sugarcoat it, Tyler. Our pal here is pretty fact up. They did a number on him. His short-term recall is hit or miss, since he can hardly focus. So I wind up explaining things several times. Any human that's not me, sometimes even just sighted out the window, makes him shut down. That's why I'm recording this, and not calling you live. This is the best I can do to get him to talk to you. I pinned my ears against my head.
Bye, Relchi. This is terrible, seeing Slanek like this.
I remember when he struggled with anxiety around us. But this is heartbreaking, Tyler whispered. Marcel forced a smile to his lips.
We're making small progress in Slanek's home. The best doctors at the Galactic Institute of Medicare are on it, and between Genzi and I, we can keep him on track. I hope you and Onzo are doing well. You both risked your lives for us, so thank you for everything. It's a long journey ahead, but hopefully I'll be in touch with a more optimistic outlook soon.
The video flickered out, and I padded a few more steps after Tyler in a somber silence. It would be difficult for Slanek to escape the lab's effects, though at least he wasn't separated from his friend. I hoped that with medical aid, he'd be able to regain his faculties. It was only as I passed the holopad back that I noticed that we were nowhere near the UN compound, where Officer Cardona claimed to have a gift for me. I thought the primate spoiled the surprise by announcing that he transported a surfboard here, but this looked like a research complex for the Lian Restoration Project. Sarah Rosaria was waiting by the gates, her lab coat over her shoulders.
Did Sarah reach out to Tyler somehow? She was definitely expecting us, and we didn't wander here by mistake. I don't want to get my hopes up, though. I turned down the job, and I didn't expect her to hold it.
Tyler clapped me on the back, with his jovial mood returning as he saw my surprise. Surprise! My transfer was really as security for this complex here. You thought that I wouldn't find out that you turned down this project for me, and didn't tell me so that I wouldn't feel guilty. I sensed something was off, so I did some digging.
When I found out from Tyler why you passed on the job, Onzo, I was even more impressed with you. Your loyalty is admirable, Sarah chimed in. I was happy to hold the position for as long as it took. I also took the liberty of getting the go-ahead from your government. The posting is yours, at the same price tag as the original offer, if you want. You can't be serious. You posted that for me?
I blinked several times, recalling how enthusiastic I felt my tour of the facility. The Henses had been such a welcome sight from our past. R&D was a wonderful technical gig, but this was the job that spoke to me.
Yes, Ralchi, I could leap into orbit with joy. I want nothing more than to restore Lian to its former glory, even if it means I have to work with this bozo.
That's not very knife-living geyser of fun facts, Tyler objected. I spent weeks planning how to give you the perfect return home, and this is my reward?
What do you humans say? Cope and seize?
Tyler scowled at me before I tackled him in a hug. He pried my arms off of him, holding a finger to implore me to wait. His blue eyes winked at me, suggesting that he had something else in store for fulfilling my dreams. I tilted my head to the side, watching as he hurried over to Earth's animal cages outside the facility. I recalled the Terrans had been importing pets as a stopgap for Yertle citizens. The primate clasped their lead in his hands, coaxing a massive mottled grey canine from the enclosure towards me. I recognized the dog as his pet, Zeus, the Great Dane. Officer Cardona hadn't left Zeus behind on Earth. I suppose it would be possible to get permission for canine companions, but why bring him here ahead of my arrival? His beloved pet should be at his place of residence, in comfortable surroundings. The human smile widened as he fitted the leash loop around my wrist. Zeus turned around to sniff at me with a wet nose before wagging his tail with affection. The domesticated animal must recognize my scent from his owner's pelt.
Tyler and I both talked about how you wanted a big dog after the war,
Sarah commented. The blonde human bobbed his head. I knew what I had to do. He's yours. My eyes widened, staring at the gigantic canine.
What? No, I can't take Zeus, Tyler. He's your pet. You love him.
Yeah, but I can't have him on the base. I know you'll take good care of him, so I wanted you to have him. Don't worry, I'll tell you everything you need to know about owning a pupper. Helps me too, 'cause I'll need to see him on a regular basis. It's a win for everyone involved. Say that Tyler is the best human to ever grace this universe.
Heck no. But I'll say that you're a great friend. I'm glad that I've gotten to know you. And if you're sure that you're okay with it, I'll be honored to have Zeus. He's going to be the most spoiled dog in the galaxy.
Damn straight, especially when I come over and bring him treats and dog bones. Definitely couldn't talk about how Predator Zeus loves chomping down on bones to any other herbivores.
As long as he does not my bones, I don't care. Hence's hunted live prey back in the farm.
Unless you got a squirrel equivalent inside you, Zeus chases nothing. He's a good boy.
He sure is. But I'm not sure I can take him right now. I'm sure I'm behind on lots of work in the project. I'm eager to get started, Dr. Rosario.
Sarah chuckled to herself, stress lines fading from her face.
Well, you start your job today, Hansa. How about for the first assignment you take your dog home and go to the beach with a guide for some surfing lessons? One day to enjoy time with your friend won't hurt anything. After all we've been through, I'll call it worth it just to see a video of this.
Well, that's very kind of you, but it can. Tyler scowled me. Don't you dare persuade her to assign you something. You deranged yodel. I've been waiting weeks for you to get your ass back here from Tyson. I did bring a surfboard, and we're going right now. Come on. With my friend's stern expression leaving no room for argument, I acquiesced to his speech demands. The idea of building an entire society, rather than just spaceships, helped me feel that Leanne was in control of our destiny once more. I hadn't dreamed that everything would fall back into place so perfectly, but I had Tyler to thank for that. He'd appreciated the sacrifice that he was never supposed to know I made. There'd be no more missions to drag us away from home, and our packmates' fates were out of our paws. It was time to make a life here, one that involved a big dog today and henses in the future. I was grateful that I could live in a galactic community, where I'd be seen as an equal, and that I could work alongside my friend to fulfill the magnificent dreams I had for the Yurtle people. End of chapter. Chapter 183. Memory transcription subject Ambassador Tava Williams of the Vendel Republic. Date Standardized Human Time October 9th, 2137. Under an immense amount of pain, it was difficult to remember why I wanted to have a child in the first place. I clung to Noah's hands as the contractions radiated pain through my body, finding it difficult to think. I forced myself to ruminate about how beautiful our family would be, and how much I loved my caring husband. Then again, no matter how supportive he wanted to be, he wasn't the one in excruciating pain. This required little effort on his part, didn't it? That wasn't a rational thought, but it was near impossible to be rational. Of course, I wanted the astronaut here to welcome his child. Just a little while ago, I'd been elated to see his reaction. The doctors prompted me to push harder, and I strained against my own pain tolerance. If I'd welcomed two predators to Skugger in the flesh, before I knew that they wouldn't eat me, and wagered my entire civilization on a possibility, what was a little labor pain? I was a strong, fierce woman, and I'd be damned if I waited a moment longer to hold my child. Noah had barely left my side since the pregnancy began, but now it was like his hand was glued to mine. My human watched with nervous eyes, terrified of anything going wrong. He pressed the other palm against my back, though it wasn't comforting enough to make up for the fact that my insides wanted to be on my outside. "We're almost there. You're doing great, sweetheart," Noah whispered, inches from my ear. "You're going to make a perfect mother. I believe in you, and I'm here for you and our child." There was a brief flicker of happiness, knowing that, despite his insecurities, my Noah would make a wonderful father. I remembered seeing his binocular eyes staring straight at me as we exchanged vows. The astronaut liked the Vendel ones enough to choose them. Our wedding had been a quiet ceremony, closed to the public, despite the fact that our relationship had controversially, on both worlds, been announced. We started out from Skulga on a sprawling spaceship we rented, with friends and families we invited. The ceremony had taken place halfway on the journey to Earth before we landed in my husband's hometown for the reception. To imagine how it once would have terrified all of my maternal instincts, a predator being right next to my newborn child. Noah implicitly had my trust. My brain didn't register him as a threat anymore, not even in the subconscious bits. My abdomen screamed with unfathomable pain, whirring for my attention, but I fought onward for our beautiful daughter. We discussed names, Vendel and human, and settled on a tribute to a friend of ours who spent these last breaths taking peace. Elia, her name would be, harkening back to the dear Elias Mayer. It felt right for the people we'd lost to be a part of this new life, for their memories to be carried on.
Elia is going to be beautiful, and I hope she takes after Mayer's diplomatic spirit. I wish she'd gotten to see this victory, and to know that humanity would survive as a prosperous power.
Another wave of agony came with his newest spasm, as the process seemed never-ending. Stars, I loved my first daughter, but how I'd forgotten how miserable this was. I had no more energy left, and even with desperate attempts to redirect my thoughts to Noah and his species, my motivation was waning. Why wasn't there a pause button on this ordeal? I tried to cling to something positive, though my brain begged for a reprieve. There were 2 cribs waiting in the nursery, where the planets of Skulgar systems were painted on the ceiling. My human and I had a home together. It wasn't quite the opulent governor's mansion, but it was ours. What else? What else? Maternity leave from my ambassadorship would give me time to spend with my children. That was it. Children. Plural. Despite all my research on how to rear a human infant, I was woefully unprepared for raising a predator. How strange it was that such a powerful, fearsome species would be so fragile and dependent on me. After a lengthy discussion, we decided to adopt a Terran boy that was 6 months old, since Vendel children matured quicker than primates. 2 newborns would have been a massive undertaking, and the sleepless nights and the round-the-clock care. Well, it wouldn't quite bridge the age gap. We wanted to bring the hominid home early enough that he'd bond with us from his earliest memories. Noah and I wanted to hear his first words, and when he took his first steps. The 2 of us were slated to visit the UN embassy, where the paperwork had been prearranged. Our little boy would be waiting for us in the peacekeeper's care. Elias's big brother was sitting there in limbo, and we couldn't meet him until I finished up here. I didn't want to wait a second longer before making it official that he was my son. I didn't want to wait any longer to have a Vendel daughter again either. Elias's life was set to start today. A strength bubbled within me that I didn't even know I had, as I warred against my body to bring a pup into the world. The pain reached its crescendo, blinding me for several moments. The doctor latched onto a small silver object, while I fell back to the pillow with exhaustion.
My gosh, that's Elia. I saw her little head. Are you feeling all right, Tava?
Noah asked. I perked my ears as the sound of braying, feeble cries reached me.
Elia's healthy, it sounds like. I don't know how I made her, but you have no idea how much that hurt.
I hated seeing you in pain, my love. I wish there was something I could do to help. But I'm here every step of the way. You can rest now.
No, I can't. Elia needs me. Let me see her. She needs someone to comfort her.
The doctor passed me the wet bundle of fur, which was wriggling within the blanket. In an instant, the pain and exhaustion were forgotten. It was all worth it, worth enduring 1,000 times over in a second. A dangerous protectiveness roared within me as my precious daughter was passed into my arms. I held Elia close, trying to soothe her cries. Her fragile body was so impossibly loud for something so small. Those little eyes peered up at me, not yet knowing me as her mother. Her snout was a bright pink, with 2 tiny slits that represented nostrils. Her legs were fragile, yet the important thing was that they were not crooked. She would be a force of nature with all the senses and abilities that Vendel were meant to have. While the deformed people of my generation had been known as the weakest species in the galaxy, Elia would not share that repute. Without gene mod gentling and prey instincts, she'd have the fighting spirit my ancestors resisted the Federation with. It was true that we were the most emotional species, but that wasn't a weakness. My husband belonged to a race I believed was the number 2 in the rankings for the strength of their feelings, and they toppled a millennia-old empire with their tireless spirit. The fossil archivists had feared us in our anger more than humanity.
Once the Vendel accept the gene reversal, more than the millions who already have, there is no reason we can't go back to being a species that will never be broken nor surrender. Children like Elia can accomplish anything. Her future is bright, and not just subject to any artificial biological limits. I couldn't wait to see how she inherited the best traits of both of our worlds. Our main residence was on Skaga, so that we could play a direct role in restoring the Vendel to our true selves. If the political situation for humans became more dire than Veln's pandering, I wasn't opposed to switching to Earth. I'd upend any part of my life or place myself in harm's way any number of times if it meant keeping my children safe. Noah smiled behind his holopad, snapping a photograph of me holding the baby. He reached out with his sturdy arms, as if prompting me to pass what was now my entire world. I loved my husband dearly, but that affection was a mere seed in the ground compared to the ocean of adoration I felt for Elia. All I could see in my head was the tragedy that occurred the last time I let my daughter venture out of my sight. What if something terrible happened, because I wasn't around to protect her? I thought I trusted Noah to keep her safe, but the reality of letting her go left me torn up inside. I wanted to keep her in my grasp forever, never to let her go. The predator tilted his head, eyebrows arching up. Let me see the kiddo, Tava. I know I've never held a baby, but I'll be gentle. Don't worry, I won't drop her. She's just the cutest thing. Oh, my heart is melting, Noah said. I'm a father, and it's like nothing else in the whole wide world matters. Tears welled up in my eyes as I focused my heavy arms to pass the baby towards Noah. As the human's fingers pressed through her fluffy, soft as a cloud fur, I could release my grip. What if there was something I hadn't accounted for, such as Terran mates responding to a newborn in a way that would endanger a Vendel? It was irrational paranoia, but it wouldn't leave my mind. I took a deep breath, noticing the growing concern in his binocular gaze. This was the man who was my soulmate, who treasured me, and who'd fallen over himself to accommodate my sudden dream of having Elia. I wanted to share it with him, no matter how difficult it was to expose her to any risks. Regardless of how small she was, I steeled myself and forced my paws to do something much more challenging than labor. I relinquished my grip on my daughter, and Noah took her out of my control. The Terran started grinning like an idiot, overjoyed to have her as nestled against his elbow. She wasn't even the length of his forearm. The crying stopped the second the predator held her and tickled her tiny nose with his fingertip. Oh my, Tava, I want us to be everything Elia needs. How do we do that? Noah whispered. Together. My body finally relaxed, seeing my daughter safe in my beloved's arms. She looked like she belonged there, tucked against his chest. You're a natural, father. I'm sorry about earlier. I was just hard to let go. It gets easier, one day at a time. I was worried you were scared of me for a moment. Can you blame me? Everyone knows humans eat Vendel pups for breakfast. Right next to the bacon and orange juice. You make a good point. I always do. It's one of my many endearing qualities. You can say that again, since sweet Elia is related to you, I think she's going to kick her brother's ass. We have to watch out for her. I've heard true Skullgons are terrors. I'm hoping she'll take after her more mellow namesake. And on the topic of names, if we're going to bring home our other child today, we still need a name. We haven't settled on one, and I don't know who else to pay homage to. I thought about Sarah, or some variant of her last name, but Rosa is more feminine in your tongue. We were both the first pioneers to set sail from Earth on our FTL flight. She's a great scientific mind who's done a great service to both truth and human discovery, from Skalga's survey to the empathy tests to Leanne. I'd like the idea of taking a bite-sized snippet from Rosario. How about Ari? It's a bit more subtle. Ari? That does have a nice ring to it. We'll have to tell Sarah who inspired it someday. Hopefully she'll come visit us from time to time so that we can. We're not that forgettable. When Sarah attended our wedding, it wasn't evident how often she intended to return to Skalgar going forward. She'd piled tons of work onto her plate with the yodel. I hoped she'd be involved as an honorary aunt,
but I imagined her ambitions to repair the galaxy wouldn't leave her much time. It was fitting to give a nod to her as one of my original Terran friends. Alaya and Ari would be reminders of two figures who were instrumental in making our family possible, free of Federation control or Orcs or threat. It wouldn't be easy to raise a human and a Vendel side by side, but I was confident that we could handle the challenges. I could imagine the child tussling in the grass, playing together and running around on strong legs. I'm not sure Alaya can keep up with the persistence predator, but she won't tuck her out easily. Maybe Noah will be proven right about her being a handful. With both of us regarded as important historical figures, our children would have a lot to learn. We'd be under the spotlight, especially since I hadn't stepped down as Vendel ambassador, despite my interspecies marriage. Noah and I would teach our offspring not to be ashamed of our family, or their own differences. We'd teach them to do what was right, regardless of the risks. A new era was dawning on Skalga, and the second chance at motherhood played right to the big picture. The Sapient Coalition could give us a forum to develop our own might, with the next generation bringing us back to our roots. The Vendel spirit might have been suppressed for centuries, but it wasn't snuffed out. The more I thought about it, the more confident I was that Alaya wouldn't need my protection. It would be all of us needing protection from her if she embraced her wild side. It was probably a good thing her brother and father would be from a predator race, which customs and mannerisms would jump the gap in our multi-planetary household. How would the Terran's kind-hearted nature manifest in my son? It was a relief that humanity wasn't under threat of extermination anymore. I wouldn't have to worry about Ari belonging to an endangered species.
All of this started when I met you, I told Noah. But to think that I almost let the Federation take away the one person who understands me implicitly. Who will make my family? Who made my heart whole?
The human handed Alaya back to me, a loopy smile still in his face. I helped, Tava, but you did all of that yourself. I just proved whatever was written about us in the dossier wrong.
You sure did. Do you want to know what I was thinking when I saw your ship coming?
Wow, that ship is smoking hot. The pilot must be a stud.
No, you big goof. I thought there were 2 known instances of predatory species achieving sapience. I listed it out in my head.
And now you know is all the omnivores too.
Actually, I know now that I was right about there being 2. I was just wrong about who. The Colchians and the Fossil were the 2, bringing about the cruelties and atrocities to maintain control, the ones who would have kept us apart. I can't wait for whatever our family's future holds.
Me too. All I wanted was friendship and peace in the stars, but you gave me so much more. Looking at Alaya, I didn't know it was possible to feel such deep emotions. I'll be by your side forever, Tava. Staring into Noah's loving eyes, I was certain that this was humanity's true nature. They were a species that would be loyal to the ends of the universe and would endure anything to protect the people they cared about. Their mere introduction had brought out the best in dozens of races and altered the course of galactic history. For all my internal fears, I knew Alaya and Ari would be lucky to have a predator, the love of my life, watching over them. I couldn't imagine having a life and a family that was any more perfect than this. End of chapter. Greetings, ladies and gents, and welcome to this last edition of the narration of the web series The Nature of Predators. This is chapter 184, the finale. Memory transcription subject Captain Calsum, United Nations prisoner. Date standardized human time January 1st, 2150. Humanity was a species that I equated to a virus, something infectious that would take over everything they touched. As I watched the galaxy transform through news report and a closed internet link in my cell, I saw that I was right on that front. Their culture became a dominant powerhouse, with entertainment franchises that ballooned in ways unimaginable for predator ideas. Terran bands toured across entire planets, playing at festivals to diverse audiences. Sometimes, those gatherings were devoted to restoring the past shown in the archives, films and games with gratuitous input from binocular-eyed characters to predator-diseased violence sold like wildfire. Terran traditions and mannerisms became known across the galaxy. Earth became the heart of the Sapient Coalition as they began to move past the bobbing. I regretted that I had no choice but to cut their cities down, even before my mission was a failure. One by one, the Terrans rebuilt every last one of the major epicenters from the ashes. their technological advances came at a staggering rate. Vienna, which currently hosted over 100 alien embassies, had also become a hub of scientific research. Ever since it had been deemed the host city of Project Chronicle, that was a project to restore the teachings of every species' depraved past, so that they could get back to their barbaric, primitive ways. Tens of thousands of aliens arrived on Earth's soil to participate in the restoration efforts. Genetic advancements piled up on the sister project, as the United Nations gradually convinced more of their former omnivores to remove their meat allergies. That included the crocodile restoring their bloodlust, after Terrans replaced our honorable government with some wishy-washy plant, Nula. I was appalled to see how far my species had fallen. It wasn't long before former Federation oddities appeared on news programs of dabbling in these culinary sins. Part of why these races were so curious to try the full-fledged human meals was that their vegetable dishes had spread along with their culture, and wowed with their complexity. To think those fools patronized the Predator's banquets. To a cure that I begged the Terrans to take, they truly did pity us for having our bloodlust removed. In a little over a decade, they've undone a millennia of progress. It had been hopeless the moment the Colchians fell to their onslaught. The humans launched attack after attack on the very foundation of the Federation's beliefs. Exterminators, the very profession I'd once been a part of, either shuttered their doors or became something unrecognizable that went by other names. Terrans convinced the public that Predator attacks were sapient assaults, and once that idea was planted, it became true. They also activated pity for the burning beasts, like I'd first felt the first time I dosed younglings with gasoline. It was a horrific process, sure, but necessary to remove their traces. How contaminated must all these worlds be now? I mused aloud, staring at the dingy walls of my tiny cell. Humans have spread to almost every planet. They start more colonies before even filling up the old ones, just for some domineering drive. My voice was fraught with both age and disuse. Sometimes I talked aloud to keep myself sane. When the humans gave me the internet link, it came with a caveat. They kept sending me profiles on Terrans who died during my raid, forcing me to look at the details of their lives. I couldn't access the rest of the web until I watched the morning's videos. Hadn't I been burdened enough with guilt, knowing they were feeling and compassionate creatures? I didn't know why I craved connection to this awful reality enough to go through such torment. For some reason, I always watched their October 17th ceremony, a planetary holiday, not just across Earth, but many SE powers as well. Remembrance Day, they called it. I remembered all of the impossible choices I had to make, protecting other life forms over Terrans. I remembered standing on that bridge, desperately trying to fire off our bombs as the Orcs arrived, and I remembered it all too well, even in my old age. Part of me hoped their natural conditions would free me from this world through death's release, or that they'd wipe my memory clean of the awful things I'd seen. In the end, I knew I'd damned Nishtal and killed millions on Earth in a sacrifice that amounted to nothing. The kernels of doubt were the worst part of it. Still, I remembered what was wrong with these Earthlings as I watched every aspect of the Federation crumble. Predator disease facilities were a target of their assault. Despite their prior assertions that Predator attacks were done by wicked minds, the humans thought that it was something that could be talked away, and that the herd shouldn't be protected at all. I recalled how dangerous Jala had been, even with someone like me to control her. Those violent desires, coupled with a lack of empathy, could result in attacks if extraneous behaviors weren't stopped. Terran psychology babble was one of their most outrageous takeovers. Nothing was sacrosanct. The humans fought to preserve wild predators that'd eat anything that crossed their jaws, due to their warped view on ecology. It was a far cry from the doctrine of little predators becoming big predators and reproducing exponentially. Species like the Yodel didn't have the refinement to resist uncivilized nonsense. Those marsupials were amongst the first to welcome Terran attacks on all of these fronts. Governor Verne, who I'd had such high hopes for, became a non-committal flip-flopper who seemed to be altering Vendel society in crawling increments. He lost re-election by a landslide, and someone from Tarver's Corner was right back in power.
I've seen all of our sacred reliefs attacked by humans, and how much damage they've done to the chance the Colchians gave us to be civilized. I've watched them spread throughout the stars, just like I feared, and I've seen they're never satisfied. They still plan to push further. Years of my life were spent in a waiting game for the eventuality that I'd promised to Arjun back when we held him hostage. Humanity's growth would lead to them building an empire off the backs of a prey species, as predicted by their history. Without being gentled and saved from their innate sin, their bloodlust would lead them to the temptations, and the atrocities would begin. I assumed that it would happen with Federation powers that didn't surrender, when the United Nations' mighty military sent out manpower to overthrow governments, starting with the Yelpa homeworld of Granulka. I assumed that it was the beginning. My prophecies would be vindicated. These races, including their so-called friends, were weaker than them, playthings at best. With their foot soldiers back out on the prowl, they'd get a taste for killing and enslaving other cultures once more. They didn't have to play at docility for their survival, so what was to stop them from giving in to their true nature? What was to prevent them from taking what belonged to others for themselves? Were their military now stronger than their fledgling force that still defeated the 1,000-year-old Colchian Empire? There was no reason for them to restrain themselves, or to be able to restrain themselves. And yet they did. Granulka and dozens of worlds that followed it had their leaders cut down with precision, and then they were rebuilt from the ground up. The humans took the time to create something new from their strike, setting up new agencies that were staffed by locals and wouldn't answer to the UN. With hostile powers under their crosshairs, the Terrans showed mercy. They wanted others to stand on their own as equals, a concept that violated the core of what being a predator meant. Humanity has spread everywhere and taken our systems just as I knew they would. Exponential growth, I choked aloud. Yet more herbivore worlds haven't fallen. What happened to their inner violence, their phenomenal cruelty? If my mission hadn't been for the Federation's survival, then I hadn't needed to spearhead an extermination fleet at all. All I saw in humanity's ventures, whether through implied or outward motivations, was endless compassion for the weak and vulnerable, for the herd anomalies, for those who'd sought forgiveness after grave insults, for those that didn't deserve their compassion, just as the Terran judge had spared me, despite what I inflicted on his kind. I couldn't understand how it was possible, and yet their astounding empathy was all that I found. Predator volunteers rushed off to every world, working impossible hours daily for little compensation, as cattle rescues overwhelmed local systems. Human scientists used their new genetic capabilities to scrutinize disease, even ones that didn't affect their species at all. The United Nations were cooler heads amongst the SC, staving off vengeful deeds. Earth was the sole party that actually processed asylum requests from the caged tusk and spent inordinate amounts on ships capable of shrugging off the Kessler syndrome. War tribunals held in Vienna issued blanket pardons for all child soldiers, much to the outrage of their allies. Human civilian ventures were delighted to strike up partnerships parallel to government's close work with Lian, Skalka, Collier, Koa, and countless others. Had humanity truly deserved to be purged from existence like a disease? Was this all just hatred over their appearance and their diet, like the pilot begging for his family's life had told me? After all this time, their hunger and bloodlust should have surfaced, with unequivocal proof of what they were. They had every opportunity to at least sate their hunger for power. They founded the largest faction in the galaxy. Hundreds of millions of aliens lived on Earth, and the cultural blending meant that they would have to hide their instincts at all times. Someone was always watching. Yet, they never falter. What if they aren't masking their instincts at all? It had been a simple truth that predators killed by nature, but now I wasn't so sure. When Selene interviewed me before my trial, I'd stood by my comparison of humanity to a virus. Their rejection of the cure was what led me to believe that their good side wasn't strong enough to be salvaged. I waited for them to conquer the rest of the galaxy. Yet, with the passing of time, I'd begun to understand that they already had. Not with guns, bombs, or starship armadas. Not with occupations or pillaging. The Terrans conquered the galaxy through compassion.
a desire for friendship and healing that existed without any modifications to their predatory coding. Perhaps they'd done horrific things to each other many years ago, but I could see that humans had become something else altogether. Their true selves, at the pinnacle of their advancement and the height of their power, were galactic caretakers, capable of emotion on par with the Venal. For every Federation tenant they prevented, I couldn't help but notice that they ushered in a level of peace incompatible with any goals of violence. Life was better under their rule than the Kolshians or the Fossil. It was an unacceptable truth to realize Earth would never be a spacefaring planet of domineering brutes. The enormity of guilt crushed my very soul and conviction. The tragedy was how truly unnecessary my genocide had been. Everything we believed about humanity's intentions was patently false, despite all wisdom and prior experience. Their emotional depth drove them, with a legitimacy that shouldn't have been possible. There could be no greater punishment than to watch the galaxy move on without me, and to be forced into slowly realizing how erroneous my understanding was of the fundamental nature of predators. End of story. I would just quickly like to thank the T5 peeps: Dragon Soup, Cold War Boomerwaffen, Severin Cerberus, Red Panda 121, Leslie 517, Bushmaster 177, Caspar Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, Sans the Skeleton, Lightjock, Dragzoon WRE, and Lord Azrakal. Thank you very much.